in a loop. Maybe I'm calling for you, and I'm stuck in a loop. Maybe I'm calling for you, and I'm stuck in a loop. Maybe I'm calling for you, and I'm stuck in a loop. Maybe I'm calling for you, and I'm stuck in a loop.
Hey desire, burning like a fire. What you gonna do when it crumbles down? Watch it get higher, down to the wire. Will you let it burn till we almost drown? Higher, goodbye, honey, where do we lie? Where you're headed, am I going there too? I don't wanna ask why, wanna give this a try with you. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone, 'cause it's a big pill to swallow, but you won't do it on your own. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone. I don't care what happens now, where we go, how far and how. If you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go. I won't let you go. I won't let you go. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone, 'cause it's a big pill to swallow, but you won't do it on your own. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone. I don't care what happens now, where we go, how far and how. If you wanna go, I'll follow. Have you made your mind yet? Have you got your heart set? I don't wanna jump half-hearted. Gotta get your feet wet, gotta give what you get. I don't wanna finish where we started. Like the river flowing, tell me where we're going. Take me to a place that's brand new. With every second growing, time feels like it's slowing with you. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone. 'Cause it's a big pill to swallow, but you won't do it on your own.
myself. Exhale cause I heard it helps, but same old way I felt. Resting on my shoulders, cold night in the sleepless bed. White eyes with a glaze of red. I'm going round and round, it won't let me out.
No me quiero levantar, sigo soñando contigo en la cama. No nos vamos a engañar si entre tú y yo ya no queda nada. Solo nos queda luchar, saber lo que habrá después. Irme a otro lugar.
It won't let me out. See, when I swim, I'm drowning. I see, when I swim, from the pressure in.
No me quiero levantar, sigo soñando contigo en la cama. No nos vamos a engañar si entre tú y yo ya no queda nada. Solo nos queda luchar, saber lo que habrá después. Irme a otro lugar.
It won't let me out.
Irme a otro lugar. Irme a otro lugar.
let me get on it. Yeah. So come here, baby, listen close. Hold me tight, don't let me go. Girl, you know that I'ma want you all my life. But I got so much left to do, except for falling in love with you. So I'ma let you keep me up another time. But please don't stay the night. Don't try to change my mind. Baby, please don't stay the night. I must do what's right. Don't make me ask you twice. Ooh, don't stay the night. Don't try to turn it to a fight. You know I love you by my side. Just don't stay the night. I must do what's right. I'm done being polite. Ooh, don't stay the night. She'll always find a way around it. I thought she'd be gone, but when I woke up in the morning, she was laying beside me. She know when she wanted. I can never turn her down. Oh, I probably should have kicked her out by now. But you're the finest of them all. Make me lose my self-control. All I wanna do is make you feel alright. You drive me crazy, turn me on, and that's the reason I'ma let you go. Cause you and I both know that we can't keep it quiet. So please don't stay the night. Don't try to change my mind. Please don't stay the night. Almost do what's right. Don't make me ask you twice. Oh, don't stay the night. Don't try to turn it to a fight. You know I love you by my side. Just don't stay the night. Almost do what's right. I'm done being polite. Oh, don't stay the night.
You say I'm craving hope in this darkness. You say I'm just a joke, just a joke. Shivers my spine so bad. Swimming in the river takes too much. We try to let go of us, but the truth is what's really on us.
be quiet. I hear the thunder that comes from far away. It's like a noise in my head.
Under the vast canvas of the night sky, a passionate mortal decided to paint a celestial picture.
2019, we started Skyesports Championship 1.2. It was a small esports tournament with 3 lakhs prize pool in Chennai. And that's where our journey began.
What began as a humble step captured the hearts of millions of passionate gamers, creating a battleground where legends are born and dreams were realized.
I can tell you, for India, this is a historic moment.
Introducing the Skyesports Championship 5.0. Are you ready? Our first game title of the tournament, BGMI. Featuring 12 qualified teams from the open qualifiers and 4 invited teams from previous Skyesports tournaments. Presenting the first invited team, the champions of Skyesports Skirmish Series, Big Brothers Esports. The second invited team, the runners-up of Skyesports Champion Series, Seoul Esports.
It's either Omega or Max. Omega fight the first, fight the second.
Third invited team, the champions of Skyesports Champion Series, Blind Esports.
Concentrate लिया गया था जरूर, but यार देखिए एंग्री गए हैं, लीड को लेना चाहते हैं, फॉरवर्ड ये टीवीएस के फटके.
And last but not the least, Godlike Esports are the defending returning champions of Skyesports Championship 3.0.
So individually मैं पहले खुद पे ही फोकस करता हूँ प्रॉपर ग्राइंड करने के लिए. मेरा मेन फोकस वही है कि वर्ल्ड पे जाके इंडिया के लिए ट्रॉफी लेना है.
There are other games too. Counter-Strike 2, Real Cricket 22. Can you guess the prize pool? A whopping prize pool of over 2.1 crores.
When it comes to, achieving what you aspire to be in life, there are no obstacles.
The path to pro begins now.
Which we have loved and grinded for, and a nation that has loved this game in its entirety from the start till the end. The battleground of India. Welcome to the Skyesports
Championship 5.0 powered by AMD, broadcast partner Loco, hashtag Part2Pro. My name is Lucifer. Joining me on desk is Necros, and this is going to be a journey where all these teams from now we are going to see as they start off on semi-finals, looking forward to their journey where they're going to kick off and also represent themselves on a LAN stage. Necros, how do you feel hearing about that?
I'm just very pumped up, and if you just talk about few months back, it was Skyesports Champion Series we witnessed there. We saw the domination of Team Blind, Team Soul, and there are so many teams those who have taken a part in this Championship 5.0. If you talk about the online form, the online registrations that happened, many underdog teams, or I might say underdog teams, they have taken their parts and they have grinded day and night to be in this very stage, and we can just see there are 4 qualified teams from that phase only that we are going to witness in the semi-finals, and that's really exciting because you know what, after a long time we are going to see a big LAN happening, that too in Bangalore, that's for sure, and there will be so many people with live audience as well.
I mean, BGMI, we were talking about it, right? It is a game that the nation has loved, and also the players have made name for themselves because of how they play and how the game kind of moves ahead, right? The way they're able to grab points, the way they're able to get winner chicken dinners, all of them, especially on the last few days of where the title is going to conclude in one of the team's favor. And now, as we did speak about the points right in front of you, we are following the same point system that we have seen in so far a lot of these tournaments, starting off with a winner chicken dinner with 15 points. Right next to is going to be the second one, it's 12 points. The third position team is going to get 10 points, and here is where double digits end. From fourth, it's going to be 8 points, fifth 6 points, sixth will get 4 points only, seventh will get just merely 2 points, and 8th to 12th, meaning 4 to 5 positions, are going to get only 1 point each. Is not a great sight to be seen. On the other end, you talk about the next teams, 13 to 16, nothing. 0 points, nil is what they're going to get. So in case they get eliminated in that spot, they have to look forward to the finishes, which is going to account for 1 point each.
And that's where the competition gets a little bit tougher. You need to get in the very same amount, you need to get the placement points, but you also need to manage to get all the finishes for yourself to get a big total points from a single match. But talking about the matches, let's head on to the map schedule that we have for the entirety of this day. Starting off, we will be kickstarting with the map of Erangel, where we will be seeing Group A versus Group B. After that, we will have Miramar, we will have Sanhok, then we will have Vikendi, and then again we will see Erangel as well as Miramar to end the day.
Now it's going to be an interesting journey. Our viewers, they have been waiting to watch this on live, and now we are going to kick off that, especially starting off on a classic such as Erangel. And you might be wondering, what is A, B, A, C? Where are we going to see these teams? Very soon you're going to be seeing the team split coming through, the group split especially, so that it gives you an idea of what we can expect. But for now, this is going to be our schedule as of now. We're going to see 6 brilliant maps and 6 brilliant action coming through, and this is semi-final stage where we are going to be having a set of 24 teams who will be battling it out, and only the top 16 will prevail and go to the LAN stage, out of which you have already seen a lot of announcement going through. So you know a couple of those teams have already marched their way to the LAN finals. They are invited teams, so it's going to be a tough task for the other set of teams who are going to be in this hurdle race. I would say this is not going to be a sprint, this is not going to be a marathon, this is going to be a marathon hurdle race, which a lot of these teams are going to have to go through to get to those spots where they can qualify for LAN. Now I've seen BGMI in its journey from when it started, where we started seeing new teams, to when we saw the biggest of the stages, and then where we were able to see that newer teams were able to take up the stage like it was theirs. It never seemed like they were out of it, or did not seem like they did not, it was not their place to be. And I think I'm looking forward to those undergods. We have talked to them about saying them as underdogs when they started the journey, but now I'm pretty sure as we go ahead, they're going to become the gods of Skyesports Championship 5.0 very soon.
For sure, and we have a prime example exactly. You know, it's Big Brother Esports from Skyesports Skirmish Series. They won it after defeating all the top tier teams in that very tournament. Now they're the champions of this skirmish tournament, and now they have made their spot in the 5.0 LAN. And we can just see, even after seeing some couple of last tournaments, they are performing so brilliantly, and I'm having really high hopes from their side, because those players, they were also a part of those normal underdog players that we used to call them before. But after winning these tournaments, past few tournaments, defeating all the top tier teams, now we can call them a proper tier 1 professional team that are in the market, but also they're here to win the tournament as well.
Yeah, they are, Necros. I think the storyline itself kind of says, right, it was an open for all tournament. Everybody had to fight for each other's throats and look forward to gaining the top spot. They did fight for it, but you saw towards the end one team which was able to keep themselves afloat, was able to gather points, was able to get finishes for themselves. They were the ones who called themselves the champion. And Skirmish has not just been a ground for teams such as Big Brother Esports, there were others as well, which became a scouting ground for a lot of these, I would say, tier 1 teams that we saw, right? They were able to pick them from there and get to their professional rosters, and it looked very interesting of how the journey of BGMI went through over the, I would say, months and also years when you bring into in terms of how long this game has been and how much people have been grinding on for it. And especially to see stages of LAN coming in, right, after concluding one of the biggest very soon and now going into the next one, which is going to be super big. I think it's just wonderful to see LANs back in action, because that's where not just these players who've been playing online kind of show their skills, but also put their skills out to the general public when they see themselves. And I've seen a lot of people who then later come up and say, I want to feel this. I want to be in that position where I'm fighting, where I'm getting finishes, where our team is winning and the audience is cheering for us. And we have seen a lot of players, right, from those general public audience moving into the stages of becoming an esports athlete. And that's what I'm looking forward to. Maybe Championship 5.0, you tried, but you didn't go so far, because we did have qualifiers, Necros. It was a little bit early back, I think in 2-3 days back, or maybe even a week back, is when we started off all with the qualifiers, with multiple teams from various different regions fighting it out for one chance, and out of which we have only 4 teams. And in case you guys were wondering who those 4 teams who qualified, quarterfinals, we ended I think 2 days back. The quarterfinals team, TAMILAS, WSG Gaming, then we have Celsius Esports as well, and Team Empire. So 4 big names who have come out through it, and I'm looking forward to how it kind of works for them, because we have only 4 teams out of the other teams, right? And what are your thoughts, if I want to talk, right? Because the other teams that we are going to see here, Necros, are invited. The teams are who are not had a chance to warm their hands up for the fight here in Championship 5.0, but these qualified teams, they've had a tough battle. The games that they played were single maps, right? They had to qualify and win from there. If they didn't, they're out.
We all know, like, competing against a lot of number of teams, it's not that easy, not at all. And if we are talking about the 4 teams that have qualified from the quarterfinals, is WSB. We know that Team Tamilas, Team WSB, they are quite a professional team. They have had those past experiences in playing those tier 1 lobbies. But right now, if we just talk about the 2 teams that I'm really looking forward, it's definitely going to be Team Empire and Celsius Esports. Because these 2 teams, they have came up from the scratch, just like the other underdogs or underdog teams. Those have taken their part, playing from the very round 1 stage, playing from the qualifier stage. They have made it to this far. That means they have something in their game, they have something in their skills that they are here to showcase us. And this 5 days of action of semi-finals will let them have a stage to showcase their talent, to showcase their skills in front of a large number of audience, to actually let the people know that yes, if you have that aim, if you have that passion, if you have that kind of caliber, you can also be in this very stage to prove your worth.
I think the journey for Championship 5.0 in terms of laying down the path is not going to be an easy one for anybody. We spoke about teams who have qualified, who went through a big turmoil, and now they've made their spot in semi-finals. Teams who have been invited here in Championship 5.0, for them it's going to be a start, because as I've always seen in tournaments, right, even though you see them win one and then move into the next tournament, it is not going to be the same outcome that they face. It's going to be a different learning curve and a different fighting curve in itself. So here Championship 5.0, especially that people are going to now watch them playing on stream, is also kind of, I would say, a little bit of a pressure, if you want to put it in that way, because certain times it does happen. The close and near and dear ones to you, they also sit and watch the stream, look forward to what's going on, what you've been doing, how close you are to get multiple finishes and maybe even chicken dinners and pushing your team to the top spot. And also I would say this starting days also, right, kind of either mark you as targets Because if you're in the top of the charts as we end the day one, right, people will be like, oh wait, this team looks like they're going to grab a lot more points and we should stop them. So I think it'll come down to also teams who are cooking up strategies. They decide, okay, we'll push to the last day, and in the last day we'll try to do our strategies. Till then we'll just try to play an easy ongoing game, have a reactive approach rather than making a proactive approach where we are the ones deciding the pace and what we want to do.
For sure, and especially I would say for the undergods teams, the 2 teams or the 4 teams that have made it up to the semi-finals, from their point of view, if you just see all the other teams, those who are invited in the semi-final stage, they're almost familiar with those rotations, with those drop locations that they are taking maybe in the practice scrims or anything. They are quite aware of that. But if you talk about the 4 teams that have qualified, I really believe the top teams, the top 24 or 20 teams that we are going to see, they don't have that kind of idea how these teams actually rotate. What are their rotational checkpoints? Where do they take the drops? So I am expecting some drop clashes at least in the very first map of Erangel, when all the teams are going to meet each other for the very first time in the semi-finals phase. After 2 to 3 matches, yes, they will be a little familiar with the zone reading or maybe the rotation, how they're taking it, how the movements or the rotations they're trying to make it up. So after a few days or maybe one day after, we know that professional teams take a little bit of time to read the new team strategy and to make a counter out of it. And I'm really hoping that new undergod teams are also working on that, because for them, they have the open dictionary exactly in front of them. They have multiple tournaments to see how these top teams actually play, what are their rotations and how you can counter it. But for them, I believe it is a key factor for them. If they can manage it up on the very first day, if they can make a good lead on the very first day, it will be very fruitful for them in the next 4 days.
Now, I do want to talk to you about this in terms of, we already mentioned as you were explaining right now, it is going to be a new learning curve and a new playing curve for every team. It's not going to be that we know their drop spots, we know what kind of loots, what kind of weapons every player plays, because yes, they've been scrimming against each other, they've been fighting against each other in different tournaments as well. But what are your expectations as we start off here in semi-finals? Because you know the journey of qualifiers, quarterfinals, and now you also know the teams who are invited who will be playing on LAN. But there is this audience, or I would say the team which are trying to prove themselves as the undergods, which we just spoke about, right? How do you feel about them when they're right now in semi-finals, not sure whether their slot and their seat is locked on for the LAN finals?
For them, it will be a little bit pressuring because they know there are a lot of matches. Yes, we've got 5 days. We've at least got a good number of matches to make it up to the top 16. But also, the hurdles, the top teams and the kind of skill set they have, it will not be easy for them to match. But if they have the confidence, which I believe they have, because they have made it so far, it's not that easy to, qualify. The players, the undergods, those who actually play the qualifiers of every tournament, they know it. It's not that easy to come top 4, it's not that easy to come top 3 in every round and qualify for the next, and they have made it possible. They have seemed it like, and I have got just one info out there, Team Celsius. One team that I know about it, it's they have managed to get 79 points in a single day to qualify for the semi-finals and in the last day of quarterfinals, and that was immense. You can just imagine getting 79 points in a single day. It's not at all easy from a point where you know that it's not going to be easy to qualify and make it to the top 4. So I'm really looking forward to what kind of gameplay they are going to showcase us on the very first day.
Now, by the way you mentioned, I was just looking at the data, and to give more context, like if Necros, what he said was right, meaning they were sitting at only 17 points before that last day of the quarterfinals. So to get 79 points is just insane. They've had 2 chicken dinners, but there's a team here, Team Empire, which we did speak about, 0 chicken dinners, and we know what just happened recently with 0 chicken dinners, right? So I'm looking forward to how it's going to be. They scored a perfect century. 100 points is what they had. Coming into WSB Gaming, you see they have 3 winner chicken dinners. On the other end, the team which topped the table in the quarterfinals and made their seat a solid one was Team TAMILAS. And I think their action was also when we saw our CEO Shivanandi sharing stories, right? We did see Team TAMILAS like doing some great stuff, going ham on the opponents, and they're sitting on the top of the table. Yes, they do have 3 winner chicken dinners, But I think I'm looking forward to teams which are going to be super aggressive to start things off in the semi-finals, because I think it's about gauging the gunpowder, about how you can fight amongst each other and then play with your strategies for position point.
That's for sure. Even Team Tamilas, if you talk about, yes, the amount of performance, they had a few roster shuffles before that. They had few changes in the roster. They wanted to make some shuffles. You know, sometimes shuffles are very important. It makes your team a little bit stronger. You get to experience new kind of strategies that each and every player bring onto the stage in the match. They have their own kind of gameplay style. They have their own kind of mindsets that how you can actually play through that tough situations that you're facing, especially in the very end circles. So after these kind of roster shuffles, Team Tamilas, that OG Team Tamilas that we used to see back in years, now they are quite excited. But now, as we just talk right here, we will be hopping on to the very first match of Erangel, the first in the default map that we all know as the Skyesports Championship 5.0 semi-finals takes a start.
Let's go, it's time to kick off Skyesports Championship 5.0, and we can already see OR, Soul, Reckoning, all of them loaded, and here to captain things off, it looks like Soul, but everybody's already started to drop. We can see even Marcos, Newman also making their way out of the plane. The flight path right now starting towards Zaki and ending towards Noor Epnoi. A complete horizontal, a diagonal flight path, which kind of gives access to the entire map of Erangle. So nothing much to be worried for teams. Yes, teams who want to go to Query, as you can see, Soul is already making their way, might have a little bit further gliding to do, but shouldn't be a problem to start things off, because again, I think no team wants to risk and have a bad game to start things here in Championship 5.0.
Insane esports is one of the teams I'm looking forward. They will have the complete privilege of having that centralized location inside that entire circle for themselves. They will have a lot of time to get their loot completed. They can actually match it up to get those vehicles secured. But also, there is another team that's Team Infinity. You can see Clowny and all. They're having that mansion split for themselves, if I'm not wrong. But also, Marcos Gaming, they're in the 70, and for now, I believe, Lucifer, they will have a very easy rotation from the northern side.
I'm just looking forward to any early, I would say, clashes or fights. Losing an early point. But as of now, it looks like one of the players of one of the teams is already not in the lobby. I'm not too sure which team that is, because we can see 63 remaining rather than being 64. We'll wait and watch for it, but for now we can see Gladiators. They're going to be in military base, guarded by Medal Esports. Medal holding the bridge for now. Soul at Gadka, we did speak about Query as well. Query and Primorsk, where we can see Team Tamilas making their rotation. But very close to them. It looks like even chasing them is right behind Reckoning.
Oh man, at this point, Team Soul, they're looking forward to have a good battle out with them. But yes, as we just saw the map few seconds ago, I just looked down that Revenant, they were in Milta City, that's for sure. That's the usual drop. Gladiators, they have the usual drop in the Sosnovka military base. But if anyhow, you can just imagine Lucifer, Gladiators and Medal Esports taking a rotation through the Novripnoy bridge, and there it's not just Team Revenant, but I also saw some players of Obey out there, those who were in the farm split, and they might have a little bit of chance to do that bridge camping and just trap Medal and Gladiators at the very same time if they want to, because there is a big possibility that Medal Esports as well as Gladiators, they will try to rotate from the Novo bridge, because that will be a little bit closer for them to reach inside the circle.
I don't know of what we can talk about in terms of rotations or something, because this is going to be the first game that we are going to be seeing from all these 16 teams, meaning 8 more teams from one group is still left out to start their first game here in Championship 5.0. So for now, I have no expectations from anybody. I'm just going to sit back and enjoy, also try to act like the audience here to see and witness what these teams have been cooking for Championship 5.0, because I think this has been a much awaited tournament for a lot of these BGMI players. They've been looking forward to showing their talent and skills so that they can put up one of the best battles ever and take the whole battleground in their name. But for now, one of the teams that we did speak about, WSB Gaming, the qualified teams from quarterfinals, even from qualifiers, from when the journey started for Championship 5.0, all off stream, they made it their way through to the second position. And let's see what they got. We did see right now Raiden having also a DBS, one of the deadliest weapons so far throughout the BGMI circuit in this era right now. Close-up DBS battles are something that we all love to watch.
DBS has been that one crucial weapon. If you talk about in Skyesports Champion Series, we literally saw Power, one of the most crucial players and probably I would say the best player on DBS as of now, just proving why he did wonders with that one shot, and you're taking down no matter what level of helmet or vest you have. So that's definitely one of those dangerous weapons that can be very vital for close range battles, but also you also need to make the shot connection, because I've seen some players missing the shots in the close range, and in that time they got counted against those assault rifles that their opponents had. So if you have a DBS, it also means that you need to make the shot connection for sure.
AUTOBOTZ, everybody right now just rotating around the map without having any issues so far, but I'm still waiting for that one team who couldn't bring their player in for the first game itself. Gonna be a risky one for them here, but for our viewers, do not forget you can also witness all the action happening on Loco as well. Go quickly log in, register, get some diamonds for yourself, become a VIP as well. But for now, it looks like a VIP treatment is AUTOBOTZ as they're rotating, having no troubles on their end. Moving into Team TAMILAS, the toppers of quarterfinals here, looking forward to making their mark on semifinals as well. Right now being hit by the zone, nothing much to be worried because it's still the first one, concentrating on the loot because you can see some of their players do not have grenades as they wanted. There's only one on Maxi, 4 smokes, yes, energy drinks 3. Moving into another player, this guy has at least the first aid, but on the other end you saw there was no first aid at all for Maxi. So something that they're concentrating on is loot right now, and after that we'll see what they make it do.
Museum is a little risky because if one or two teams tries to slam it down, they want to take this position, they will have a lot of options and a lot of openings to take the players down who will be holding inside. So that is a little risky, but let's see how Team Insane plays, because if we talk about the fragging power and the caliber these players have, it's literally immense, and we know Insane Esports for their brutal domination and the gun power that they actually carry forward in each and every tournament.
As of now, no teams look like they're on the hunt. And this is what I spoke about, right? In the start of the tournament, none of the teams will look forward to actually going ham on the opponents. They will try to play slow and steady, look forward to what's happening, look forward to if they can catch stranded players while they're looting. But other than that, I don't think they'll indulge themselves for a fight in a whole. But as you did speak about the circle earlier, I think it's time to talk about it again, because as the zone is completely crumbling and it's getting ready to shift to the second one, all the teams have to start moving towards the eastern end of it. And again, the zone gods, the circle gods, they always have a different idea for themselves to make the game even more interesting by having these circle shifts. And I'm looking forward to where the second circle shift is going to be there, and as you can see, we're about to witness that. And right now there's not much shift. It'll stay on the hard solid land. We'll take just a small central shift where most of the players who already had their intentions of moving in are going to easily make their way. But it looks like very close to Puchinki. 3 teams might have a tussle: Soul, WSP as well as Reckoning.
Oh, that central area definitely looks very clustered at this point, So we see Team Insane, we see Team Godlike out there as well, but ESPORTS, that's what I was talking about. They were trying to go through the bridge, that's for sure, and for their They have sent Encore at the very first to check and get all the intel as much as possible. When these sports, they will be trying to just wait and move very slowly. As for the first few circles, we don't actually see quite action unless it's a drop clash. Teams want to take the time, they want to just complete their loot. After that, they will be focusing on taking these fights. But Team Soul, we see Amit playing in the place of Akshat as of now. It's Omega, Hector, Amit, and probably it's going to be Goblin. Not wrong, but yes, once again, 4 players easily rotating, trying to find a good spot inside the circle. Also want to make sure that they secure their vehicles, because that actually plays a very crucial role in the very end circles.
I'm looking forward to when the fight is going to start. Right as of now, as we did speak about it, players are just shifting houses, getting into spots where they can get better loot. And the tussle that we did speak about, that does not seem like it broke out between Reckoning, WSP as well as Soul. Everybody split apart when they moved right into the circle. So as of now, as you can see, Reckoning as well inside the circle. But looks like somebody, was it a missed click coming through? Or just a warning shot sent out in the mid-air randomly, just letting players know we are here, nobody tread closer.
Reckoning, meanwhile, they're just looking forward. At this point, they have got a good team. Beard Baba, Ace Black, one of the I would say Ace Black has been a part of Team TAMILAS previously, and now we are seeing him playing for Team Reckoning, and they have been doing pretty good. As of now, they need to make sure start things off well. And as you mentioned before, Lucifer, that you want to see the fights getting started, but all the teams, they're just seeming like we'll wait for the fight, we'll wait for some teams to collide, and we might just try to go for third parties. And as of now, Team Godlike,
yeah,
they had also a little bit of roster changes. We see Clutch God getting back in the place of Neo as of now.
Interesting. And looks like Godlike have already heard the sounds from different vehicles from another team who are in very close proximity. And Jonathan is gearing up for that. He built himself a vehicle compound between the containers, and now he's just going to go prone and wait for it. Z-God in the meantime having a control of a compound, will try to keep a lookout from there. In the meantime, looks like jolly good time as Gladiators have crossed over from military base. They're just holding around and moving around and driving around. And as we were talking about which team is that who have just 3 players, it's none other than Gladiators. Looks like Delta, he's going to be missing here for the first game. But Gladiators, it doesn't seem to be affecting for them. You can see their players are ready. Looks like they've got themselves good loot as well. There's smoke, Molotovs coming through, good first hits as well. So let's wait and see what happens. As of now, I think weapons as well, in case you want to talk about it, we could see M4s, even some scars. We did see a couple of, many DBSs coming through. But right now, AUTOBOTZ, Mr. Spray, Smokey, Skrills, Rico, they're ready. Looks like they're in close proximity of the team which was close to Godlike, and they're scoping around in the compound that they have in control. Still waiting in case there's the fight that starts off, but as of now it looks like every team are not at all looking forward to any hunting ground, but rather than just scoping around. And insane, I'm not too sure if they have the right idea. Her, Skips, Dark Lord and Adi, they start a fight on Godlike, they have a third party ready from AUTOBOTZ right behind them.
At this point, the map shift is also going to take a very good impact. As of her, she has got the intel. This Godlike is there. They will be just holding on to the compounds, not to make any bad move. That's very important for Team Insane. They're playing a little bit split. We can see 2 players in the museum. We can see 2 players on the shelter height. They're trying to have a little bit of angle for against Team Godlike. As of now, if they can find any frag, that can be fruitful for them. But also, as we were talking about Team Soul, they are trying to make a move, and they have made the rotation towards this side of shelter. This can be a big fight if it just starts as of now. Jonathan, he has spotted 4 players out there. Shelly is trying to rotate, but also he's looking forward to grab a good spot. The rotation has been...
Oh, Omega! That's big damage that he's taken. He has a level 1 helmet about to break apart. This is not the right side. He does have an M4 and DBS, but nobody is so close for him to take a duel. In the meantime, Amit, He's trying to counter help Omega, and Hector is here for the rescue. The vehicle is bought, buggy climb, and then immediately back into the compound. Omega, they do not want to lose him, the main man for Soul, and I'm pretty sure that was a wise decision to get him back into solid compound rather than an open grass field. Insane in the meantime have decided that the fight between them and the team of Godlike is not going to happen anytime soon, and if they stand around for further long when the circle shifts, it's going to affect them itself. They get back and head over and regroup with their teammates, which they had a 2-2 split off, and get back into the compounds.
Team Revenant a little bit of privilege to get the control of the shelter heights, but also Clutchgod, he's having the visuals, he's waiting for some fight to actually start on the museum side. We also see some couple of teams rotating from that area, and yes, Insane, they are interested in taking the fight as Team Empire takes the charge in the museum. But he will be just winning a nade which might give a lot of damage, and that's the first one going down hard. He has been brutally from the backside. Team Empire, they have lost to, but Godlike, they are just taking the complete advantage of the third parties that they can actually have.
Storm, one last player. He's now stuck in a storm that has been brewed towards him. Doesn't know where to go. Jonathan picks up a finish. AUTOBOTZ as well now jumping on, going in for a third party, and that's on Insane. Adi is down, but Storm through the smoke, he's getting spammed. Receives little damage, nothing much to be worried about, but Team TAMILAS, they have also been caught right now from Revenant in rotation. Manti here for the rescue, does have a DBS, but immediately jumps in to look forward to where the player is to get those shots, but it looks like his teammates have covered him. Apollo has already been down. His teammates are also giving the revive, and Apollo will be finished off coming in from Dragon, and the finish will be taken, and it looks like IGL took with the last shot, but the spray now coming in, I guess, from Gladiators is doing a lot of damage for Team TAMILAS, and yes, it is Shogun, a long range spray, and Dragon had gone down. IGL right now taking a buggy immediately, but he's getting damage dished on him as well. Manti in the meantime looking forward to reviving his players, acting as the savior.
TAMILAS, they're in a very, very big trouble. If Gladiators, they're looking interested in taking the fights. They've closed up a little bit, but also that will grant a little bit of time for Team Revenant to get those revivals done, get the heals up, because they have lost already 2 players and have only accumulated 1 finish point as Destro takes the charge, gets Manti down, he gets 1 down as well. Dragon and Mr. IGL, the 2 last players surviving from Team TAMILAS, they have got a big job to do as Destro. He's just surviving alone alongside Shogun, who is in the down ridge out there. But MJ
Destro
gets Destro down.
Ouch, that was a good try. High jumps, but he couldn't convert, and therefore Destro goes. It's all up to one last player, Shogun, and you did see he does fine. Can he revive his teammate though, Justin, who's down? He will try for it, but in the meantime, Revenant fears the last player standing as well. He's also trying to bring back his teammate. Looks like here towards the shelter, we have 3 teams who are surviving in a 1v1 situation. IGL spots Fierce. IGL receives a lot of damage from Team TAMILAS, and Fierce is charging in. In the meantime, it looks like Gladiators, they were able to get back their teammates. Fierce is just taking finishes one after another. In the meantime, looks like another team from the back lines, Midwave, they've started going ham, and they've taken down Justin. I'm not too sure if Shogun is still surviving. Wait, he is on our screens itself, my bad. And now he's made his way into shelter itself, where we did see previously Team TAMILAS IGL as well on the other end, and is still there. So it's still that 1v1 situation, but I think just Fierce got finished right now. Not too sure from which team, so it can be that Revenant is also out of the lobby.
Too many fights in just a blink of minutes we just saw at this point. Meanwhile, Godlike, they've already secured 4 finishes in their name. Thanks to that situation that happened between Team Empire as well as Team Insane, they accumulated good number of frags from that fight. But now Clutchgod is looking to gather a little bit of info, but Midwave, they're quite close at this point. They have also made some good frags. They've got a couple of frags for themselves just by doing the third party against the fights of Revenant and Gladiators as well as Team TAMILAS. They'll be just scouting out to gather some intel, whether any of the players, those who were remaining, are alive or not. But again, Team Godlike in the center, but also other teams like Midwave, they are looking forward to find the last player, that is Team TAMILAS, Mr. IGL, who will be going for a survival game as of now, because there are still, except Team TAMILAS, there are still 13 more teams left in the lobby.
Yeah man, it's going to be super tough. Even Mr. IGL from Team TAMILAS has to worry about Shogun from Gladiators. Both of them in shelter. In the meantime, Godlike, as you mentioned, have 4 finishes already. Have also spotted another team which is going to be insane. And look at Jonathan ready. He's just waiting for Adi to just jiggle, and he's going to immediately spray him down, give him a headshot, maybe even. But in the meantime, we'll quickly talk about the circle. It's taken a western-southern shift in favor of WSP as well as Reckoning. MIDWAVE was also the edge of the circle, so they shouldn't have much trouble. But in the meantime, GODLIKE, they're the ones who have to clear their lines, because for them to enter even further inside the circle to pierce, there's Insane in front of them. But Insane, it's going to be a very tough fight for them, because there's another squad that's heading right in front, but they'll be able to catch them in rotation. A lot of damage done to Gamers, but I think he'll be able to make use of the ridge and save himself along with his teammates.
Team Infinity, that's definitely a new team that Punk has made. He's looking forward to reunite with his old teammates as Clowny as well as Immortal will be there alongside a new player of Hunter, named Hunter, that's for sure. They're looking forward to grab some good position, but they are trapped. That kind of northeastern part of the circle was completely clustered as Max finds Immortal down. It's the first catch.
Oh, GODLIKE!
GODLIKE is not exactly in the mouth of it. Instantly Clutch God will be taken down. Jonathan is there, Dark Lord. He has spotted him down, that's for sure, but needs to make a good connection. Shadow finds one, but instantly gets traded off as Jonathan remains the last solo player. Dark Lord has to do a big job alongside Adi. Jonathan needs healings, and that S12K goes.
Oh wow!
Pops him off with that brilliant frag grenade. Still, he's solo surviving. It's a big job that he has to do, but Adi finds him down, and that's the elimination of Team GODLIKE.
Good try, but looks like there's MIDWAVE who decided that we are not going to give Insane the chance to get those finishes. They slam in, get the finishes for themselves and clear ground, but there's another team who are charging in. That's going to be OA's Admino right now, who's done the damage to Wixie. Now he's looking for another player. Atanki can be spotted right behind the Jeep, and yes, last few bullets, they connect to him and maybe even knock him. For now, I think even though they did find the knock, that was Admino finding it on MIDWAVE, it was not enough to find the confirmation of a finish, and that's the reason Admino doesn't seem to be happy. But in the meantime, MIDWAVE, they've decided let's not engage even further. But in the meantime, the team which is engaging is Medal against Marcos, and a third party coming in from OR. Medal right now charging in, and it looks like they have cleared off the compounds of Marcos's presence.
The edge of the circle belongs to OR Esports at this point. They want to make sure that anybody who is exactly in the central part of the circle completely gets cleared off, while Medal Esports, their position is completely known. No finish points for Team Infinity as of now. OR Max will find Marcus Gaming's Aladdin as we see a fight between Marcus and OR get started, and Aladdin will be completely shut down as two finishes comes in the favor of Team OR. They're looking forward to just clear off all the edges and take this entire side control of this eastern side of the circle. But it's not that easy because they're playing on an open grounds. They need to make those vehicle covers for themselves to just manage to find those frags for them to clear off the circle areas.
We have 11 teams. Team Empire was the first. Next to follow was Revenant, and right now one after another teams have been just falling. GODLIKE has gone out. Insane has been wiped out. And there was a situation where MIDWAVE could have also been cleared off. In the meantime, Immortal, who was caught in rotation from Insane, he's also been taken down from Team Infinity. So it's going to be a 3-man squad for now coming in from Team Infinity. Let's see if they're going to be finding finishes anymore. But OR on the other end, they've found 2. They're in a very nice spot, I would say, but out in the open. The good point about being in the open is they're at the edge of the circle rather than being inside at the center. Therefore, they can guard a lot of teams, defend amongst themselves, and even head back a little further out of the circle to help themselves and recover their positioning. In the meantime, Clowny ready for a grenade, but MIDWAVE players, they move away from him towards AUTOBOTZ, and they've already started striking. Atanki finds one on Smokey, looking forward to a finish as well, and clears him through the smoke.
Finishes as 31 players remains alongside 11 teams. Reckoning he's there in the southern side, but look at Mr. IGL Lucifer. He's still there. He's going for the heal battle as of now. He wants to secure those position points for the side of Team TAMILAS because he's aware he cannot go inside the circle. But OR trying to charge up on Team Medal Esports as they have found out 2 frags for themselves as of now.
Medal just cleared Marcos, but Admino, He's patching himself up, but through the smoke, there's so many players trying to connect his DBS shot, and it looks like Max did find the finisher along with Admino and wipes Medal completely clean off the slate. And now we have 10 more teams. MIDWAVE still striking hard with their weapons. They know they've already gotten a finish on one of the players of AUTOBOTZ. They'll be looking forward to a lot more. In the meantime, WSB, they're charging upon Reckoning, and you can see on the left side of the field, it seems to be a lot of exchanges happening, but doesn't seem to be one team favoring it all. It's all up to Beard Baba right now, because it looks like WSB found majority of the finishes against Reckoning.
Inside that MIDWAVE esports, so you can see that they're trying to charge up. They have got a little bit of height advantage, but Reckoning Beard Baba, he's just there, was there to backstab team MIDWAVE, but now he will be getting completely charged up. He's trying to go for the heals.
He was not there for a backstab. He tried to get inside the circle to save himself, but ended up getting into the claws of MIDWAVE, and they immediately shredded him. Abad got another finish. Seven strong finishes. MIDWAVE, they're causing a big storm wave now. OR in the meantime looking forward to getting their players back on their stands, and yes, they've gotten themselves 7 finishes. All the 4 players are back up again and ready to fight, and they're now charged up, and they've already done damage, and they're looking forward to moving it even further towards Team Infinity. Mac in the meantime gets hit from none other than Punku, but finally I think Punku gets taken down, and now the spam coming in from Max, but the vehicle blast as well costs a lot. Max ends up taking his own teammate Mac.
He tried to give a lot of damage, but Dynasty has to go for this 1v1. There is Zap. He's very low, as Dynasty has got some pretty good connections on him, but this lot of barricades are proving as a barrier for them. But finally Zap gets taken down as WSB. They cannot save Zap from this position and decides to keep it inside the circle. And really gets spotted. Team Soul, they open up their book as of now with total of 3 finishes in their favor, as MIDWAVE, they're looking unstoppable at this point, getting another frag down against Team Infinity, as Clowny will be the solo survivor from their side.
Putting down grenades right now. They've already taken down Panku, so it's up to the last 2 players. Revived Hunter, so Clown, it's all up to him, but the grenades are not stopping. They're heading right in, but they've moved outside. Finally will spot Hunter. The damage comes as the vehicle also blasts. Hexer gets Hunter down. Now looking for another one, but his position is now called out, so MIDWAVE also can charge in towards none other than Soul. But in the meantime, MIDWAVE have to still clear out WSP, and they know they're already left flank is not clear, but Soul is indulging in multiple fights, both left and right flank. They have 4 finishes, played very smart for this game, and now we are down to the last 5 teams. Hector gets caught out in the open, but Atanki runs out of bullets, and therefore the knock doesn't come through. In the meantime, Atanki quickly switches over, does the damage to Omega, but has to retreat back because his position is out in the open.
Atanki does not have a lot of ammunition on his gun. He's barely surviving. Same for Team Soul's Omega as well. As of now, not much bullets to work out with, but that position has been completely cleared, as Team WSB will be taking an exit from this match in the 4th position. 7 players, 3 teams, all that remains in this very first circle, as Team Soul, they have the numbers advantage, but MIDWAVE, it's a big responsibility. They have a little bit of rage. Their positions have been compromised, but the shots has to be taken in charge, as they are charging against
wow.
He has been completely ran over as Amit. He will be taking down Atanki. He's fighting for everything, but MIDWAVE goes down at 6 finishes for Team Soul, and that's the chicken running in their way, because the last player that remains is doing heal battle outside of the circle.
Omega, indeed. Man, that player just ran over everybody, and now you can see one last player who you called it very early, Necros, going in for the heal battle on Erangel. He's going to be the last player surviving and brings his team to the top 2. Mr. IGL with 3 finishes, and right now ending this first map in 2nd position. And on the other end, Soul played super smart, kept themselves outside of every fight, and got themselves the winner chicken dinner to start things off here in the semi-finals of Skyesports Championship 5.0. What a...
I mean, at this point, we can just say Team TAMILAS, they had not a decent start, I would say. They got completely taken on one after another, but at the very end, oh man, what a decision from Mr. IGL, because that heal battle earned him 12 points, 12 position points at least for his team, and that, I would say, it's a decent start for them. Even after not getting a good number of finishes, 2 to 3 finishes on with those 12 placement points. That's more than enough to secure at least 15 points on the very first match of Erangel. And what else do you need from this very starting match of your semi-finals? But also have to give credits to MIDWAVE eSports as well, because the amount of hard work, the amount of frags they had in their favor, I really thought that they are going to take that check in my Team Soul. You know what? They came out of syllabus for the side of Team MIDWAVE. They were holding down the ridge, clearing off all the players or the teams, those who were holding exactly in front of them, got the frags, and finally got the winner chicken, and that too in the very first match of the Skyesports Championship 5.0 semi-finals. And I'm really looking forward to what actually happens in the next match or in the next maps, because if this is the start of Team Soul coming out with a domination in the being the one of those hurdles that all the other semi-finalists have to take a charge or have to counter it, this kind of obstacles will be hurting all the other teams in the semi-finals. Lucifer, as you're back, and oh man, what a match it turned out to be. And especially at that point, I don't know who is that Omega, but that ran over was something that I'm going to remember for some time.
I mean, it was a power surge that even I had to go through all of a sudden, because I think that the first game was super interesting. How things started off, how the fights kind of started. It never felt like any of the teams wanted to indulge in a fight, but eventually once they started seeing players get closer inside the circle, they wanted to clear each other off. We started, I think, the fight coming in towards Gladiators, Team TAMILAS and Revenant. That three-way fight happening, which was kind of berserk, and all those three teams came under pressure with a 1v1 fight coming through, but eventually a third party striked and they couldn't hold their composure or ground, and eventually Revenant was cleared from there. But before that, the first team to be eliminated was none other than Team Empire. They decided to go for Islamin in the same building and the compound that Insane were in, and it ended up becoming a sandwich situation for Team Empire. From one side Godlike, from another side Insane, and there was nothing that they could do. Storm was caught to be the last person standing, and eventually he was also swept. But I think shelter for Team Tamilas to stay there, and I'm pretty sure Shogun never even had the idea that IGL was also hiding in the same position as him, and I'm pretty sure IGL got that finish itself, making him to 3. He was 2 finishes already when he entered the shelter as a safe spot. But I think a brilliant Erangle here that we have started off on for the Championship 5.0. Now this does mark the overall, I would say, standings to also be interesting, because Soul have topped the charts. They got themselves the winner chicken dinner, and the way they played, right, I think I initially did mention that okay, maybe the strategies doesn't seem to be coming out from any teams. They're trying to play slow, and I think Soul decided to do that. Let's just play slow. They played slow, and fortunately for them, whenever there was a fight happening, they were not the ones who were in the target position. It was the other players who were in the crosshairs, and Soul, what they were doing is just picking off the players from left and right, and that's the reason it never felt like they came under pressure. On the other hand, I think fight between WSB and MIDWAVE kind of was a little bit hectic, and especially it became because of Reckoning kind of making their move there. If Reckoning did not indulge in a fight with WSB Gaming, I think WSB Gaming could have done a lot more, but a team which kind of did a lot over the entire map of Erangle was MIDWAVE. They were close to double digits of finishes, Necros.
That's for sure. Even if you talk about the entire match presence in the last few circuits, it was Atanki, Danasis and all the players, especially Aru, the early frags, from the early frags to the starting ending frags, they had the complete aggression in a controlled manner. Atanki was trying to get the frags, but he was not over committing in that kind of situation. He was not trying to go up front and take the head on. He was waiting. He was just holding on to the right spot and waiting for the other players to make some mistakes or make the first move, and for that he's going to reciprocate or maybe retaliate in that manner.
Right as of now, I think the first map, how it concluded, who got points, who had most finishes is what we're waiting to see, and what the standings are going to be. Again, viewers, we want to tell you this was a fight between Group A and B. Then we are going to jump and see Group A and C, where a lot of people did ask about where is Blind and all, and you will eventually end up seeing them in the next group that is coming through. So it's going to be interesting right now, and everybody needs to understand this is not going to be just 16 teams fighting it till the semi-finals. It's going to be 24 teams, out of which 8 teams will be eliminated at the end of the last day of Skyesports Championship 5.0 semi-finals for BGMI. That is going to be 21st of October. Let's jump into the highlights before we jump into the points itself and see what went underway. Team TAMILAS as well as Gladiators. This is a fight we talked about. Gladiators did have a situation where they were looking like they had things under control, but then Revenant decided to kind of third party in between, and that is where things started going wrong.
That's for sure. And once again, Godlike, they had the approach of clearing Team Insane's position, but yeah, a complete handled position for Team Insane. They managed it up to wipe out Team Godlike. Jonathan did try to pull off the frags. He did get all those frags, but Adi, he did the wonderful job at mid-waves. That third party actually resulted in them to clear off that entire position, and as much as we praise them, I don't think it will be enough, because the amount of controlled aggression they have showed, it was completely masterclass.
Brilliant play coming through. Or as well, I think the way they held their ground, the fight that they were indulging in was very brilliant. The way they were able to convert finishes, but I think eventually we did speak about Soul moving in late, right? And that's the reason you saw Admino, he had no idea there was another team coming in from their backlines, because they were the ones who were last to enter the circle, and that's where Soul took control of all things. And you can see MIDWAVE, I mentioned they were close to double digits, but because a lot of things happened towards the end, I did not see exactly how many, but you can see 12 finishes is what they had when we ended things for Erangel. Soul on the other end, I think they came close to 7 or 8 finishes, because they did not start early to get those finishes or eliminations. So MIDWAVE had a very strong hold, but MIDWAVE were the ones who were indulging themselves in all the battles around the last circles rather than keeping themselves afloat. And also I think Soul had that higher ground chance, whereas you saw there was just a ridge and a dip that MIDWAVE have to play in. They had to move up, take a fight, and again get back to that dip to patch themselves up. And I think because of that, Soul had a better chance as well as to move in closer, where MIDWAVE were trying to patch themselves, and that's where we saw that first knock coming in through the vehicle from Omega. And I think that did hurt for whoever was taken down. This is what we like in BGMI, especially during the last circles, the fights, the way they conclude, and deciding on how they have the players. I've even seen players, right, in the last circles, or even if you say it's last two teams surviving, one team is inside the compound, the other team is on top of them, either on rooftops or surrounding them, but the team which you would likely count, right, the team on the outside should have the advantage, because they can throw in grenades, they can shoot through the windows and do the damage. I have seen that team losing, and the other team which was inside the house moving out slowly through the windows, finding shotgun shots, which was not a DBS or anything else as well, and winning winner chicken dinner. So the possibility is endless. It's all about how you control that fight. MIDWAVE could have even turned against Soul only if they knew Soul were charging in. They could have sprayed them down and maybe destroyed their vehicle, found that, I would say, blast, and taken maybe 1 or 2 players down. But you also mentioned, right, in between, when we were seeing so many fights underway, that they were also running low on ammunition, and I think that's what teams also need to pay attention to. If they're concluding a fight or indulging in a fight, they also need to make sure they hit those crates, collect the ammunition, and gear up for the next upcoming one, because if they don't, by the time they're reloading, they're done for.
I believe at that point they maybe heard my words that yes, they don't have the ammunition, or they realize they don't have the ammunition. That's why they decided, we don't have ammo, no problem, we're going to run over them with those buggies that we have, and that's enough for us to take them down. And that's the decision that they took. But once again, if you talk about Team Empire, the approach they had as being one of those early team, they had an aggressive approach, but that did not work out for them. But for now, we're going to take a short break, and we will be jumping back with the second match. That is going to be the map of Miramar, the map of Golden Sand. See you right on the next one.
Under the vast canvas of the night sky, a passionate mortal decided to paint a celestial picture.
2019, we started Skyesports Championship 1.2. It was a small esports tournament with 3 lakhs prize pool in Chennai. And that's where our journey began.
What began as a humble step captured the hearts of millions of passionate gamers, creating a battleground where legends are born and dreams were realized.
I can tell you, for India, this is a historic moment.
Introducing the Skyesports Championship 5.0. Are you ready? first game title of the tournament, BGMI. Featuring 12 qualified teams from the Open qualifiers and 4 invited teams from previous Skyesports tournaments. Presenting the first invited team, the champions of Skyesports Skirmish Series, Big Brothers Esports.
जाएगा ये नेड यहाँ पर फिनिश करेगा उजुमाकी the net god.
The second invited team, the runners-up of Skyesports Champion Series, Seoul Esports.
लेकिन यहाँ जो down the ridge fight up, it's either Omega or Max. दोनों इंतजार कर रहे हैं. Finally push करेंगे. Omega finds the first, finds the second.
Third invited team, the champions of Skyesports Champion Series, Blind Esports.
Concentrate लिया गया था जरूर, but यहाँ देखिए एंग्री गए हैं. लीड को लेना चाहते हैं. फॉरवर्ड ये TVS के फटके.
And last but not the least, Godlike Esports are the defending returning champions of Skyesports Championship 3.0.
सो इंडिविजुअली मैं पहले खुद पे ही फोकस करता हूँ प्रॉपर ग्राइंड करने के लिए. मेरा मेन फोकस वही है कि वर्ल्ड पे जाके इंडिया के लिए ट्रॉफी लेना है.
There are other games too. Counter-Strike 2, Real Cricket 22. Can you guess the prize pool? A whopping prize pool of over 2.1 crores.
When it comes to, achieving what you aspire to be in life, there are no obstacles.
The path to pro begins now.
Start to what we just witnessed with the winner chicken dinner coming in from Seoul and how every team played. I've brought in Urka to bring in a lot more points, and Urka, you were in the back lines watching the match. Tell me, what went through after seeing the first map of Championship 5.0?
I mean, I don't know what had got into MIDWAVE esports, the way they were rushing into every single team out there. All they wanted for finishes, right? On the other side of the spectrum, we could see that team TAMILAS, as soon as they understood things were not going their way, the adaptability of the IGL, we have to give a lot of credits to it. He understood, my team is not going to be alive anymore, so what I'm going to do is stick on to that heel battle, and due to which he'll be placing himself in the second position.
I think getting into that heel battle itself is something that none of us wondered, because it was Erangel. Like, come on, I mean, to start things off, who would go for a heel battle? But also moving into Team Empire, I want to ask you about that. What did Team Empire decide there? We never even saw them in the radar. We were talking about Insane, we were talking about Godlike, we thought about them having a fight, went into a compound, but where did Empire decide to create their own fortune and ended up just falling flat?
I would still say the rotation went somewhere wrong. There was no hard compounds for themselves. The museum itself was taken by Team Insane far away next to the shelter region. Godlike were holding it. The shelter itself was a mini war zone where we had several teams fighting it out. So they thought that, we'll be coming in from the other side altogether, probably head on to one person, try to get those finishes and then capitalize on the very position they're holding. But everything started to backfire against them. Even though they had a decent of 2-3 finish points, if I'm not wrong, then I do believe that it's a wake-up call for them to either decide to get into the circle priority first or probably hold back to the corners of the circle, and then see which Team Soul eventually did. They just waited, watched, gained knowledge, and ultimately knowledge is power, my friend. If you have everything done and dusted, all you're going to aim is for that chicken dinner.
Yeah, I completely agree. In terms of how Seoul played, they waited for information. Waited so long.
Yep.
That patience level is itself commendable, because we see a lot of teams, as soon as they spot players, they're like, hey, let's take him down. And that's where things start going down, because once you give information of that you are fighting, picking up finishes, because everybody else can also see that happening on the feed. So it's about you also exchanging information. I think Seoul kept themselves adrift, and I would say in the smoke, and just waited for the right opportunity, striked. But also on the other end, I felt like OR, right? They had a lot of hefty battles and were having casualties themselves, but they were able to bring every player back in again into the next ongoing fight. So I did see them getting themselves to a position where almost all of their players were knocked, but then again in the next switcheroo, all of their players were back afloat and they were ready to fight. But it was again Seoul coming in as a surprise from the sidelines.
I would agree. Coming back to the point you were explaining about OR and MIDWAVE, right? See, both of these teams were playing pretty similarly, being a little aggressive when it comes to the lobby. Obviously, right, you have Aru from one side coming in who was under Jelly, who got molded under Jelly. So obviously he'll also be thinking similarly. He's got a very good assaulter like Atanki, and we did see how Atanki was able to, assault a lot of people. Even though he was the person doing the damage, it was Aru who was picking up those finishes. Everything said and done, the upcoming maps are going to be even more interesting, because the map of Miramar, these mid-range battles are just going to be the start for those long-range battles.
Yeah, now I want to see how Miramar works, because we did see some long range battles as well, and which was one coming in from Gladiators when they started spotting the players of Team Tamilas and Revenant when they were indulging in a fight. But I think a little too early were Gladiators, that they jumped and swooped into the fight towards Shelter, which they could have waited for. And you did also see Justin and Shogun, they tried to bring it back. Destro, a very smart jump, but I think while you jump, you try to stabilize yourself. IGL took the advantage from Team Tamilas, and Mr. IGL immediately took him down. That's where then Justin and Shogun had to kind of take up that responsibility of taking Gladiators further, and then it ended up becoming only up to Shogun, who did try his best, but towards the end we saw Mr. IGL hiding smartly. Eventually down the line did even take down Shogun. Now coming towards Miramar, we did talk about it. It was between two groups, A and B. Now we are going to see A and C fight it out on Miramar. So there's going to be 8 teams who are going to sit out and just watch this on the sidelines for now. Maybe even understand what just went through. But for now, I think Miramar is again going to be a big question mark for all of us. Even though we did see Team A, right, or Group A with 8 teams, you don't know how they're going to play on Miramar.
I agree. And at the same time, the team which was sitting it out, they would have understood the aggression coming in from Group A. Probably they'll be counter-strategizing on the aggression. But at the same time, let's not forget what happened. When I was watching you guys, least did I realize that it was Stage 5 and we had 13 teams still alive in Stage 5. And that's not a joke. Yeah. For teams like Gladiator Esports who were coming in late into the circle, they were expecting lesser number than that, and that is how they got caught off guard. So I don't know how Destro did manage to place himself in that shelter region and did take on that battle against the side of Team Tamilas, but still I would consider this circle to be very, very ferocious one. If similarly the same situation happens in the map of Miramar, I think this tournament, Skyesports Champion 5.0, it's going to step up the aggressive level to probably to the pinnacles of it.
Yeah, I think when it started off, we were talking about it that I think first game is not going to be a firepower heavy one. People will try to play slow, take their time, and which one team did. That was Seoul, who got themselves the winner chicken dinner. But the other teams, it did not look like they had anything being held back. Even if you look at Godlike, right? Once they spotted out there was a team, they immediately jumped towards Insane. It was a dip. It was a very risky dip that they took into without accounting for where the players' position were. Yes, there were brilliant grenades that we saw coming in from their end, but then we eventually ended up seeing MIDWAVE also jump in and decided to go for a third party, snatch those finishes away, and nobody could hold their ground on that dip except for MIDWAVE, who came in late. So I think a lot of teams, as soon as they started hearing the sounds, they paid attention to it and made use of it. And Miramar is going to be one such open playing field where you're going to hear sounds everywhere, right, Arka? And I think this is going to be even more interesting, because now teams have to understand that if they pick up a fight, they're not only letting other teams know, but they're calling themselves for a battle and going in for maybe third party clashes.
Agreed. At the same time, Miramar has been a little bit of a problematic map for most of these teams. I've seen that few tend to go to the high grounds and try to dominate from the high grounds, holding a DMR or even an M4 in their hand, which they're very much comfortable with. But lately, I've understood that these high grounds have started to become a curse for the teams who are holding it. Suddenly, the circle shift, and out of nowhere, when they'll have to come down from that high grounds, will be caught off guard, and there's going to be shots coming in from every look and corner. And let me remind you one more thing: since AUG has been a default gun lately, there's not going to be much recoil, right? So if you get your hands on a gun like AUG in a map like Miramar, and you've got a 6x scope, if you're able to stabilize it to the 3/4 of that scope, I believe that you're going to be dominating throughout the map.
It's going to be interesting. I especially want to see those long range battles. I think very few have been something that we end up seeing in BGMI recent times. Only a couple of players take themselves as a challenge and go ahead for those long range battles, which also we've seen that it doesn't account for a lot of finishes, because sometimes you find a knock, and by that time the knock is converted to a finish, the player immediately hides behind a wall or whatever the compound that they're nearby, and his teammates help him. And that's when the high ground point that you talked about, where teams think that from the high ground they can do damage. After finding a knock, they think that okay, we can go for the finish. They immediately try to swoop down, and eventually they get surprised by the entirety of the trap that's being held. So I think as of now you cannot account or even count out something that is not there. But I think Miramar is ready. Arka, let's jump into Miramar and witness the action here in Championship 5.0 for the first time on Miramar grounds.
The two ends of the flight path, starting from Porto, ending somewhere between La Drillera and Mount Nuevo. This is an interesting one, because obviously teams aiming to go towards Al Azhar, Bronca, probably Torre Hemura are going to have a very, very tough time. And I've seen lately in the map of Miramar, those teams going in for the drop location closest to the flight path will eventually pick up those guns, come out and look out for those birds in the air to knock them down, or eventually get those early finishes as well. So my interest is going to be going towards those teams who will be picking on those early finishes. But at the same time, let me remind you this, that everybody wants to keep themselves a little calm when it comes to the beginning of this map.
Yeah, I think going for those early finishes, yes, if you're able to get a stranded player from a different team, go for it. But otherwise, indulging in a very early team fight ends up being a casualty of your own, because here on Miramar you have to travel further along just to find those loots, and also almost in the open. So it's going to cause a lot of trouble for teams. But let's take a look at the circle as it forms. We have seen most of the times that teams, or okay, viewers, not teams, viewers enjoy it if it's towards Los Leones. But otherwise, we as casters as well as players would like to see a very weird circle, because that time it makes the rotations even tougher.
Lately I've seen that nobody has dared gone into the House of Mafias. I know that Godlike has not been a part of the recent past tournaments, but till date I have not seen anybody put their hands on that, Golden Mirado. That shows the domination or the fear which Godlike has left behind when it comes to the map of Miramar. Hopefully, we'll be able to see someone else go over there. By the looks of it, Celsius and Newman are heading towards that Hacienda del Petron region, whereas Impala is where the circle would want to be. And we can see WSB Gaming, OR Esports, Team Tamilas and Team Xpark in close proximities with one another. This early skirmish is going to be very, very ferocious.
Yeah, it's happened already. Fury is down from Celsius. That's Big Brother Esports starting off strong, proving why they were the champions of Skyesports skirmish, and I think they're here to make a statement. And especially of how they've been playing in the recent times, they've been dominating in biggest of the tournaments. They will look forward to doing it here as well. But it was just the first knock. We have yet to see the finish go through. In the meantime, yes, the previous winner chicken dinner winners, Soul, we did see them looting. Right now we are going to be seeing Team Xpark. This team as well went big, but right now Celsius, they are under fire. They're about to lose their whole team. 2 players are already knocked.
I just love that, right? I was speaking about how the things can take place, right? And far, far away, TR are also one of the casualties as well. But nobody's going to get that first finish. And that's a little bit of a shocker for me. Venom trying to do as much as possible to give cover to his teammates, but won't be doing anything possible to, somehow get that revival through as well. Venom, all he has to do is try to put himself in the position or in the shoes of Mr. IGL when it comes to the previous map of Erangel, and probably play for position points, as Newman are going to be so happy to welcome these 3 finishes for themselves.
Yeah, there's still some that they have to pick up, because we did see the Celsius players, they're knocked down. bleeding out, and eventually those will go. And it was also a little bit of an exchange between Newman as well as Big Brother Esports, and you can see Big Brother also got one finish for themselves. In the meantime, again, not great loot. You can see Believe still looking forward to finding even a vest. Doesn't even have it. Has a grenade and 2 smokes. No first aids coming through. No boosters as well. So I think as of now, if Newman indulge in a fight a little further along, they're going to be inviting other teams towards their way. But we finally even see Orangutan stepping in Miramar, being their first game here for Skyesports Championship 5.0. Let's see what they've got. Newman wrapping up another finish in their name as well.
Oh geez. They are the whole, probably the pioneers of the curse of number 2, right? They have never been able to dominate till date to get the top position for themselves. But somewhere I believe that Skyesports Champion 5.0 could be the one, and Celsius on the other side trying to be a little over smart. As I said, it was unnecessary for him to watch his own team get slaughtered, where he had to move around to pick up those loots, but rather staying out in the open. Big Brother Esports knew that they could get a finish for themselves, and when they came out of their comfort zone, they'll be rewarded with one finish as well. Big Brother Esports, speaking about them from one side, on the other side, OGs, I was coming back to it. Do you think that this is the tournament where OGs can actually be more composed and aim for that number 1 position?
I think the only thing Orangutan have to do different here is they always dominate towards the semi-finals and start of the finals as well. The only thing that they have to do different is make sure they do not get exhausted towards the end. It feels like not exhaustion in terms of players, firepower, but towards the strategies end of things. And that's where they're like, oh wait, we have run out of our playbook. And I think that's something that Orangutan, if they concentrate on, should be able to break that 2 curse, #2, and make their move towards the champion spot. And I'm pretty sure everybody is trying for that as well. Reckoning as of now, we did see them towards, I think, the edge of the map towards Lost Liaison, but from there they're treading their way, but also as individuals, which I do not like. In the meantime, Sarang, he's also caught out as an individual on top of the building, where he did find one finish for himself, but Top Dog seems to want to chase him out and figure out to get that revenge and get that finish back.
Now, it's not only just Metal Esports who are trying to put him down. Team TAMILAS from a distance, since they had a little bit of a high ground advantage, they were going in for those knocks as well. Sauron somehow survived thanks to Team TAMILAS now grabbing all the attention of Metal Esports from far away, as well as that of Aditya from Team Xpark. The way he has come to save his player or his teammate is phenomenal, because Team Xpark, lately this has been the key for their success. Do not let your teammate go down, and every single time that has come out beautifully painted well, and Team Xpark will be getting another knock for themselves. Probably the finish will be following up, as well as Puka will be persistent to get Kyoya finished off.
I wanted to go and mow him down, but unfortunately it didn't happen because there was another vehicle blocking him. But Encore, in a similar position as we saw the last player from Celsius, right? Venom, he should have retreated long back, but he decided to stay around his teammates. Here, Encore as well, while his teammate Top Dog was being taken down, he never decided to swing. And that is the reason Aditya was able to easily frag out and take him out. But Aditya still has that 6 spidey senses tingling that there seems to be a player still here, and finally Dreams, he pulls him out of the shadows. Dream tries to do the damage, but Sarang from the window on the DBS, striking strong, still feared weapon here, and that is going to be another team being wiped on Miramar.
Sarang, amongst the 2 assaulters of his team, seems to be the aggressive one. It's a little bit of a shocker for me to see that, but yet I would be happy to see the Team Xbox is somehow putting as many finishes as possible on the board. Somewhere far away in the blue, we are able to see that OG is coming in from the northern side of the map. Blind Esports and Team Entity as well. All of these, Team Entity is also looking forward to do the same as well. Team Xbox Sarang again in the crosshairs of other teams. Seems like someone else wants to be a part of this fight as well, or get a chunk of this pie as well, which might be impossible as of now because of the distance.
Spark started off strong and want to keep that ongoing. They've spotted up Soul Akshat out in the open, but that ridge, that's blocking Aditya to find the connection. Hector in the meantime not at all giving away his position. Akshat, I think, should be safe near the ridge in case Team Xpark decide to charge up, but in the meantime it's going to be the circle that decides to charge and move towards the southern eastern end, and still closer to the compounds of Los Leones. As you can see, more players being there. Team Xpark Puka decides that he will take an early control towards one of the compounds here in the heart of Los Leones. Well, let's see how it works out later down the line, but otherwise I think so far a great start here for Team X Park with 4 finishes already done, and it doesn't, as I said, it doesn't seem to be that they're stopping there. They're looking forward to a lot more. They're hunting.
Obviously, and I really love this smart move from the side of Team X Park Puka, right? He goes to the southern side of Los Leones. He knows that nobody's going to be backstabbing them, or he probably analyzes that nobody's going to be coming in from the southern side of Los Leones, but we'll have to wait and see if Gladiator Esports thinks otherwise, going for a wild rotation, which they're well known for, and somehow come from the southern side of the map. Speaking of Team Soul far away, I know I'm jumping from one team to another, but this is something which I have to look out for. I'll be holding on to my horses right now. Team X Park in deep troubles. One person knocked out and finished off. Team TAMILAS want to taste some blood.
Team TAMILAS played smart here, did not give away their positions, let X-Park rotate and immediately jumped on them. But Team TAMILAS cannot stay out in the open. As you can see, towards the higher ridge, there's going to be reckoning. If they decide to charge up, they can do damage. But Team TAMILAS, their intentions are also clear. Looks like they also want to get themselves on the higher ground, have moved. I'm pretty sure X-Park have heard that, but X-Park do not want to move in that direction. But in the meantime, we also see the feed being lit up with blasts coming in from AUTOBOTZ as they take down the IGL Jelly from OR. It's gonna hurt. I even saw a player from Orangutan being knocked by the zone. Come on, this is just the first and the second blue zones that we are seeing, and if you're having damage being dealt so early, Miramar proves disastrous for everybody towards the end, especially the zone doesn't take lightly or kindly to anyone.
Obviously, I mean, I completely agree to what you said, but at the same time, OR Esports, the one map which they're struggling from the start or the inception of this new team being formed is how they performed in the map of Miramar. They're not able to find themselves the right kind of momentum. I don't see them getting any kind of chicken dinners in the map of Miramar, and always getting caught off guard when it comes to their rotations as well. Whereas, as I was speaking, right, Team Soul somewhere far away, this one topic seems to be there at the front of my mind, trying to come out as quickly as possible. That is, Team Soul again is going to be changing their roster for this game. We saw Akshat coming in, right? When it comes to the Erangel, we had Amit sitting up in place of Akshat. So the momentum was already built for the team. They were a little less aggressive comparatively, but with the addition of Akshat, we are able to say that they're wanting to come out in the open and take those fights. So probably this could be a boon or a bane in moments to come.
Another team that a lot of viewers wanted to see is going to be Blind. They're here on the lobby, in the lobby, and fighting on Miramar. So far, not taking up any fights, rather just patching themselves up, moving at the edges of the blue zones and making sure they do not indulge in any early fights. Marcos on the other end, I'm pretty sure they do not want to indulge themselves in a fight because previously they were charged from medal and were taken down. Team TAMILAS, one player is already knocked and finished. There's going to be another 2 knocks. It's all up to Mr. IGL again. They had only one finish. Pretty sure IGL has spotted Rico, but he's now surrounded with smokes and the DBS is out. Finds one, my bad, it's not a DBS. And in the meantime, by the time he could kind of switch 180 or go for a switcheroo, he gets clean, and AUTOBOTZ, they recover even though they have a casualty of Rico going down.
Team TAMILAS SK12 has been the favorites lately for several of these teams. Even though they have an option to pick up the DBS, they still rely on the S12K. Probably it's because of the long range capability it has got as well. But ultimately, we'll have to also see how AUTOBOTZ are going to be playing this around, right? As I said, several teams were sitting it out, looking at the aggression of the teams playing previously in the map of Erangle. And I would want to see these teams also come in for some more dominations, because finish points is something where all those teams in the first match have picked up. WSB in the crosshairs of Big Brother Esports. It doesn't seem like they're having a good day. Bryden is also knocked off, probably will be finished off as well. The split seems to be not working out for them in the Impala region. I think they did not expect a team to be coming through so quickly and clash down in their rotation. Big Brother Esports are going to be so happy with those 4 finishes they've got so far. 2 different teams is what they've damaged. Obviously, one amongst the damaged teams are finished off, whereas the other one, right now, they've picked up 2 of their players, as Zarif, holding the high grounds for himself, will not be able to do much with the Scarrel. And also, wisely, he shouldn't do so, because obviously it's important for him to understand that shots are going to be fired towards him in case they get to know there's a solo man coming in from one side. as the circle is going to be shifting completely to the southern western side of the map. This is a bit of a shocker for me right now. Trust me when I say this. Los Leones region, where I really thought that a very clever move from Team X Park is going to be favoring them. It seems like it's backstabbed a little bit, but Team Soul has got themselves a very, very good location or a very, very good position for themselves. A little bit of a hard ground for them, hard cover for themselves, as well as a ridge in front of them, which they can eventually climb if time demands or if the situation demands. But let's see what's going to happen as Team Entity. This was one of those teams I'll be looking out for. Troy, Somraj, Gamla Boy, as well as Secret. Oh, speaking about these, they've already started to take fire against the team far, far away. It's going to be Big Brother Esports. Will not have any kind of an issue running away from that very position. Whereas Reckoning versus God's Reign, this is one of those fights I'll be looking out for. Two composed teams will go havoc when time demands for them, as Beard Baba has got that deadly org and 4x for himself. The lesser the recoil, the better shots he can connect with this high ground. And let's not forget the DMR which he's got. That mini will also be giving him a great advantage. But one thing which kind of concerns me at this point of time has to be the split coming in from the side of Reckoning Esports. In the map itself, you're able to see they're far, far away from one another. That is going to be the two players of Reckoning Esports. So probably they'll have to regroup as quickly as possible. With stage 4 coming in, things are going to be a little hard for other teams as well.
So now, Arka, we can just see, and I was really looking forward to what Blind were up to, because if you just recapitulate all those moments, they were the winners of Skyesports Championship Series, which happened previously, and because of that, they have earned the slot in the LAN phase. But now again, Spower with the DBS, he's not got that for now, but I'm looking forward to when he's going to pick up that DBS and we can see some action coming up from his side. But also God's Reign, Entity, other teams, they're looking quite strong. They're looking forward to get those, I would say, get into the fights in those end circles, getting as much as finishes as they can. We saw in the last match that Team Tamilas, they managed up 12 points, 12 position points just by doing the heal battle. But also, 2 early teams, elimination 2 to 3 early teams, but Big Brother, they are into some serious engagements against Team Entity Gaming as of now.
Team Entity, this was the fight which they were trying to take, and it seems like it's backstabbing them, or they were not prepared well for the side of Big Brother's assault which is coming towards them. One person behind the rock will be getting that finish as well. That is going to be aggravating Big Brother Esports. Will be looking forward to finish things off over here. Troy is ready with that UMP crosshair placements to perfection. Will be getting a knock as well, but ultimately he's going to get finished off. This is the time where he needs his teammate to come in a bit more closer and give him the right kind of backup. But somewhere far away, OR Esports have also indulged themselves in this fight and have got some finishes as well. That's going to be a blessing in disguise for the side of Big Brother Esports, who will have now 3 men standing as Entity gets finished off.
7 finishes already on the board for Team Big Brother Esports. I would say it's a decent start for them, and if they can make it keep the same flow throughout this entire map of Miramar, they will be getting a lot number of finishes in their name. But as of now, the circle, it has taken a shift towards the northwestern side that will still have those little bit of compounds of Los Leones, while we see Erangel Esports taking a move towards that side alongside Team Soul. They want to have those hard compound covers from themselves, but Reckoning, Arka, they are holding on that higher ridge, which will grant them a complete view over all the teams from that position, especially against Team Orangutan and Team Soul, which I believe they are going to indulge themselves in a clash.
Orangutan again going in for an unwanted fight, if you ask me, as of now, because there were a lot of hard compounds for themselves in Los Leones region, and they could have just held on to their horses, waited for the right time, and probably then came into assault when the iron was hot. But it seems like, they are eager to get those finishes with a number of teams already falling down, and I don't think so it's going to favor them anytime. So Team X Park from far away is also want to be that ugly thorn for the side of Team Soul, as OGs are also in close proximity to them. Reckoning Esports' position is also pretty interesting, Necros, because four different players are in four different directions. One, it either can be a boon that they'll get as many finishes as possible, or if some teams rush at either one of these players, that's going to be a bane as they can get finished off very easily.
And we have seen teams getting completely eliminated by seeing one after another, one of their players, one by one, their players getting taken down. That can be one of those points, that's for sure. But Newman, as of now, 2 finishes in their favor. Looking forward to secure a decent spot for themselves inside the circle. Will try to play a little edgy because we see that edge gameplay always favors a lot of teams. But Team Marcus Gaming has started and decided to take up a fight against Team X-Park, but AUTOBOTZ, they are in a very close proximity against Team Soul while blind. They will be giving a rotation exactly on the opposite side of where Team Newman is holding as of now. They need to enter the circle, but also have to make sure that they don't start with any fight against the team those who are gatekeeping them.
Team Blind were in the crosshairs of Newman. They had to do the damage, because if you let go a player like S Power, who has been a late or probably the latest addition for Team Blind, who was already at their home a few months back, there's not going to be any problem situation, or there's not going to be any kind of problem when it comes to the synergy of the team between these new players. But ultimately what could be the problem is when they get picked off, when Joker is not going to be there and S Power gets picked off, it's going to be a little hard for the rest of the 3 players to cope up, I believe.
Oh, meanwhile, we just saw 2 of the players of Team Big Brothers getting taken down by the players of God's Reign, and I believe the numbers, they have been completely decreased. We might be seeing Team Big Brothers Esports, only 1 player, that is Aryan, surviving from their end, while Blind Mania, he will be completely taken down. The numbers disadvantages Team Newman, they want to make some move as Gil gets taken down. There are a lot of fights happening around the corners, but with that being said, Big Brother Esports will take an exit in the 12th position on the map of Miramar. As of now, as Marcus Gaming, they're trying to go up and take a fight against Team Xbox, who are in the very close proximity, and that nade might just damage a little bit towards the side because Sarang was completely knocked out. He just got the revival. He's barely surviving on a very low edge. He gets a chance to actually got to find more frags. More players still in that area. He got gets second. There's still one more player that is left, and now he gets taken down. Slightly, there's a chance, and yes, that's 1v3 coming up from the side of Marcus Gaming Spray God, and that's Team X-Park going down in 11th position.
Completely agreed. The clinical move coming in from the side of Marcus Gaming. I really love the base spray got dominated over there, but somewhere far away we still have to look forward for this love story which is kept on brewing up between the side of Blind as well as Newman. Even though Believe has been the new addition for them, he's still not able to cope up, I believe, and that's how he's got eliminated. Knuckle is on the vehicles inside the smokes, but will be predicted right and knocked off as the headshot gets connected. Avi will be blowing the vehicle to get the confirmation as well. S Power far away is cooking up a grenade, wanting to do that early damage and then going for a rush. He's got the deadly UMP. With that, he'll be putting 1 player down, but won't be enough as Savitar from a distance will be blindly spraying through those smokes, and has S-Power will be walking into his crosshairs, will be getting finished off. Newman Gaming will be really happy to get those 6 finishes so far, but they are not out of danger. Being out in the open, there's got to be many teams aiming at them.
Yuva's position could have been the game changer for the side of Reckoning as of now, with Marcus Gaming. He just managed to enter the circle, but will be completely surprised as AUTOBOTZ were holding. They've got the counter trades, but we can see Aladdin will be surviving. He has been taken down, but as of now, they got wanted to make a difference, but Skrills was better in that position as Team Marcus Gaming will take an exit, while Team Soul, they're again in the top 6, but also having a good position for themselves as Team Reckoning. They're not there, but Team OG will be there exactly the opposite side of Team Soul.
Team Soul, I love that rotation. They're prioritizing to go to the hard compounds rather than trying to take the fight against the side of Team OGs in the open. Whereas God's Reign continue the domination somewhere far next to the Blues itself. They'll have to prioritize and make it inside the circle. Probably before getting inside, they know that there's a high chance of getting gate kept, and that's what they're trying to get as many finishes as possible. Aquanox will think better than the opponents as that situation is concerned, as the knock will be coming through the vehicles. Obviously, the prediction game was right. He thought that, if he's not there around the vehicle, probably has to be sitting inside, and he sprays through his helmet and gets that finish off as well. Godsrain looking pretty neat, decent, whereas Team Soul far away with 0 finishes now will be trying to open up their triggers and probably get some finishes as well.
This is the kind of new approach that we are seeing from the side of Team Soul. We haven't seen this much passive gameplay style coming up from their side, not taking or not involving in any kind of fights in the very starting or maybe in the late phases until and unless it's an unavoidable fight. But oh god, Aquanox, he's in trouble. His vehicle is completely stuck and he needs to get inside the circle, as this is going to be a disaster if he cannot make it up. As it seems, God's Reign, they need to enter the circle, but they're on the radius or maybe on the crosshairs of Team Soul, and they will be taking a complete advantage by just sitting inside the side. Ninja,
Oh, Pixel.
I don't think that Pixel, that can actually make a little bit of difference when Human. They have a big opportunity to make themselves completely comfortable of entering the side with Soul's Goblin. He has his eyes on them.
Somewhere far away, gods need to thank their stars, because if it was for another scope altogether and a DMR, probably an 8x or a mini, one good shot to that helmet would have been a knock and a free finish for the side of Team Soul. And it seems like Team Soul, the strategy might be working in their favor of going for a late finishes or prioritizing the circle. But what issue they're facing right now has to be how bad when it comes to their finishes as well. They're not able to pick up any kind of finishes in any look and corner, which could be a little bit of a problematic situation. I know the average of 15 or 10 will be met in every single game, but sometimes when you lack those finishes, those early 2-3 points, which can boost your confidence, that could be a little bit of a problematic situation.
Meanwhile, Orangutan, they're just waiting. They're inside the circle, doesn't need to worry. Team Soul creating those smoke paths for themselves to approach over the side of Team Orangutan might give a breather for the side of Newman to try and get themselves inside the circle. They have to go for the third party as Goblin pops up the first one as Ash goes down. Orangutan, he will lose the numbers advantage in this fight as of now, as Avatar, he's getting taken and completed down. Orangutan versus Team Soul. This is going to be a complete determined fight. Which will actually state which team is going to walk away with the winner chicken dinner?
Probably, but OGs are having a divided attention, which could be a big problem for them, as AKOP was concentrating on God's Reign. I do believe he's done the job right, because now he can concentrate on the side of Team Soul, who are trying to come into his crosshairs. The DBS doesn't connect much, due to which he's going to be paying a very hefty price. It was a deadly Groza in their hands, as Human Gaming from far away wanted to take advantage. Will also be failing, as 6 finishes out of nowhere will be in the name of Team Soul. The last man standing will also be finished off, as Team Soul gets the second winner chicken dinner in style with the same number of finishes as the previous one. It seems like everything is going right for this team, especially the way the IGL is thinking. It's important for his teammates to actually come up and live up to his expectations, and they are.
I mean, you can just say this is just the start. 2 matches down for the semi-finals of Skyesports Championship 5.0. Both of them are won by Team Soul, and that's how a dynamic start they have taken. They were on a break. They wanted to figure out the mistakes that they were doing before, but now you can see a different approach, a different play style, and it's really working out for them.
I would say controlled aggression is what they're looking out for, because ultimately when the fights are unnecessary, where I told you there was no necessary for the side of OGs to take on Team Soul, but rather when they went forward to take that, they lost a player, right? And they were left out with just 3 men standing. So now Team Soul have come to their senses and understood that it's going to be hard for any team to come in for a frontal battle, a 4v4 battle when it comes to the final circles, because we are really good with our grenades, and we saw how things started to turn out for the side of Team Soul as soon as the first knock came against the side of OGs. And second thing is that when they have the deadly combination of Akshat and Goblin rushing in together, there's not going to be stopping them that easily in close range, because the opponents are going to fear them coming so close.
I mean, we can see Newman also did a very, very brilliant job, because they accumulated 8 finishes in their favor. They walked away with 10 position points by finishing on the 3rd spot. So, more or less, as a first match, I would say many teams did very good. Even if you talk about for Big Brother Esports, if I'm not wrong, they've also got 8 to 9 finishes in their name. Goldzane was a big obstacle for them in this kind of phase, but you know what? They still have the land slot. They're just making sure that they keep on the big hurdles for the other teams, those who are trying to make it up to the land phase.
it's all about trying to learn the strategies of the opponents for teams who have already made it through, right? Let it be for the side of Blind, let it be for the side of Soul, Godlike, God's Reign, as you mentioned right now. All of them will be trying to experiment few things and see how well they can perform when it comes to the finals. Now, there could be a little bit of a problem for this. In case they get adapted to the strategies which they're playing out right now, the strategies are going to become an open book for the teams who are going to get qualified, right? So they'll start to, counter strategize against all these small mistakes or the probably the big plans they have, and that could be a little bit of a problematic situation. But let's not forget, they have their analysts and coach sitting backside and sitting and jotting down those small mistakes which they're right now making, and probably if they overcome that as well, this new Team Soul, which is looking so bright and the fans are cheering for them in the chat right now, they're going to be dominating throughout the tournament.
This kind of strategy, I believe, the other teams did not expect them it to be, because we knew Team Soul because of their gunpowder, because of their aggression that they used to have. But now they are such a calm workers. Like a Tortoise, they will slowly and gradually enter the circle, get a good spot, will relax, will just try to gather as much as information from that position. By getting those information, they will just move. They will move forward the next step, get a good position again, and after that, in the very end circles, they will start getting those frags to increase their finish points in finishes and get those finish points for themselves. But yes, again, this Miramar went in the favor of Team Soul. We will be heading towards the Sanhok map, which will be coming up next. But for sure, I'm looking forward to what actually awaits in the map of Sanhok, because for me, yes, Sanhok is definitely a map which is known for its comebacks, but also for big setbacks.
Obviously, right, the game changer map is going to be Sanhok next. But before we speak further into the map of Sanhok, I would like to refresh our memories when it comes to the map of Miramar, to look forward and see where things went wrong for few teams, right? Even though Team Soul walked into the footpaths of Team X-Park, were also looking forward for the southern control of the Los Leones region. It was for their bad luck that Team TAMILAS were already waiting for them, having a view of them, and they were like, you know what, these are the 4 finishes which we need to take up, and they finished off the side of Team X-Park. That happening on one side. On the other side of the map, which we had pointed out already, Reckoning Esports, that split which they had at 4 different directions, where the IGL, I don't know what Ace Back was thinking at that point of time. It would have been better if they had regrouped and taken the position which GODLIKE finally got for themselves, because that position being held by the side of Reckoning Esports would have been much more better for them to get those finishes, as well as welcome teams into the circle with a pour of bullets or probably grenades to get those finishes as well.
Even for now, if we talk about Medley Esports, again, didn't have a great start this match. Previous match, it was a bit better. But another undergod team, if we talk about Celsius, they also had a similar kind of approach like what Team Empire had in the first map of Erangel, which did not actually work out. So I believe the new teams who are not used to this kind of lobbies or playing against these top tier teams, they need to make sure and do some homework in the back ends when they're not playing the match, they're on a rest, like what Team Empire had. So they need to figure out that if we play like the previous stages, the amount of aggression we had, it's not going to work out. We need to play a little bit more strategically in just if you want to counter the other teams, because I believe that's the more likely way how the new teams can actually adapt to these kind of lobbies a little bit quickly and a little bit in a good way.
Agreed, right? The undergods are still not able to understand that thin line which comes between aggression as well as playing a little bit defensive. I know the professional teams know how to jump around between these two things and get adapted whenever required, like that of Team Soul. We saw, right, how they were being very defensive throughout, and when the time was needed, they stepped up and they got those finishes. Probably the undergod teams need to understand that as well, where BB started off in a very aggressive note. They could have probably gone into the cocoon of being a little more defensive, try to come out as a butterfly later and be more aggressive at the final circles. It's just that they couldn't hide their aggression and they got picked off as well. So I'll be looking forward for some kind of such changes when it comes to the map of Sanhok as well. But it's a little bit of a shocker for me to see how things are not going well for the side of Blind as well, because they were one of the fan favorites from the chat itself, and they were looking forward to get some more finishes. As we can see over here, they've just got one finish for themselves with just 2 points, but Team Soul will be on the top with getting 8 finishes of total and 23 points thanks to the chicken dinner which they've got.
after these two matches, I'm quite sure the Team Soul, they will be definitely on the table toppers. The hashtag win position will be in their name, but also Team Newman, a good game for them, 18 points, but Godzin, they were completely trapped out. If they had a little bit time or maybe had a little bit room for themselves to get inside the circle, the things could have turned out to be in a different way. But once again, Orangutan, they were also good, but could not manage to get a good number of finish points in their favor. They just have got one. And that is why they would only got 13 points out of this match.
Agreed, but they've done the job for the team, right? They've got the right kind of a start where they can now open up their bullets or probably open up their scope and go in for those finishes in the games to come. Team AUTOBOTZ have got 7 finishes for themselves. Big Brothers are just going to be right behind them. We saw their early aggression, and due to which they'll be able to place themselves in the 5th and the 6th position. But Marcus Gaming was the team where 6 finishes was coming in from a single player alone, and that was a spray guard. And I've always said this, in the map of Miramar, if you need one guy towards your team or one guy in your team who can do wonders, that has to be spray guard. When it comes to his mid-range battle, the crosshairs are so strong. I mean, pinpoint precise is what I would like to say. But when it comes to the DPS as well, the execution was so clinical. He knew that there were knocks inside, so he was rotating around the smoke which Team X-Park had put. They had put to avoid the opponents of looking at them for the revival, but eventually it backfired towards them because they didn't have a view from where this person was rotating and coming in from. And with a deadly DPS, getting those 3 finishes was wonderful.
That's for sure, Arka, but we will have a look on the next match, but that's for sure. But for now, we're going to take a short break, and on the other side, we will be coming up with the map of Sanhok.
nothing to lose. Say the things you're holding on to. I know you wanted to feel at home again. You stay awake on your own when you're feeling hopeless. So come on again. So break me and follow your don't help me. I've been I've been
I think so far Seoul have decided that Skyesports Championship 5.0 should be theirs, because previously in Champion Series they came in second and became runner-ups of one of the biggest titles there as well. So this time they've decided from the start. I think none of us would have thought that, but yes, I think a lot of the fan favorite, because Seoul is, everybody was rooting for them, but to take back-to-back chicken dinners is just phenomenal, Arka.
Yeah, it's just an icing on the cake for all these fans, right? Because I love the way they have this controlled aggression, which I was speaking with Necros previously. You know, going in for that rotation through Los Leones and then going to the southern side of Los Leones, not getting indulged in any kind of unwanted fights. I repeat, unwanted fights, because OGs tried to do that with Team Soul previously. And then when they understood they have to make it inside the circle, they went to the epicenter of it, which made a big difference, because Team Soul had that backstabbing situation and they were waiting for somebody to grab all the attentions of OGs. And once that divided attention of OGs between God's Reign, Newman and Team Soul came in, Team Soul, all they had to do was put a nade, finish off one person, and then push in for the final moments to get those 3 finishes as well.
I think Seoul right now, the way they're playing, it's working out for them as a team, and in terms of the map as well, kind of moving towards them, the way they're able to take control of circle and compounds is just phenomenal. But one more team that kind of took control of things, or you would say an individual player who couldn't control things on Erangle, was Marcos coming through here. We did see that Spray God as well, having individually so many finishes was just brilliant. I think understood that there was pressure for the team and lifted it up.
Obviously, right, I have been speaking about Marcus Gaming lately. Is one of my favorite assaulters when it comes to the map of Miramar. His crosshair, the way he controls the recoil, like as if there is no recoil whatsoever to his guns, and with the addition of that ore coming into this map, you know, it's just gonna be a cherry on the cake for this man. But ultimately, that 1v3 which he pulled off against the side of Team X-Park, it seems like, you know, they were not prepared for a close range battle, or rather there was some synergy missing between the teams, because the knock person could have pointed out the location of this person rushing in, but that smoke in between, which was making a big issue for the side of Team X-Pac. And let me remind you, Team X-Pac had put that smoke so that, you know, they can avoid the opponent's view to go for the revival, which backfired to them and ultimately gave way for the side of Pukar to come in and pull that 1v3 so easily.
And right now we are going to still keep Seoul alive and pushing towards Sanhok as well. They've gotten themselves 2. They're looking forward to a hot victory streak of a hat-trick. Is it possible or not? We're going to see and witness on Sanhok, as it's again Group B making their way towards Group A, fighting amongst them. And it's going to be interesting to see how it kind of works out. We did just see Big Brother Esports, Blind as well, all of them coming in firepower heavy. But again, because being of the first game, they were one or the other side during rotations or during fights itself being caught out from another team, and it is Miramar, it does happen. And one such map that we are now going to see here, even though the map is not similar to Miramar or Erangel, here you are forced to be closer to other teams, and you are forced to indulge in fights every time you take a rotation. So it's very tough, and that's the reason I think in Sanhok, Arka, we see a lot of teams looking forward to rotations as well. So I think that can be expected here on Sanhok today.
Yeah, the camouflage capability is going to come into question as well, because if Team Seoul was able to camouflage themselves in 2 different maps, and they're able to replicate the same when it comes to the map of Sanhok, then the story could be way different, or history could be made over here. Because I do believe Skyesports Championship in the previous ones, which we were speaking about, the 4 previous championships which we had, I don't think so, or I don't remember as of my knowledge that no team has gotten a hat-trick back-to-back chicken dinners, especially in 3 different maps. So let's see whether Team Seoul will be able to pull that off over here. But ultimately we have to look at the groups out there. Team Seoul over Marcus Gaming, AUTOBOTZ, Reckoning Esports, Medal, Team TAMILAS and WSB. We'll be seeing more of these teams playing it out, because they're going to be retaining themselves for the map of Sanhok as well as Vikendi.
Yeah, I think as of now, A and B, we already saw them on Erangle. We saw how Seoul played really smart. But on the other end, I would want to see Godlike and Revenant as well. I think they were very early to be eliminated in Erangle. Godlike, unfortunate of the fight that they took. Revenant, unfortunate of the 2 different teams that they were sandwiched in between. Insane. I feel like they kind of played a part of starting a lot of fights with different teams by giving away their positions. And I think they were the ones who kind of sparked that catalyst act, but eventually, because they were the ones who started things off, they had a lot of hitbacks as well. But one team which was super strong, right, we are going to see making a comeback, is MIDWAVE. They had 12 finishes to end Erangel, and now they're going to be jumping into Sanhok. Yes, they'll be very unhappy that they could not get the winner chicken dinner, right, because 12 finishes was there, and now that they're going to be again jumping back in, this time I'm pretty sure, especially being Sanhok, they'll look forward to being super speedy and get finishes on the go, and maybe even the chicken dinner.
For me, it's all about the path of redemption for Group B, right? We have teams like Team Godlike who are looking forward for a bounce back. So probably a map of Sanhok where they go to the center of the map and they'll be looking forward for those early finishes as well. We did see that Johnny is able to pick up that momentum yet again. In those close range battles, he was able to pitch that grenade right to the feet of the opponents and then go in for those finishes. That Johnny was missing for a really long time, according to me. The surviving Johnny was missing for us for a really long time. Since he's back, probably his teammates are going to be supporting him. And let me tell you this is an old team, so synergy is never a question for this team. So I would want to see how well they'll be able to dominate in the map of Sanhok. But let's not forget the side of Team Blind as well, right? In case I do believe, no, they're going to be sitting this out.
They were sitting this out, along with Blind, Big Brothers and all.
Yeah, so if Blind is not playing this, now I'll be looking forward to see who will be stepping into the Camp Alpha region, because that island is going to be so empty and open for all these teams. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be stepping into the next map of the day. It's going to be the rainforest, where the flight path dissecting the map to the center of it, as center as it can be, flying over boot camp, where Camp Charlie is going to be the place where it's going to be ending.
Again, Seoul being the pilot for this plane as well. I think 3 maps back to back on a streak, they've been the pilots, and right now dropping down. But let's see how this flight path kind of is favorable for teams or not, because as of now, yes, in map you saw this small technical edge. It'll be corrected, players are going down to their positions that they want to be, but I want to see if there is those drop clashes, especially the fist battles coming through, right? I think that's what we might end up seeing, some melee battles happening here, because yes, you can pick up drops as fast as possible, but there is also paradise. We end up seeing people kind of having a lot of trouble amongst themselves. But also I want to let our viewers know a quick thing for all of viewers who are wondering where is Tamil stream also going on. Here Skyesports Championship 5.0 is being streamed in 3 languages, Hindi, English and Tamil, and Tamil is exclusively being streamed on our broadcast partner Loco. So head over to Loco if you want to tune into the Tamil stream, because we have our lovely Tamil casters over there as well, giving you full on entertainment as we dive into an entertaining map of Sanhok. And now we see the entire split of all the teams who've gotten there to their drops.
Team Soul, look at that split coming at the western side of the map. Neo far away. Ruins is going to be the home for a solo man Akshat. Goblin and Hector somewhere towards the side of Tambang region. I don't know whether this is the kind of start they were looking out for, whereas a love story is starting to brew up between Godlike and Team Insane at the Painan region. The circle will say otherwise and say, you know what, let me go far away from all these fan favorite teams, heading towards the side of Camp Bravo region, and this is where I would like to see some fights take place.
Right now there's a lot of teams who can indulge in a fight. Medal and Gladiators is one for Team Empire. I think they had an unfortunate elimination, but I'm pretty sure Godlike also do not want that elimination that happened, and it is again a similar fight. It looks like an unstoppable battle between Godlike as well as Insane.
Jonathan on our screens right now is having a view of the opponents. He knows that he can strike when the time is right. He knows he can strike when the iron is hot, right? All he has to do is wait for the opponents to make that mistake and then capitalize on it. As he's going to be having a view on them, he's going to be telling his teammates to probably rotate around on either sides of the map, or the either sides of Painan region, as we can see Neo from the western side and another on the eastern side. But look at the finish feed as Top Dog is going to be stabbing down one of the players of Team Tamilas. Now, Medal Esports versus Team Tamilas is the thing which I wasn't expecting to see at the get-go itself, whereas Team Insane becomes the smarter one amongst the two. They're going to be taking a vehicle and retreating from these positions, allowing the side of Godlike to have the complete Painan as their home for now.
I think as long as I've seen Sanhok and Godlike and Insane being there, it has always been that Painan, they've always had fights, and neither Insane or Godlike come out alive of it. One of them have a lot of casualties and barely 1 or 2 make it out of Painan. So the good decision for now is, yes, as you said, back off. But in the meantime, Team Tamilas, I think they can have a better game. The way they're kind of finding initial fights, finding 1 finish or 2 is good, but after that their rotations are the ones that they're taking a beating on. They're unable to kind of read into information or wait for information, and they just get caught out. So I think Team Tamilas something different, but in the meantime, different is going to be reckoning as they charge in on WSB.
I mean, I wasn't expecting a spray coming in from the UMP and going successful against the spray of a DBS. That jiggle the jiggle happened so perfectly, and ultimately it's going to be reckoning who's going to be reaping the best benefit out of them all. And speaking about Team Tamilas, I'll like to bring your attention, the audience as well as my co-casters' attention, to the new addition Gokul. I'm sorry, not Gokul. Dragon, who is coming in from the side of Team Tamilas. This youngster is considered to be the prodigy of the south itself, and somewhere I've heard that he's strongest or he's much more stronger than S-Power when it comes to the close range battle. I'm not overrating him at this point of time, but that is what I've heard from a lot of fans from the south, where they've witnessed him perform a 1v4 to a 1v6 to a 1v8 as well in the final circle. So I'll be looking forward for him to replicate something similar in a Skyesports Championship, because this is the big stage in which he needs to showcase his talent.
I think those are some very big words, and as you rightly said, yes, people have known him for that, but now, as you mentioned, being a big stage, he needs to step up bigger, and if he does make that happen, I'm pretty sure his name is going to be remembered and etched in the Skyesports Championship 5.0 or for decades to come on stones and pedestals. But for now, Team Infinity, a team which also had an unfortunate elimination, are moving closer towards AUTOBOTZ.
AUTOBOTZ already in a skirmish against the side of Team Soul. Hector, this time being the salter or the first one to pick up a knock and a finish, will be really happy with the performance coming in for the team. A team which was looking so silent in the first two maps seems to have opened up a little bit when it comes to the map of Sanhok. It's a bit of a shocker, or probably they're trying to play that unexpected card every single game, where you expect them to be aggressive in the first few maps and then a little bit defensive. It seems like they want to make us think otherwise, and probably while re-strategizing against the side of Team Soul, they'll be coming up with a new strategy altogether to surprise us, and not only surprise us, to take away the chicken dinner as well.
AUTOBOTZ this time have actually decided to retreat back. They're like, let the fight go, we're not going to indulge in it. They're moving away. On the other hand, Soul doesn't look like they are backing off, as you rightly said, right? The team which was calm, composed, waited till the last, right now going aggressive mode is something to be waited for and watched out. But right now, finally, the first circle, it's closing. We're going to be seeing the blue zone right now converging, and teams have to start making their way into the circle itself. And out of all the maps, I would say the most riskiest to stay in the blue zone for the longest is going to be Sanhok. Main reason is not because you'll be eating a lot of damage, is because you'll be consuming a lot of utilities. And here on Sanhok, a lot of people who we see always take utils away from you, and when you are looking forward to another compound, you would have almost seen it being empty, and then your patches, your first aids, you might have run out of it. But Obey this time, previously I think we didn't see Obey, or by the time we saw Obey on Erangel, they were already wiped out. But this time at least we see them, but they still have one casualty. They are left with Sapai, Afu and Kalan.
Obey Esports. Kalan 2.0. This man is what I'll be looking forward to. Because previously when he was playing for another lineup altogether, we have seen him perform much better, and he has been that assaulter they can rely on. And by the looks of it, it seems like he's going to be leading the fight as well. Far away, Reckoning Esports. It was a bit of a shocker for me to see that Ace Black has not got any kind of helmet in West. And these are the two teams, where they have not been in the radar so far, right? Especially in the map of Erangel. So I'll be looking forward to see how much more they can recuperate in this very map, or probably scoop up as much as possible in this map, with all of these teams trying to make it inside the circle and stay silent rather than going in for those loot. It's a bit of a concern for me as Gladiator Esports yet again coming with 3 men standing, or just 3 men over here. I believe that they can still pull off a wonderful chicken dinner if they stick together, but Destro, having a split away from his teammates, probably will be going forward for the heal battle.
We saw a heal battle happening on Erangel itself. Mr. Erangel from Team TAMILAS. Not too sure if something as that is already planned. But yeah, Sanhok is where we have to see those heal battles. So I think we have to keep a lookout for the first hits as well, as how much people are raking up and stalking on. For now, Reckoning, who charged in, fought with WSP, had an exchange, and that's the reason you see one finish on their end as well, but having a casualty. I think this is the picture that nobody should have, that having just one finish or maybe even two, have a casualty already. So I think something to look out for. Reckoning did not have a great start on Erangel. I'm pretty sure they're not going to be looking forward to having such a similar result here on Sanhok as well.
The circle shift, or the stage 3 shift, is what is going to be a little bit of a concern for the teams to the complete left side of the map, or the western side of the map. I'm specifically speaking about the side of Team Soul and several others who have to now make it to the eastern side of the map, as somewhere far away we can see that AUTOBOTZ have been knocked out. Clown also joins the fray. 2 of the players of AUTOBOTZ are down on their knees. Probably the confirmations might be coming through in case they're close to one another, as Gladiator Esports are playing it as safe as possible. 5 first aids in the hands of Justin, as they're almost to the epicenter of the circle. What is he trying to do at this point of time?
I have no idea. Is he trying to get inside the vehicle and is it not working?
Or probably get on top of the vehicle and then eventually get on top of the
building.
building.
Oh, it was a roof, yeah.
Oh,
the way he was jumping, it felt like he wanted to dive inside the sunroof and get inside the vehicle. Thankfully, not such a case.
You can say that. A small funny moment coming out there, but ultimately the IQ level, probably ours were a little lesser, as we thought a little small of that man. As AUTOBOTZ now, they heard some shots coming in from the back line, so they're like, you know what, we have already lost 2 players, why don't we pick some 4 before we get out of the lobby? Probably those 4 finishes is going to be crucial for us as we make it inside the circle, as 16 teams stand and the third circle almost forms up. It's either the number of finishes you have or the number of first states you have raked up in the map of Sanhok. Godlike versus Team Soul. This is one of those fights each of these audience will be looking out for. And I hope, I keep my fingers crossed, that I see this fight happen later in this map, because both of these teams need to survive. One to write history of a hat-trick chicken dinner, and the other one to come back and get the hopes high of the fans.
This did happen in Skyesports Champion Series, where I'm pretty sure, I think it was towards one of the last few maps, either in Miramar or Erangel, not too sure. And it happened that I think Seoul came out strong and won in that fight, and that is the reason they were the runner-ups, and that's the reason they have the invite as well for the finals. So you understand the stakes that when we talk about these big team fights coming through is very interesting. But finally we see Gladiators taking down a very crucial team, and especially they're a 3-man team already taking 2 players down. We saw OR losing 2 on their knees. Let's hope that they not lose that entire team, but it's Gladiators. Right now they're looking forward to a lot more titles and they're super hungry, especially Shogun and Justin. They're those young bloods, and Destro is commanding them in the right direction to find a lot more in terms of titles and galores.
Shogun, this man has been performing phenomenal in the recent past. I would like to say for Gladiator Esports, they were pretty much dependent on how Justin used to play, right?
Yeah.
But ultimately now the story has to be different, as Destro has come out in the open, a DBS versus DBS fight which is taking place over here. Probably the knock might have come into the favor of OR Esports, but they have fallen down as Admino, who's trying to push in, will be welcomed with a grenade which is going to be tossed in right next to the doorsteps over here. Admino is going to be blasted in those doorsteps. I just love the way that was calculated, and boom goes the grenade, and goodbye for the side of OR Esports.
So well read, right, Arka? He knew, and the other player from Gladiators was just acting as a distraction, making sure he doesn't step inside the house and the doors. And what a play coming in from Gladiators. This is why we said they're looking forward to a lot more, and as a team I think Gladiators are just getting better and better ever after every game, every title that they're looking forward to winning. Right now we're going to be seeing the circle shifting towards the southern, western end, closer to the boot camp end. And one thing I did miss here so far is not seeing a proper fight in boot camp, which generally is, I would say, a must here in Sanhok, but so far not being granted.
I would say teams are getting a bit mature when it comes to that fight which takes place in the map of bootcamp, or the region of bootcamp, I'm sorry, in the map of Sanhok, because ultimately it's all about how well you can survive. Those early 4 finishes, probably when you have done good in the overall point standing and you know that all you need is 4 to 5 points to retain the top spot, that is where you go and challenge. But sometimes it's that ego trigger which force few of these teams to go in and take those fights. But ultimately now we are able to see the Gladiator Esports, what a start for them. This 3-man standing, 4 finishes already in their name. As Shogun, we were speaking about Shogun as we saw that fight take place. He's that man from Karnataka, or rather from Bengaluru, who has already started to have his own fan base in the south, which we least see for any player as such. Joining him will be Spider Jaw as well, right? So these 2 names, the kind of fans they're building up down south, especially in the region of Karnataka, that is going to be boosting their confidence even more every time they get a knock or a finish.
Yeah, and right now it is going to be Gladiators who's going to be receiving a knock, especially Destro, caught out in the open in the grasses, and will also be finished coming in from Vexy. Shogun and Justin will not take likely to it, but one problem that they do have is going to be the blue zone pushing them, and MIDWAVE, they've decided to keep them at bay. They do not want to let Gladiators players move out of the compound that they are in, and this is not going to be a shack that they want to be in, and also a position. But we know they have the capability, but not go for a heal battle, because you can see there's only 5 first stage and the other person maybe has 4, but does have grenades. And we did also see that they also have a DBS, so they will wait for MIDWAVE to push, and I think they have a right read on what MIDWAVE are doing.
Completely agreed. The IGL, before getting down, probably saw the position of MIDWAVE eSports and he said, you know what, patience is going to be the key right now. You're two men standing. Either of you will have to go in for the heal battles. I've got enough in my backpack as well, which is lying out there. So you wait for these teams to make it inside the circle. So after which you're going to be picking up all my first hits and then make it inside the circle. But MIDWAVE eSports seems to be a little persistent on taking down this team before heading inside the circle, because lately we have seen this one thing come into all these teams: clear your black lines completely and then look forward for the fight in front of you. As Team Soul was not choosing to do so, will now be the casualty for a fight against the side of Team 17, as Hunter running out in the open. Neo would want to punish him. The jiggle sprays do connect, as it's got to be DBS right now, where he'll have to go in for the close range battle. Healing coming through as a third party from far away is going to be putting them down. Goblin, the last man standing up, rather the last second man standing, will be wanting Akshat to open the door, make it inside, but no. Marcus gaming from far away yet again. It's got to be Spraygard putting the final name in the coffin, or probably it's Aladdin who joined the fray and picked up those two finishes. Team Soul gets wiped out of nowhere.
I think Spraygard right now is the one who's like leading the charge, giving them the info of where the players are and enabling Marcos to take long range duels over there. That is just insane. And you could see Soul were just trying to get inside the shack, somehow get back on their feet, and they all got eliminated. In the meantime, it looks like Medal as well as AUTOBOTZ, they're having a fight, but in the meantime we did speak about it. MIDWAVE as well as Gladiators. MIDWAVE kept themselves, took down Shogun. There's still one more player surviving, but I think MIDWAVE have called it back. They've decided to start moving out, but it looks like only Atanki, he's going to still keep a check on Justin, making sure that he eliminates him, gets another finish. And MIDWAVE, the team who I thought will have a lot more finishes, act firepower heavy, they are acting, but they're acting on each and every finish that they want to take, rather than indulging themselves inside the circle and looking forward to a lot more.
This is where Spraygard is going to be challenged completely, because Siam's just got finished off. He goes back into the smokes, cooks up a grenade, tosses it to perfection, but no damage dealt. Fierce would have got a little bit of a damage in that splash radius, but Spraygard is going to be a bit more persistent. There it is. We were speaking about his persistency paying off, and Apollo could be the next man who gets exploded as MJ gets taken down. This is the right time for them to push, with all throwables now exhausting. Two more grenades, to be frank, from the side of Spraygard. I don't know why he wants to utilize most of it at this point of time, but he's not reaping any kind of benefits, as the opponents have found themselves a good place to place themselves.
Revenant this time at least keeping themselves towards the edge of the circle and keeping somebody else bay, making sure that they enter with casualties. And yes, they're trying to do the damage, but in the meantime, looks like I think Obey were able to catch MIDWAVE and also have kept one player from Team TAMILAS a little bit with them on the other end. Let's see what happens eventually down the line. Justin didn't have much over there in terms of kit. Even if you talk in terms of the three players that they had, I think they barely had any 15 first aids, and eventually goes down. Looks like we'll see a lot more people going down, but right now Marcos, they're the ones who want to make their move up. MIDWAVE late entry gets punished, get caught out, and Atanki wanted to cover for his teammate but will not be able to, because he's stuck in a very hard spot. From one end Team Empire and from the other end there's Medal.
Atanki putting out smokes will only be revealing his location as he'll move forward to get that revival through as well, whereas TE far away, they've got the revival as well and they'll be making it inside the circle. I wonder what happened to Gladiator Esports somewhere far away. Oh, Rockstar being the Rockstar at this moment will be getting 2 knocks, and the finishers will be following up as well. What a spray from that 4X and M416. It was just headshots being poured out from either of these sides. And I just love it when teams like these perform so well. Canary will be rewarded with just one finish, by Rockstar with nothing. And I wonder who else joined up that fight and picked up all those finishes.
Sanhok, this is why I said the battles don't stop. Team Empire spotting most of the players with MIDWAVE. Empire, nice spray coming through, and he's looking for taking down everybody, and this is working out for Team Empire right now. Yes, they need to get those finishes. They're only being awarded knocks, and those knocks are also being grabbed from another team, which we did speak about, is Medal. And Medal, look at that, they've picked up Dionysus, and this is more finishes that's just going away from Team Empire. Empire himself right now keeping a check on the rock where Atanki is taken down. Canary pushing up. He's ready. He's already gotten one finish for himself. Can he find another on Atanki? A nice molly also when they're not too sure if Atanki is taking the damage or not. But in the meantime, looks like Medal have also started fighting with none other than Godlike, and Atanki finally receives a big grenade, and the finish will be taken. And that is Team Empire getting their second finish on board. But whereas Medal, which we were talking about, have 7 finishes and doesn't look like they want to stop. And now they're making their move inside the circle where there's already one team holding it. That's going to be Reckoning. And if they finish them off from the center of the circle, Medal will have a lot more control and a lot more finishes.
Medal Esports reaping the benefits of all those hard work done from the side of Team Empires would have eventually aggravated the side of Team Empires. Over here, the grenade, a perfect grenade from somewhere far away, will be putting down Top Dog, and the follow-up bullets which is coming up to finish things off for them. I'll be looking forward to see how much more can they bear as they'll now have to make it inside the circle thanks to Reckoning Esports not far away. Ace Black and his teammate. You see the position, a cheeky position which they're holding. Nobody has an idea, especially from the side of Medal Esports, as to where the shots are coming in from. Canary gets picked off as One Blade Rockstar will now be putting up some smokes to make it inside the circle. This fight from here on is going to be pretty interesting.
I'm not too sure if teams are right now ready from both the ends, Medal or Team Empire. But Reckoning in the meantime, they have acted as the slithering snakes and have not made a single sound while they're in between Empire as well as Medal. Finally, it looks like Team Empire, they've started to strike again, but Paradox, he's a little out too in the open. If he gets spotted from one of the players from Reckoning, they can start doing damage. But right now it's going to be WSB. The late entries to the circle, started throwing down grenades, doing the damage, and this is where Medal decide that we are going to charge in, and they are. And right now Team Empire, they're stuck in a very bad spot, especially of a sandwich which they're being destroyed on because of one end on Medal and another one from WSB.
Medal Esports looks like they could be the team taking away the chicken dinner. They need to be a little more composed from here on. Do not extend any kind of fights which is to their western side, but rather concentrate on making it inside the circle, clear things inside the circle, because the chances of Team Empire backstabbing them is way too low, as MIDWAVE Esports, Vexy, who tried to survive for so long, will only be getting some position points for his team, and grenades are going to be tossed in against the side of Team Empire. Medal Esports, the push is going to be inevitable from here on, as WSB also is one of those teams who are going to be falling in the hands of Medal as well.
In the meantime, the people who are doing heal battle, one of them, Team TAMILAS IGL, he also goes down. So a lot of them are right now falling apart. And the last player from Team Empire, he falls to the prey of Paradox, and that's Canary going down. WSB in the meantime, they're immediately starting taking on the players of Medal, as you did see Zap right now doing damage to Paradox, knocking him. So it's all up to Encore right now, as Zap even takes a finish and Paradox goes to the zone. And right now, I think it's a 1v1 between these two players, and Reckoning in between.
1v2.
They just got swept. It's a 1v2, my bad. And now Encore, his position is known, eats a big sharpnel damage coming through. He's going to be patching himself up, but it's the last first aid, and Zap, that man got big finishes in the circle. And here it's winner chicken dinner for WSB and a team which qualified from the quarterfinals.
WSB, I love the way they held on to their position. I love the way they were able to welcome every single team out there with the pour of bullets. Marcus Gaming far away, as soon as they understood things cannot go their way, they relied on this heal battle, which eventually gave them the second position. But ladies and gentlemen, in the map of Sanhok, the winner chicken dinner will be taken by an undergod themselves. That's going to be the side of WSB.
Yeah, I think this time they used that strategy which we were seeing from Seoul, right? We did not see them in the early game. Later down the line, especially when Team Empire as well as Medal were having a fight, they chimed in. And they chimed in so perfectly that the backs of Team Empire were open. They started spraying them down. Yes, WSB had a counter reaction coming through where they received casualties, but the oppression coming in from Medal was so much that Team Empire couldn't continue their fragging, or I would say doing damage to WSB, and WSB were able to clean off Team Empire along with the help of Medal. And then something happened in between Reckoning, who I don't know, were just down in the ground without giving sound, and eventually without doing anything itself just got swept off. And Medal, eventually we did speak about it, Paradox, who had overextended a little bit, to find those finishes. Did get the last one on Canary, but immediately got exchange coming in from Zap. And I think towards that end, how Zap charged in, he was literally a Zap electric bolt coming through.
Absolutely agreed. But at the same time, I would also want to speak about one team which actually had a great chance if they had not extended their fight with the side of Gladiator Esports. That's had to be MIDWAVE Esports, right?
Yeah.
Because the way they were just holding to their position, they were holding on that, I don't know what you call that, persistent. I don't feel that being persistent sometimes makes you a little bit egoistic, but still taking down Gladiator Esports and then trying to make it inside the circle with a man disadvantage in a map of Sanhok. It's all about the numbers, and we did see the WSB having that man advantage were able to pull off a wonderful chicken dinner out there. So MIDWAVE Esports coming in from one angle, Godlike on the other side were also looking pretty strong. I don't know where they got wiped out, and it was just like a snap of a finger and they were done and dusted.
I think so far teams strategies here towards how the first game played, and now we are seeing the third game. There's a lot of things changing. I think teams are getting a little bit erratic and some wild decisions being called. So I think teams have to get back under check to again correct all these small mistakes, which is costing them a lot, as you mentioned about MIDWAVE. But I also do want to mention our viewers, as our broadcast partner is Loco. We are going to be switching over to the next 3 maps on Loco exclusively. For people who are already on Loco, thank you so much, because you're not going to miss any action. There's going to be no intervention in between. But who have not switched over, it's time for you. For every language, previously I mentioned about Tamil, right now Hindi, English and Tamil, all 3 are going to exclusively switch over to Loco, and that's where you'll see the next upcoming action going through. But as we saw Sanhok, right, there was Team A who played really well throughout. I think as of now, Group A has been playing really well so far, without seeming like other groups are a competition for them. We are seeing other groups kind of trying to do damage, but at the end of the day, it's only Group A right now walking with a lot of finishes and winner chicken dinner so far.
Obviously, right, they have not taken a break. So they are in that momentum. The first game was their side. The second game also, when they knew that these were the mistakes we were doing, they realized that. And then in the third map, it was like, you know what? We now know what's happening. We now know what are the positives and the negatives. Let's try to avoid as much negatives as possible. And they are dominating as well. But after this, they'll be playing one last map. So here's an opportunity for them to end things on a very good note. But rather, again, there's going to be a change for them, I believe. There's going to be another group coming and joining them up. With them being the open book with their strategies, I will look forward to see how this new group is going to be doing damage for them.
And especially that we are going to be switching over from the maps, right? Right now we play Erangel, Miramar and Sanhok, and it's now time to switch over to the cold-hearted map, while the players are also sometimes cold-hearted and taking down their opponents and friends outside BGMI lobbies, is going to be Vikendi. So I'm going to be looking forward to how this plays out for me as well, because I've seen Vikendi, but to be a part while I am on desk is something that I was looking forward to, and finally see how these teams kind of work around it, because we've spoken about Erangel being a casual, normal map which most of the players have played. Coming into Miramar, it is the map which is completely open, deserted every time, and if you pick up a fight, it's easier for the other players to know your position. And Sanhok, here you're forced for fights, and now Vikendi is going to be a different one that you have to do.
Speaking about Vikendi, or rather speaking about Sanhok, before we start to speak about Vikendi, how things turned out, Gladiator Esports, the 3-man standing, and this IQ movement against the side of Team OA, where one man is going to be cooking up a grenade and the other one will be grabbing all those attention, was surely a commendable one.
I think MIDWAVE, we spoke about this already, too much light being shed on it. Not too sure what that decision was, but Spray God in second map Miramar, we saw him leading by charge and example, got himself finishes here. He was the one to ignite those fights and start them as a catalyst. But later Team Empire, I think they took advantage of them being in the circle, acted as the gatekeepers and denied MIDWAVE of a lot of the opportunities. And reckoning, this is what we spoke about. They were holding their positions, not too sure why they started giving away their spots, and eventually, before Reckoning could have any control of things, you see, Paradox, who had overextended, easily started grabbing them one after another in those bushes that they were hiding, and Paradox was the reason that we ended up seeing Team Empire also being swept off. But then came in WSB Zap. I think those grenades were not any more hetchy grenades. They were proper zapping grenades. They were electric grenades that he was throwing down, and even bullets looked like they were charged with electricity themselves. So I think so far WSP, the way they played is something that all these teams who have to understand that you cannot take any team irrespective of where they've come from, whether it's quarterfinals, whether they're invited, you cannot take anybody lightly.
See, esports has evolved, especially in the game of BGMI. Every single team out there have almost got to that position of calling themselves a tier 1 team, right? It's no more like the fan favorites are concluded to 2 or 3 teams. So I would want to see some more of these teams show their capabilities or come into the limelight altogether. But ultimately in the map of Sanhok, things were not that great for several teams, and I'll be looking forward to see whether they can bring up a change when it comes to the map of Vikendi. My friend, you said you always wanted to be a part of Vikendi. Me, I would think otherwise. It's so hard for us to pronounce names in the map of Vikendi sometimes that I'll be like, come on, how can that be that when it can be this, you know? I hope that, you know, you're able to follow me over here.
I think I might be on the same page after we finish Vikendi. I might also be saying the same statement, because so far it's been Erangel, Miramar and Sanhok in my journey. So I think I understand where you come from and I feel that, but I think that's the same thing that I'll be bouncing on. But I think it's going to be a similar journey for players as well, right? Because so far in all the tournaments that we have seen, right, it has been Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, and teams had gotten used to it. But when Vikendi came into the competitive circuit, only a couple of teams were able to kind of get a proper acclimatization, if you want to say about it, or get used to it. Not others. Everybody else kind of started falling flat. But for now, before we jump in there, we'll quickly talk about what went down in Sanhok and the points that teams were able to grab. WSP, even though they got themselves the winner chicken dinner, you can see medal. If they got the winner chicken dinner, if they're able to take down WSP, their points would have surpassed 25.
Agreed. WSP, they're going to be happy with this kind of a start, because once an underdog team gets that confidence boost, there's no stopping them. And we can see that Medal Esports is also going to be one of those teams to look out for, because 10 finishes what they've got, even though they've not got that major of a, I would say, position points. They've done a decent job in getting around 10 finishes, and eventually getting down at the 4th position will be giving them a total of 20 points. Marcus Gaming following them up. Even though the numbers dwindle down very, very quickly, it's the amount of finishes which has kept teams like Team Obey, Team Empire, Team Marcus Gaming and Team Gladiator still in the fray, as they're all into the top 10.
I think one team we did think that they should have a victory streak or a hat-trick was Seoul. Them getting and taken down at the 11th position was kind of a surprise, but so is another team which was godlike. So I think these are some teams that we'll be looking forward to how they kind of eventually overcome the troubles that they've had. But I think Seoul, their trouble was only for Sanhok, not for the other maps that we saw. As you can see, they're the table toppers as of now, leading the charts. Coming in second is going to be WSP, and right behind them Marcos. I think this team, we did see them have troubles on Erangle, but after that it looks like they've controlled themselves, got themselves to a position where they can get points. Spray got charging it up, and then we saw in the previous map Aladdin. Midwave on the other end had a great, fantastic start when we saw Erangel, but I don't know what the decision was here on Sanhok. Team TAMILAS, nonetheless, I think Mr. IGL has been doing a fantastic job in keeping his teams, in keeping himself and his teammates, that they have a chance of gaining points every map.
Orangutan Esports, that one game which they played and got that second position of 12 points, that is going to be the breather which they'll be looking out for, because the rest of the teams who have played 3 games, especially the side of Reckoning Esports, OR Esports, they're not having a good day at all, and they'll be looking forward for this final game, or probably the rest of the games for the day, and get as many points as possible. Gladiator Esports, the recent champions of all the tournaments. Name any recent past tournaments and you will be able to see that Gladiator Esports is the team picking up the trophy. But rather here it's a different story altogether. We do understand they're playing with the 3-man squad. It's not like they were called for to do that. It's their own decision, or probably not having that 4th man coming in is hitting them way too hard, as they're at the bottom of the table, and will be looking forward to get some more as well.
The last page right as you know, as you can see, Big Brothers, Xpark, Okay, I'm just going to take names of the teams who have played one game blind, but you did see Xpark, Godlike and all those teams. I think they have to kind of make their move in terms of understanding that their matches for the day one can come to an end, and if they're still in the last pitch, it's going to strike trouble for them. I think for Godlike, it's not going to be trouble, because irrespective of what their score is going to be in semi-finals, they'll still qualify for that, because they were the champions of 3.0, and that is the reason the teams, the 5 invited teams for grand finals playing here in semi-finals is just to act as hurdles for the other teams, to cause trouble amongst them, to be that prick and thorn them, and make sure that their qualifying becomes tougher. But also teams can look at it in a positive perspective, right, in terms of the spectrum being, they understand them very early in semi-finals and then take them down.
Now let's see that's gonna be the case, because I'm able to see that there are several different things going on right now when it comes to these maps, right? Where we expect some big teams to be making the name for themselves in the map of Sanhok, which usually goes in the favor of the experienced teams, now seems to be going in the favor of other teams. Whereas the default maps like Erangel and Miramar, where we expect some underdogs to come in and perform and give the right kind of challenge to the experienced teams, they are failing to do so. So everything seems to be unexpected to me when it comes to several points of strategy put in front of us. But probably in the map of Vikendi, which has 2 different shades altogether. One, you can still go in for a heal battle. It's more of like that Sanhok map if you choose to do so. 2, it's going to be a little bit of a Miramar due to those mid-range battles. All you have to do is get ready with the right kind of scopes and the right kind of guns, and in case your crosshairs are working fine, or probably if you're able to get that recoil, your prime recoil control, then probably you'll be getting a lot of finishes as well.
Right now, I think teams, especially with these group changes coming through after every map, I think teams need to understand that they cannot stick into one strategy, because every time there is a different set of teams coming through when the group changes. But right now, we also want to let our viewers know, we told before as well, we are going to be starting the 4th map, which is Vikendi. We've been talking and discussing about on Loco. It's going to be exclusive for all 3 languages, Hindi, English as well as Tamil, and you have to switch over to Loco if you do not want to stop watching the brilliant action so far, because esports has to be free for all. Everybody needs to play and also watch, and that's where you're going to get a chance to watch, is going to be Loco, without any issues, without any, I would say, jumps that you would have to make between YouTube and Loco. From the start, people who have been watching, they've been enjoying. For the people who haven't joined the party, you don't know what you're missing. So jump there, and also you have a chance to earn diamonds to become the VIP over at Loco. So make sure you do that. But we quickly will jump back to the schedule. As we were talking about it, 3 maps for the day are done to start things off here in Skyesports Championship 5.0 semi-finals, day number 1, and now we are going to be charging up with map 4, Vikendi. This is going to be Group C, where you're going to again see Blind, Big Brother Esports, and many other teams making their way. Orangutan as well, who came in top 2 of Miramar.
And if you can see closely, ladies and gentlemen, if your team Blind is going to be your favorite team, then you're not going to move your seats whatsoever, because the rest of the games, or probably that of Godlike, I'm so sorry, you're not going to be moving an inch as well, because all the 3 games is going to be played by this specific group.
Yeah. There's going to be God's Reign, X-Park especially. I think recently when we saw all of them entirely, people loved them. So I think they want to see them in action a lot more. Coming through Celsius, I think what happened on Miramar, they're not going to be happy. The drop down in the compounds of Los Leones just got cleaned off from X-Park coming through, and they had nothing to say in that. Eventually, as X-Park themselves were taken down from Team TAMILAS, a little bit of an issue, as you mentioned about synergy thing happening. After losing that one player, X-Park kind of felt like, oh wait, what happened? We were not ready for it. And from there on, every fight for X-Park felt like they were never ready for it, and were eventually completely taken down. So I think it's a redeeming map. Vikendi coming through might not be the same terrain that they'll be going through with it, but at least they can have that confidence that their players that they're going to be fighting with are going to be the same ones.
Now, this is where Team X-Park were targeted in 2 different teams in a way they were not expecting it. One map where they thought they'll go aggressive. They knew that, okay, this is a probability where we'll be caught off guard, right? But the second one came in a shocker for them in the map of Miramar, because they were like, you know what, the southern side of Los Leones is least taken by any of these teams, so let us go over there and try to, you know, get ourselves some hard compound, be right next to the ridges, so in case the circle shifts away, we can climb those ridges, have that high ground advantage. But least if they expect team like Team Solar or Orangutan to come at their doorstep and then finish them off. So Team X-Pac are going to be the wounded lion for this game and probably trying to make a comeback out there. But let's not forget there are going to be several other teams as well, the undergod teams, who we are not able to name right now. But by the end of this match, probably we'll be reciting their names as much as possible, as they will have a chance to be on the top of the table.
Yeah, I think so far, if you want to take one name, it would be who just proved that winner chicken dinner on Sanhok, that's WSP, because they have gone through a big journey from all the way from qualifiers of round 1, round 2, round 3, multiple rounds to play in quarterfinals and then come in top 4 and make their way here. But again, one winner chicken dinner does not make you the god. You would have to prove yourself and take that fight head on with every team that is possible. And when you top the charts is when gods are known, right? Gods are the ones that everybody worships. So if you want to get to that spot, you would have to take down everybody else, even fight with the gods who are there in your lobby. So it's going to be interesting to see that happening, especially with the teams such as Godlike also going to be there. God's Reign, no, not Godlike, not in this. God's Reign is going to be there in this, along with X-Pac, Big Brothers, Blind as well. And I think a lot of expectation is going to be there from Blind, especially when we started the day off itself. There were a lot of audience who were looking forward to what Blind is going to do, when their map is going to be. They did come out strong, found a couple of finishes, but I think somewhere down the line in terms of rotations, they got caught off guard individually, and eventually only one person was standing, that was S-Power, and eventually he was also swept off the lobby. So for now, I think not greatest of the starts for a lot of these teams, and I'm pretty sure for the team Soul, right? I think fans of Soul, they wouldn't have thought that they would have had such a likely start, but after seeing a 2 winner chicken dinner streak that they've had, a great fantastic start, and they'll still be alive here on Vikendi to end the day off, the 4 games that they'll be playing per day. I'm pretty sure the fans are super ecstatic, and especially the place that they're already standing on, right? #1. So I'm pretty sure Soul and the entirety of their fans is going to be making sure and also wishing and rooting for them to stay on the top, but need to also counter the fact that there are teams who have only played one game, that is Group C, who will be coming in now and playing their second game. I think this is time for Group B to start worrying about it, because if Group B do not kind of make their strides in getting points back, Group C will run over them.
Completely agreed. And I want you to understand, I want the audience to understand one more thing over here. It's no more about a single throne and the king getting dethroned. It's all about the conqueror who's going to be the king of kings.
Yes.
So because eventually every single team out there have got themselves a throne in which they're sitting right now. Probably let me put it even more simple for you guys. The 5 thrones which have been taken before has to be the championship of Skyesports Champion 3.0, and then we had probably the skirmish series, then we had the champions of BGIS. So these were the throne which has already taken. Now somebody wants to reign supreme amongst all these 3 championships and try to be the champions of the champions. So let's see who's that gonna be. And if your favorite team is out there, do not forget to cheer for them, because lately I'm able to see one more thing. As the fans get disappointed, the teams are also losing their momentum.
Yeah, I think it's a crucial thing that you kind of pointed out here. Fans are that unknown entity or the driving force that a lot of players or teams do not realize. Once they start seeing that driving force and that invisible fuel, if I would want to put it in that manner, that you kind of ignite the teams to perform even better, give you a lot more. And I think if you keep supporting, that's all, just support. Yes, certain times it does happen that the results are not likely, but who would have thought to start things off, Soul would have gotten 2 winner chicken dinners. That's what they wanted to give their fans. I think that's what they did today, and I'm pretty sure there's going to be other teams who will also make their way in that position. Nothing to be worried about. It'll take time, right? You cannot look forward to such a victory from the get-go from everybody, because certain times it happens that the players are feeling themselves and the day is theirs, and right now the day has turned a little bit cold as we've already started on Vikendi, the flight path in front of our screens. And today, most of the times, the flight path here, Arka, has been almost diagonal, and today as well, again on Vikendi, we see a diagonal flight path.
There's only one city we remember when we say we can feel different kind of climates in a single day, or different weathers in a single day, and you and me reside from one.
Yes.
And it seems like BGMI also wants to replicate that in the game, and as every single map they bring in, there's a different vibe altogether. As now it's going to be the cold places where they are, the 2 different corners of the flight path, as we can see, starting all the way from the ports, if I'm not wrong, ending all the way towards the hot springs. This is where things can be a little bit interesting for me, because ultimately the western side and the eastern side of the map is how the circle always chooses to go in the map of Vikendi, and the rotations are not as easy as we think they are, because it's not like you're going to get shot, but it's just that you can't heal yourself, stop and heal yourself as quickly as you could do rather in the map of Sanhok or Miramar.
Right now, towards the southern end of the map seems to be a cluster of orangutan, blind, soul, autobots, but they're all moving away a little bit, making sure they get to their drop spots. Again, we see Soul Goblin gliding right now. In the meantime, WSP, the winner chicken dinner team coming through, but they are in a cluster of 3 teams, X-Spark and OR as well.
I know, I'm just cutting you off over here, because look at what's happening at the southern side of the map. At Winery, I'm able to see 2 big bulls locking horns. It's got to be Team Soul versus the side of Team Blind. Even though they're not that close to one another, they would have seen those shoots pretty close to one another, and they'll be wanting to get that first blood in their name. But rather, as we can see, the circle betraying all the teams to the southern side of the map.
Yeah.
Now it's going to be interesting for us to see how Marcus Gaming can dominate in a circle like this. And what's even more shocking for me is going to be how Team Soul has been the first casualty down here, and the opponents are just going to rush and finish things off, as Hector will be the first blood being drawn by the side of Blind.
Now the finish is yet to come through, but looks like Soul, they're not deciding to move in to save him because they do not have the weapons that they need, and that's the reason everybody else is just moving around the map looking forward to getting the loot. And looks like Blind, after finding that knock, they're also not finishing the player off. They're just holding their horses, calling in the players of Soul to get a little bit closer, and then they'll be looking forward to getting the finish. But it looks like finally they've confirmed the finish, because I can see Ronnie, the one who knocked Hector, already has one finish. But in the meantime, which we spoke about OR, X-Spark and WSB being near the same compounds, it looks like X-Spark have decided to charge up none other than on WSB.
WSB, one of those teams who have got a little bit of a confidence boost. A team which got a chicken dinner needs to be stopped, right? If you don't stop a team like that, then obviously they'll be looking forward to continue their domination with their firepower all charged up. Whereas what's one problematic for them is how OR Esports and Team X-Spark have become a sandwich, or the two sides of the sandwich, and they have become the patty in the sandwich as well. And I was telling you, the shocker of the northern eastern side of the map, where Cosmodrome as well as every other region in the eastern side of the map not taken by any of these teams, that is where you get most of your loots in case you're looking forward for a heal battle. So Entity, if their early rotation kicks off well, or if OR Esports chooses to get that rotation towards the northern eastern side of the map, probably those are the teams who are going to be rewarded for that daringness of taking that early rotation.
Speak up towards Vihar, there's been Celsius and Team Tamilas having a fight. I think I did see a couple of finishes also being exchanged. WSP, I just thought maybe they've given away a finish, but it didn't be the case. In the meantime, Big Brothers as well as Newman, they were fighting amongst each other, and looks like Big Brothers, they were able to clean shop, send everybody back, and Big Brothers, they'll be getting themselves good finishes and also control of the map, because they were inside the circle, so they should be super happy and will also enable themselves a little more time here to kind of get loot. But still, it's not an entire team elimination. There is still going to be a couple of players, I think, surviving.
WSB right now have just got 3 men into this lobby, right? So that's a bit of a concern for me. If you see, we had the side of Gladiator Esports try to do the same, or probably couldn't get that third person and suffer a lot in the 2 games which they played. So hopefully after such a good start for the side of WSB, they don't have to probably fall off from here on, as OGs on the other side taking that southern rotation far away towards the shorelines now try to make it inside the circle. Least do they realize that Team Soul is not far away at the winery region, will probably look forward to come and get those knocks as well.
Right now, Newman, we did see them having a fight. We did just speak about it. I think it was with Big Brother. Seems like they've also had a little bit of a trouble. But so far, it is just the game of loot right now. In the meantime, God's Reign looks like they on the feed, as we can they have been clearing off everybody. And in an exchange, Paradox was able to find one on Ninja, but that was, I think, just a knock. But the entirety of medal, I think they were almost cleaned. It's only Paradox right now surviving. So we should be jumping back in and seeing what's happening there. And it's Blaze who's surviving. Finally finds the last before Aquanox goes down. And now Aquanox will be brought back to life. Such a close fight, but it will be finally the first team to be eliminated here. And God's Reign will be able to get themselves from the claws of death and survive.
I mean, you spoke about the closeness or the close call of how they had to take down the last player, but Blaze, the good thinking came in because Aquanox was almost getting finished off, and he chooses to go in to revive him first, and which could be a game changer moment over here as Marcus Gaming will now look forward to, you know, probably take down this wounded Lions. That's got to be God's Reign inside, bleeding off as the grenades are connecting to perfection. If Spray God will be able to connect the rest of these two, probably will be getting another knock, and the push is got to be inevitable.
Marco still trying to charge up Gods. They're still patching themselves up. Robin spots the player and now they've given a call. Blaze, the man who saved the team, is already knocked right now, so they have to do something different. Spray God has been spotted. Robin takes him down. The DBS is ready, but Robin is only good for Vexy. It's all up to Aquanox right now, and Siam is looking forward to where that player is along with Aladdin before going for those finishes. But finally another player decides to join in. Aquanox in the meantime starts charging up, finding those finishes. Siam finishes Robin, and Aquanox, the last man standing, takes Aladdin down. He's trying to make the team survive. Another from the window, and Aquanox finishes Marcos off. 4 finishes for him. These DBSs are killer DBSs.
I'm still blown out as what happened out there. Everything was going in the favor of Marcus Gaming. All they had to do was not go in for the revival, or probably going in for the finishes as well. But Aquanox, this one man lately, has woken up. This 4-finger gameplay, or this 4-finger legend who's always come out and well known for how he holds that mobile and tries to play that game, has now pulled off another phenomenal gameplay. Because I really don't know how he healed up so quickly. I really don't know how well he was able to execute that DBS shots, but that crosshair placement, the trigger discipline was to perfection, and due to which he was rewarded with 4 finishes.
You mentioned for him being the game changer, right? His revive being the game changer, and it was. Even though they lost one, but he crucially became a game changer for God's Reign. Otherwise, we would have seen God's Reign immediately become the second team to be wiped out of Vikendi. So far, we did also see another team, which was Newman. Big Brother Esports wiped them out, and we did speak about this a little bit earlier, where Big Brother Esports were doing the damage. Right now, Celsius, after having a fight with Team TAMILAS, have moved and they've gotten themselves towards Soul and Soul Omega. Jump shots coming through. These TBSs, somebody needs to stop. But Omega, he switches. He tells that I do have other weapons as well. Pulls out another one from his backpack, puts another player down and takes the finish as well. And now look at Soul. They're ready because it's only up to the last 2 players from Celsius. DBS shots again coming through from Fury. He does the damage with Neo. He was only good for a knock, and now it's all up to Fury. He's stuck in a 1v2, I think, or a 1v1, but he's looking forward to converting it on all the players. Goblin finally spots him, and it's a 1v2 for him. Going in for a reload, Goblin just jiggle peeking and should finally spot, but the utility is not being there. And Fury, can he find the damage? Yes, he takes down Goblin as well. And Omega gets third-partied outside, and that is Soul being wiped out because of Fury.
Is going to be grabbing all the attention, but I really love the way he was pressing the trigger. The prediction game come out right for this man as well, but Fury, the way he was able to pull off the 2 strongest players of Team Soul in a close range battle with that deadly DBS was phenomenal. He jiggled at the very nth moment and had to press the trigger only when he knew that this is the last moment at which I can press the trigger and take down the opponent, which is on the opposite side of the wall.
Oh my god, what are these fights here? There are third parties, sometimes they're not, sometimes there's just amazing finishes that we are seeing in terms of a team fight converting in the other team's favor. It's just phenomenal to kind of witness this action coming through. A lot of these teams doing 1v3s, 1v2. We just witnessed one from Aquanox and now from Fury. I'm pretty sure Celsius as a team might not have been happy of where they were eliminated, but I'm pretty sure Celsius as a team will be happy of what Fury delivered with. Newman on the other end, we did speak about this. They had trouble with Big Brother Esports, but they still managed to right now escape in 6 finishes for themselves. Not going to be super happy that they did have also a casualty, lost away super early, but I'm pretty sure they have recovered, especially with this conversion of both Soul as well as Celsius.
You know, speaking about Team Newman, I just realized to see another name altogether added up over here. That's going to be Believe, right? And Believe was one of those players who just got off the roster of Orangutan Esports. And if it is the same Believe of that of Orangutan Esports, I think Newman Gaming have just added another beast to their lineup. Another perfect person to their lineup, because this man can do wonders when it comes to those close range battles as well, and probably will be able to see him replicate that expectations of the fans as well as what the Newman or the side of Newman have thought about him.
OR right now close to Newman, yes, but we have seen OR, they get closer to, I would say, the last few circles, but eventually not a strong point or a stronghold position coming in for them, and they get cleaned off the board. I'm pretty sure they do not want to end up having a similar fate here in Vikendi. They will try to re-strategize and work on something different, but they're also close to another team, which is going to be X-Spark, something to be worried about. In the meantime, God's Reign barely managed to survive. They have to be now worried of Blind, who are right behind their tail. Team Tamilas on the other end still taking that late strategy and might still be inclining towards the heel battle, not too sure. Entity also in a similar approach, but AUTOBOTZ, they're the ones who are from farthest from the circle itself. Orangutan slowly making their way in, but for them they would have to face the likes of either Reckoning or Newman while they're entering from the southern edge of the circle.
Dobro Mesto is where Team Tamilas are holding their position, right? So obviously AUTOBOTZ will have to think about going for a deep rotation towards the western side. But rather, if they go in through that Villa region, they're going to be welcomed as a third party or a great gatekeeping scenario which can put them down. I'm not shocked to see that Team Tamilas are going with this kind of a strategy, because they're well known for the heel battles when required, but at the same time, you see what's happening over here. Sarang, he doesn't miss much, and he's replicated that yet again, puts down Admino. Probably the confirmation might not be coming through, but that knock would have struck fear in the hearts of Team OR, and now they dare not step out of that window or the house, because on the opposite side, there's going to be some devils waiting to eat them up.
X-Spark have higher ground advantage, so it's going to be very tough for OR to make their way out, especially after receiving a knock on a player. They have to commit their utils and resources to bring him back up. It's going to be a troublesome situation. They have to find a way to run away from the position, and that's what they're doing. They're finding their vehicles, getting in and trying to make a move. X-Spark.
Oh, clever. I just love the way he's just peeked to the right? Even though he's going to be visible, no shots are going to be connected when you're peeking like that.
Yeah.
I least have seen somebody having that kind of an IQ in this game, and no wonder Sarang is going to be one of those assaulters to look out for. But the small pixels is where OR Maki has to pick out with. He has to go in for those small taps rather than those sprays and probably connect 1 or 2 shots. But that retaliation from the side of Sarang yet again strikes fear in the hearts of OR, who are just, now burning resources. Every single time they get shot, they have to heal. And every time they burn their resources, it's going to be hard for them to retain some in the final circles.
Jelly, their IGL is a little bit further split away from the team itself. It looks like a 1v3 split is what they have. And Jelly spots Blaze. God's Reign should take up another casualty. Can Jelly find the conversion? He does. But in the meantime, Blaze will be able to open the door, get inside and call in Aquanox to get him back on his feet. In the meantime, now Jelly, given away his position, might make things a little bit better for X-Spark, because X-Spark had spotted at least 3 players. They didn't know where the last player was, and now with him being heard with the sprays that he delivered, they should kind of move ahead and approach. And you can see Sarang already looking forward to fighting with Jelly.
Now here a question lingers in my mind. I would look forward for you to answer it, right? Would you rather go in for a split like a 1v3 or a 1v2 and take fights at different fronts? Because eventually, if somebody is going to be coming towards you, you're going to be having that disadvantage of a divided attention. But rather, it also gives you an advantage of getting those finishes in case you get a knock. So, what is your take on this?
I I'm a little bit skeptical on that for now, because things can go wayward. Going in for splits sometimes do really work based on how you approach it, especially because of whether that one player or two players who split, they cut sound completely and the other players are able to drag attention. Here that has not been the case. As you saw, Jelly alone took that chance, tried to fight it, and now has given away his position. In X-Park, as you can see, they have the circle, they have the control, they know where the players are. But one thing that X-Park also need to be worried about is going to be their backlines. Previously, that's how WSB were able to convert themselves on Sanhok to get a winner chicken dinner.
Completely agreed. To add on to the point of you not wanting anybody to go in for a split like that, but rather just to grab attention, then yes, you could go for it. I would say that in the circles, probably until stage 4 you can do that, but after stage 4 rather stick together, because eventually in the first 3 circles, due to the distance, if nobody is rushing in towards you, you can still strike fear in the opponents, right? So you can restrict them from coming in a bit more closer. But with the circle smaller and people are forced to come towards your compound, it's better you have the man advantage.
Wow, good decision. They've decided to move out and now they've found another team reckoning. They've completely cut their fight with X-Park, which had to be the case. Now, again, higher ground, until and unless X-Park makes a mistake, you will never get an advantage on them. So right now, converting one finish, and they should look forward to a lot more. Spotting another player, they're taking the vehicle. Admino might have a chance to do the damage, but the tree comes in between, and it's going to be Ace Black making his way out. There's still one more player who can be taken down, but his vehicle is a little bit further away, and therefore Reckoning in its entirety will run away from OR.
Esports Admino. Lately, I don't know, I might be making a statement which might not be true, alright, but still Admino is still not capitalizing on the opportunities given to him. Those were the moments, just in case Admino had got a knockout there. Just imagine how much of fear you could have struck into the hearts of Reckoning Esports, who would have never dared come out of the hard compounds they're holding. And eventually, when the circle closed up, those were the finishes which would have gone in the favor of OR Esports.
Right now, I think OR, they have to pick fights and call for it. As of now, it just looks like they're spotting players and we're like, okay, can we do this? Can we do this? It looks to be a questionable decision that they're going for. But finally, we will see teams who have to take that decision that we are going to fight, as the circle is going to shift. Reckoning, they are outside the blue zone, will start taking a lot more damage. The circle has shifted, but the circle, a nice central shift. Yes, will put a lot of the teams out. It's going to be Entity, Blind, God's Reign and X-Park, who will be closer to the edges of the circle, and still center of the circle being completely free for somebody to take. But it is an open ground at the center.
Open circles. Why am I not shocked? Because Erangel was an open circle. Yeah. Miramar probably was not that much of an open circle, but still you could consider to be a 60% open and a 40% hard compound circle. In the map of Sanhok, yet again it was an open circle. In the map of Vikendi, the gods of BGMI would also want to test each and every team out there to try and provide an open circle from which there could be a lot of troubles. OGs almost on the verge of elimination out there. Look at Westgod's HP. I barely see even one. Luckily was boosted, due to which he'll be able to survive a bit more. Probably now goes in for the healing. And now, how will they make it inside the circle?
Orangutan need to understand this is their second game. If they don't grab points here, meaning they'll be done with 2 games and day 1 might not go their way. In the meantime, Blind also in a similar position. They've not had the greatest of starts. This time they have just 1 finish. Thankfully no casualties, but on the other end, God's Reign, they've had a great fight that they've converted, so the team might be feeling lively. Orangutan right now indulging in a fight. Manya up close. Oh, Ashkin spotted, trying to do all the DBS magic here, but it's not working. But Vizgod might be overextending a little bit too much, moving towards the players of Newman. In the meantime, Reckoning, we're already outside the circle, and Ace Black 30 for first stage, and you called it. Just like Sanhok, we might end up seeing a heal battle, and there goes Ace Black for that, as his team is down and done.
Ace Black, no wonder he's called the doctor of BGMI. He's always gone in for those heal battles, or probably rather heal himself, and that's why he's called the doctor. 34 medkits. Let's see how long can he survive, because this circle or the next few circles to be forming up is still going to be very big and not going to attract that much of attention. So probably a 20 to 25 first stage or 30 first stage is what he'll be looking out for. But somewhere far away, Newman Gill falls down to his knock. and the revival is going to be inevitable, and that is the position where you do not want to place your team, because while reviving, somebody shoots at you, you're done for the day. As Teddy gets knocked off, pressure builds on over the side of OR Esports, as from one side it's got to be Team X-Park, and from the other side an underdog themselves.
Gods, they spotted a player, Savitar from Newman, who made his way in. There's Believe still, but Believe is going in for a heal battle. Ash in the meantime gets taken down from the play zone, and Orangutan make a bad decision of a 2-2 split just because of the circle went, but a big grenade! Wowee! He gets a knock, and now Espoir will just run up. He wants to get that finish, and he will be able to get himself on finish. He did that same in Miramar as well. He's looking forward to doing it a lot more. In the meantime, Blaze, he gets spotted out from X-Park's Pukar, and that's not something that God's Reign would want, but S-Power, he's ready. He knows where that directional fight was happening. He's looking forward to spotting the players from God's Reign, and if he does, his spray for sure is going to connect.
8 finishes so far for the side of Gods, and they're looking strong. With just 2 men standing, it's not going to bother them much, or 3 men standing, it's not going to bother them much, because ultimately not only do they have the hard cover to somehow make it to the corner of the circle, but also those early finishes which they've got is going to allow them to re-strategize every single step they take inside the circle. Puka still behind the stone is literally taunting the opponents to take those shots so that it becomes easier for him to make it inside the circle. S-Power far away. I mean, I just love it when I see S-Power do the basics or the textbook basics right? Always knock and convert that to a finish, because a point gain is a point taken away from your opponents.
Yeah, never kind of miss the opportunity of kind of having points. Keep getting them, find a player, and also he is a player who kind of isolates those opportunities, right? He converts it into a raw 1v1 duel where chances of him winning becomes likely because he's more confident, because he's the one who's forced that 1v1 duel. Right now, Blind, they're playing it very smart, not forcing themselves on a battle and not going on that individual level. As you can see, the team is split. They're having a 1-3 split coming through. As we did speak about it previously in the later circles, it's a risky one. Orangutan made a 2-2 split and it completely failed. And that was, I think, they made an early push of a rotation coming through. Autobots on the other end, very late into the circle, but they keep their players alive. But Manti, he just stood out on that ridge, and Rico made sure he damaged him. In the meantime, Entity also taking some damage. Exchanges going, a nice grenade coming in, and now Manti also going down. It's up to one last player, and I think he was outside the zone. Might even think of an heal battle, but I'm not too sure how far he can last with the heal. But in the meantime, if Rico keeps pushing, he'll spot the players from Entity as well, so he needs to be a little bit skeptical about it, because he's still not confirmed the finishes in his name.
Let me tell you one thing, it's gonna be Autobots yet again being a problem for the side of Team Tamilas. What a spray coming in from the side of Rico. Team Entity have lost a player. The last one, Somraz, who's trying to make it inside the circle as well, will be caught off guard. Behind that hard compound is where the cover is going to be given from the side of Secret, a young prodigy from the side of Team Entity. He's looking forward for some survival points, but I don't think so it's going to be easy for him to do so. But as I said, Autobots lately have learned the rotation of Team Tamilas, and every single time in every single map, they are the team to come and stop them in their path.
Right now, it looks like Blind also want to stop another team. It's going to be X-Park. A lot of damage done towards Sarang. In the meantime, Blind also worried about another team. Right behind them is going to be God's Reign. And that's the reason they're waiting for an opportunity when God's Reign starts shooting and we can take them up. But God's Reign, they're playing it very smart so far because they've not decided to indulge in a fight. They're just hearing all the sounds that are happening around them and just waiting for the right opportunity. Orangutan still have one player, and looks like, oh, the player is slowly making their way in. Not just 1, 2, but look at how a weird and an awkward spot those two players are. AKOP stuck between last player of Entity and the team of X-Park. Angry Ape stuck between Blind as well as God's Reign. In the meantime, I think Autobots, they're the ones who can be in a sweet position if they're able to clear off Secret, right? They can be right behind Blind and clean them off.
Blind Esports are looking like a different entity altogether, and it seems like they're prepared right now. 5 throwables is what S-Power is holding, and we all know how crucial that is going to turn out to be. Pixels are going to be visible. S-Power places themselves to perfection, well boosted. Knuckle give him the right kind of backup. S-Power goes in for the grenade tossed in. The projectile seems right, but does it explode next to them? Yes, it does. The splash radius was enough to put half of his health down. Mr. Spray will be accompanied with another grenade altogether as Rico and Skrills, maintaining that distance, understand that it's going to be hard for them to take a fight against the side of Flame Blind. Mr. Spray gets down from the hands of Ronnie. Knuckle takes down Mr. Spray completely, and now things are going to change as Blind continue their domination.
It's up to Skrills and Rico right now. Blind know their position. S-Power still has 2 more grenades. I think this can again do damage to Skrills and even find a knock. So it'll all come down to Rico. It does the damage but did not find the knock. Rico slowly creeping up. In the meantime, S-Power, you just saw he went back to revive his teammate. So there can be a chance that Rico's creep up can prove fatal for Blind. It's all about timing right now as Blue Zone has also crumbled. Rico spots the player, takes Knuckle down, very crucial, needs to push up. He's moving towards the left edge of it where Manya is there. He's not directly indulging with the fight where S-Power and Ronnie, the other 2 players, are, but his teammate Skrills gets damaged and even cleaned off. And the spray coming in from S-Power through the smoke finds the last player, and S-Power getting his teammates 2 more finishes, putting themselves on 8 total.
I love the way Mani has given that responsibility for S-Power to lead his team at one corner as he makes it inside the circle. And S-Power, when responsibility is placed on his shoulder, he starts to come into that controlled aggression mode. And that is helping out for the side of Team Blind to play much, much better. OG on the other side trying to survive as the longest time possible. Grenades are going to be tossed in. He's changing his position. It's going to be mere few inches away from the previous position. But I don't think so that's going to be enough. It's all about entity survival, which is going to be coming into question. Oh, I love it. I love it being cheeky out there. Just throw something where Secret might feel it's a grenade and try to change his position. But Secret, this man has got balls.
Yeah, but finally he gets spotted. There's nothing he could do. He was outside the circle. The Blue Zone would have eventually finished him off. So try to indulge in a battle. Angry Ape also goes, and Blind gets themselves the winner chicken dinner. Played really smart here. And I think this was something that a lot of the people were waiting for. We just spoke about it before we started Vikendi, that a lot of people had their eyes on Blind. Miramar didn't go their way. But here, I think as a team, they stood together. Especially the circle kept moving towards their compound. I think was also another stronghold that they could maintain. And also had a ridge as a higher ground where in case the other teams had to kind of indulge in a fight, they had to push on to them rather than they were pushing above them. So I think it became a little bit more even comfortable. And S-Power, as you rightly said, Manya giving him that charge to take upon and go on, take head-on fights, it worked out really well.
I mean, I really don't understand how this one IGL can pull off such out-of-the-box strategies. Split in a final circle, few circles, still not getting taken down by any of those teams, trying to hide and camouflage in a map like Vikendi with no ghillie suit whatsoever, whereas the rest of his teammates are just clearing out teams at the corners of the circle. It's just unthinkable when you say to an UnderGODLIKE team or any experienced team telling that, you know what, in a map of Vikendi in an open ground, just imagine this, okay? Somebody comes and tells you that Vikendi in an open ground, the final circle, you go in for a split. Okay, and try to avoid from all the teams as they try to fire towards you. The rest of your teammates will be going in for the finishes. Anybody who has a logical sense would say that will never work out.
Exactly.
But Blind Esports have proved to us that when you think out of the box and you know exactly where the dunes are and you're able to hide yourself, you can do much, much better.
And I think they also put in the fact that they knew they had the number advantage. They played that out really well. And you saw, right, S-Power, if he wanted, he could have gone ahead, finished off AUTOBOTZ, and then he could have gone in and revived his teammate. But he decided in case something goes wrong, we need other players. And it did go wrong. Knuckle just tried to move out of the smoke and he got spotted from Rico. Immediately he received the knock. And Rico was looking forward to a lot more. If S-Power hadn't revived and he made his way right back at time, maybe there could have been a chance that Manya could have been spotted, because after Knuckle it was Manya was on the left side. But before we break down what happened on Vikendi, we'll jump over to a very short break, so don't go anywhere because there's a lot more action, 2 more maps left.
wake up kicking myself. Exhale cause I heard it helps, but same old way I felt. Resting on my shoulders, cold night in a sleepless bed. White eyes with a glade of red. I'm going round and round, it won't let me out.
No me quiero levantar, sigo soñando contigo en la cama. No nos vamos a engañar si entre tú y yo ya no queda nada. Nos queda luchar, saber lo que habrá después. Irme a otro lugar.
It won't let me out. See, when I swim, I'm drowning. I see, when I swim, the pressure in.
Quiero levantar, sigo soñando contigo en la cama. No nos vamos a engañar si entre tú y yo ya no queda nada. Solo nos queda luchar, saber lo que habrá después. Irme a otro lugar.
It won't let me out.
Irme a otro lugar.
Be quiet. I hear the thunder that comes from far away. It's like a noise in my head. Oh, these were hard. These were hard. It gets you deep and leaves a scar. Oh, these were hard. These were hard. It gets you deep and leaves a
5.0 powered by AMD, broadcast partner Loco. My name is Lucifer, and joining me on desk right now for game number 5, which we're going to start very soon, is going to be Necros. But Necros, I want to ask about game 4, which you just witnessed, Vikendi. I think this was a crazy and hectic map for a lot of these teams that we saw, because of God's Reign kind of got themselves afloat, got themselves on their feet while they were on the brink of elimination. Even you went through a third party which Marcos bought in, happened to Soul, Newman came through, Fury how he played from Celsius. There was a lot of things to kind of talk about, but if I ask you one thing that you would want to mention, what would it be?
I would say the comeback of S-Power in the Blinds lineup once again. We saw it back in SCS 2023, how it actually impacted in the overall performance of Team Blind. After that, he took a decision to change the team, maybe try something new, but it did not work out that pretty well. But now, as he's again back on the very same lineup, his previous lineup in which he performed in the Skyesports Championship Series, we can literally see that impact he's playing. Every time his team needed him to step up and get the game up for him, for their side, he stepped in, he got the frags. He also not only getting those early frags, but also providing the support and the cover every time any of their players got knocked out. Was literally a top-notch performance. I can see that has already arrived from the side of Power, but also on the other side, we can also praise a little bit towards the other side of like AUTOBOTZ. There is Celsius also tried pretty well in this match. Soul tried to get over them, but still they managed to suppress them down and get them down, and it was a good move, I would say. But yeah, they need a little bit of more time, and I believe they can shine in a much more better way.
Coming to the match standings here is going to be Blind on top as of now, getting themselves 9 finishes and 15 placement points, pushing it to a total of 24. In the meantime, God's Reign, this team did have a chance, but a battle between them, X-Park, and I think there was another one, kind of ended becoming costly. But their finishes tell you, right? They had got only 6 placement points and they made it to the second position, whereas the team which came in second, they are nowhere closer to be seen with 12 points if you want to talk about it. So that is the reason we kind of see really interesting play coming here on Vikendi. Orangutan, they were the ones on the third spot, as you can see. It was because of the heel battle, second position because of the heel battle, getting themselves 12 points. Coming in next is going to be Entity, but AUTOBOTZ is going to be a team which right as of now has been towards Team TAMILAS. Every now and then it has been a fight between AUTOBOTZ and Team TAMILAS. The exchange between the IGLs, it has happened, and because of which they're able to read each other really well and catch each other every time. X-Park, as you can see, did have, I think, a good position. I think high grid as well. The fight happened simultaneously when Blind was taking a fight with AUTOBOTZ, Rico and Skrills. So I think that fight kind of simultaneously happened. We could not see a lot of it. Then coming into Newman and Big Brother had a lot of tussle amongst themselves very early in the game towards the center of the circle, but eventually it was Newman to come out ahead.
That's for sure. But talking about the overall standings, Lucifer, we see Team Soul having 2 winner chicken dinners. They have managed to grab up 50 points in total, but alongside them in the race we have got WSP Gaming. Those are just tailing them from behind, and God's Reign are also just moving up slowly and gradually. Blind Esports, they got this chicken in, and by that they have moved up to the 7th position, but I believe they need much more good matches like these to hop on and get themselves in the top 3 or top 2 position.
As of now, the first page, as you can see, especially for the teams such as Team TAMILAS, Marcos, WSB and Soul, done for the day. We're going to see them again tomorrow in action. So wherever the points that they are, especially for the teams on top, WSP and Soul, I think nothing much to be worried about. Played good, kept themselves on top. Maybe they close it on top or not, that we'll see later when we finish the next 2 games coming through. But another set of teams who have finished 4 games, Medal, AUTOBOTZ and OR Esports, along with Reckoning. Not in the likeliest of spots, because the other teams which are here is going to be Newman, X-Park, Entity and Empire. They still have 2 more games for the day. So I think for teams who have done today, made their mistakes, they should get back to the drawing board and then look forward to doing something different. Because if you see the last page here, Necros, entirety of the whole 8 set of teams in the last page, Infinity, Obey Esports, Big Brothers, Gladiators, Godlike, Revenant, Celsius, Insane, all these have just played 2 games for the day and have still 2 more now as we start and move into the next game, which is going to be Erangle with Group B and C. As I said, A is done for the day. We'll see them again in action tomorrow. But the teams in page B, or if you would say page 2, they are the teams who are in question right now because they can be overthrown or overpowered from the teams in page 3. Let's see what happens at the end of the day when map 6 is done, which is going to be on Miramar. But there are teams who are looking a little bit skeptical as of how Skyesports Championship 5.0 has started for them.
They have to, I believe, there are many teams who are still figuring out about the strategies that they are just bringing up on the game, inside the game, trying to implement them right and just trying to find values as much as possible. Figuring out is, yes, it does take a little bit of time, but you have played 2 games, you're seeing other teams play exactly on the stream, and that's why we are here to discuss some, brief out a little bit more about the entirety of the game. But also the teams, the IGLs, they have got their brains, they have got their strategies, they have got their plans how to counter it, and I believe the next 2 matches, yes, for Group B and Group C, they will have a little bit of privilege to bounce back and get some good points. Maybe there is a little bit of chance that they might be dethroning Team Seoul and WSB Gaming, these kind of Group A teams, those who have already completed their matches for this very day 1. So 50 points, they have done it. Team Seoul, brilliant game for them for now. But still, many teams like GODLIKE, Gladiators, or maybe the teams those who are in the 3rd chart, they will try to bounce back and maybe trying to manage it up to the top 8 or top 10 at least by the end of this day 1.
Now, so far for the teams who have not made their way to the first to the second page, as you said, yes, we'll be looking forward to fighting in the last 2 games. But we also have to counter in the fact there are 5 teams: Blind Soul, Big Brother Esports, GODLIKE and Gladiators. These 5 teams, irrespective of whatever the results be, right, we are going to see them in the grand final. So the other teams need to understand that their fight along with them or against them is going to be to make sure they get points, they get a chance to qualify, not in terms of, I would say, a test of power. Yes, maybe they can do that test of power, but they also need to be a little bit cautious of whether they're able to win those test of power fights. If they are not, they are going to lose a map. If they lose a map, that means total of 15 placement points, out of which they could have got anywhere from 15 to 1, they would have lost it. So I think that is also something that comes under question. Now for day 1, one thing I'm not concentrating in terms of the overall standings is going to be the total points that have been raked up from any team, from the first to the last page, because it's just day 1. I think at the end of day 2, when we see at the end of day 1, when we see a difference between the first page and the second page and then the third page, that's where the factor comes in of where the teams are lagging behind, what do they have to do better on, whether it's going to be placement, whether it's finishes that they're lacking on, whether it's the team game. I think at the end of day 1 we'll get a result. So for day 1, my expectations are, what we as viewers kind of need to look forward to is how the teams are starting off here on Championship 5.0 and how can their journey be. Because if you see Orangutan, I think in the last map how they played as a team was good, but once that circle shifted, I think it was the stage 4 circle shift, 2 players just ran into the circle without even waiting for their other 2 teammates. Whether that was a split strategy coming in or whether it was just the call and immediately the player, without looking forward to a response, running away. Both of the decisions kind of proved fatal, but because their teammate was alive, being in the second position, was able to get placement points for themselves. Now, whether it was a wise strategy or not, only God knows, only they know. But on the other end, it's time right now to not just talk about the gods, but to talk about the gods of Erangel, of what they bring in right now. The flight path still being diagonal, this time cutting a little bit in between military base and treading all the way towards Talber and Kameshki.
The last time we saw the map of Erangel, the entirety of the circle went on the eastern side, and it was Team Seoul who took that winner chicken dinner. But again, those default drops coming up from the side of Gladiators. But well, what? X-Park? Is it a missed decision, or I'm literally seeing Team X-Park taking a drop in the military base island? Yes, they are. They're changing their strategies, and they might be just going for the Nova Ripnoid drop, because this match there is no Medley Esports playing, so they can actually take the chance and utilize their drop for a better loot, for a better rotation. And I really hope Team Xpa can put up some good values out of it, because if they have changed they have changed the drop, they will have some different kind of rotations coming along the way. But Orangutan, as usual, very bad drop. They're moving forward to it. Midwave will be going for the Milta power side. NTD Gaming will have their poaching key, while Rockstar and his entire team, I'm really looking forward what this team can do, because they have a long way to go and make it to the top 8 or top 10.
Right now, it's going to be the Georgia Pool Apartments, and I want to see if any teams are going to make their way. I'm pretty sure Till Hospital and Everest people are going to make their way, but let's see how it works out. As of now, we did say that Group A is not playing here. It's going to be the other set of teams, Group B and Group C. You're going to see a lot more Blind, Orangutan. You're going to see Big Brother Esports coming through. You can see Blind, Godlike as well. And let's see how this kind of functions. Xpark also being here, Gladiators. For now, looks like Zgod is watching the air and waiting for somebody. Not too sure what, because it's been like a hot drop towards Yasnaya. As we can see, Celsius also making their way blind towards Rozok, but looks like we already have a casualty. That is going to be Entity. I think this was with a fight coming in from Team Empire or somebody else. Yet to be seen of that confirmation. But in the meantime, Blind, safe and sound, get to their spot, go for the loot.
Blind, they're carrying forward that momentum that they have made it up in the map of Vikendi. They will try to implement the very same strategy in the map of Erangel as well, not to make many mistakes, just go with the usual flow, getting those frags and keeping the momentum to themselves. While NTT Gaming, this early loss might just cause them a little bit of trouble, because they have lost one of their good assaulters, that is Secret. Now the entirety of the responsibility comes down on the shoulder of Troy, Gamla Boy and Somraj. They have to figure out a good strategy. They have to figure out to survive with these 3 people till the very end of this map. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for them to survive in the very end circles.
Now, there have been teams who have dropped in as just 2-3 players in the lobby as a team, and they've pushed ahead. Entity, I think they shouldn't count in too much in terms of them having an early casualty. Team Empire and Entity, both of them dropped in similar locations. That's the reason the fight happened. Forget about it. Move on. That's what they have to look forward to, like a relationship it has been between them. That's all. And now we look forward to a newer relationship where we are going to get a winner chicken dinner if possible. So I think there are chances that Entity can make do of a lot more. But Entity previously also were caught out by AUTOBOTZ in rotation, especially Rico making a lot of damage. So I'm pretty sure Entity, after having one bad game, another bad one where they're already losing another player, is not the right site or not the right mental game that they want to keep on. But that's how BGMI is. Expect the unexpected. At all times, you can always see another player, and if you're not ready, you're the one who's giving away points to your another team.
But also, Lucifer, we can actually see both of those undergod teams playing in this very map, that is Team Empire as well as Celsius. Hoping to see that they have put up a good fight in the previous map of Vikendi. But in the matter of position, or maybe in the rankings in the overall standings, Team Empire is a little bit forward as compared to Team Celsius. They are in the top 16 as of now. But as you told earlier, that this is day 1, and probably this overall standing might just change drastically in the next few days. Like in the day 2, we will be seeing many changes coming up, because the teams, they will be figuring out the strategies that the other teams are implementing. As I mentioned earlier, that many teams were on a good break. They wanted to figure out, they came up with new strategies. We can see that very prominently by seeing the performance of Team Soul. And Godlike are also willing to come up with some good results. But I am really shocked to see one thing, Lucifer, that Gladiators, they're playing on a 3-man roster. They have not got Delta PG playing today. So I really hope that he comes back in the second day, and I believe his addition can play a very good role for Gladiators to outshine others.
Gladiators right now, I think they're just experimenting. Because at certain times we've also seen Destra and Delta being like the crucial solid holds for the team, who kind of uplift the pressure that has been on the other players, because the other two are young guns, and yeah, they have been firepower heavy, delivering every time. And certain times I think they want them to get to a point where they can individually also rely on themselves rather than the whole team. So Destro, I think, is just right now mixing and matching and making them do a lot of different stuff. Because again, when I met the squad, when it was formed, and the decision that they had as players individually and as a team looked very much in synergy, and I think that's the reason Gladiators have been functioning as one. Now Gladiators and X-Park, something that we did think about of them having a fight, seems like nada, because Team X-Park have moved all the way to Nova Repnoi. In the meantime, Entity and Team Empire, they're still in close quarters, so the fight still can happen. On the other end, Newman, who dealt a lot of casualties or a lot of damage to Big Brothers, are still going to be here, and they can again try and do something towards Lipauka, but it doesn't seem like Big Brothers are closer to them. So Newman will be more than happy on playing on their own stance, own momentum, and nothing in terms of pressure. But Team Empire, I think now they're fully equipped, want to charge up onto Entity and finish the whole squad.
Meanwhile, Team Empire is still just looking forward to grab some good spot inside the circle, because we saw that circle almost being a centralized one, favoring every team, those who were on the main island. But yeah, it will be a little difficult for the teams in the Sosnovka military base if they are coming from those bridge areas, and if any team, which I don't think they will do it, but still, if any team decides to go for a bridge camp, it might be a little bit squishy for the side of Gladiators to just cross the bridge and come down to the main island. But also, I kinda like this car, Lucifer. Like, these Dodge Chargers are really impressive that we can see.
That's why you do not perform in game, because you look forward to attractions.
I just like the car, right? Dodge Charger is an emotion.
For the players, the car doesn't matter. For the players, the game matters. The points matter, Necros.
Okay.
And now, from bringing it to being serious to a casual topic where we just casually broke Necros apart, he would have to hit his reset button and get back, but the reset has been hit from Celsius. The way they fought with Soul, now they are jumping on towards Godsrin. Look at the chase. Aquanox trying to run, jumps out of the buggy only to fall down to his feet. In the meantime, Ninja Jot comes in behind enemy lines, tries to do some damage. The entire team jumps out of the jeep trying to take down Ninja. In the meantime, they're also waiting for Blaze, and Blaze also has made his way. Ninja moves away right in time while the vehicle blasts, but Blaze, can he help out here? He needs to take down Celsius, and yes, he's moved behind enemy lines, does the damage, but still Aquanox and Robin, they're bleeding. Ninja needs to heal himself. Ninja Jot finds a knock, and now it's Fury who also goes down, and last player who is surviving gets clean and finished off. Ninja Jot coming through with a big 1v3 and a little bit of an assistance from Blaze, and Godsrin survived from a big fatal fight.
At one point we thought it was Celsius who will be just walking away with at least 2 finishes, but Ninja Jot came and changed the entire tide, that's for sure. But oh wait, there is another team just knocking on the doors of God's Reign. It's none other than Team Blind. They've heard the sounds. They have got an intel that yes, there was a fight, and we can be a little bit fruitful if we just hop at the right time. And yes, Ronnie, he spots him down. There's a lot of connections being made, and another Ninja Jot this time. He goes down. Robin won't be just surviving that attack because it's Blind. That's an experienced, full-fledged lineup who is just hunting down the players at this point. Celsius made a lot of mistakes, but yes, those finishes will be converted by the side of Team Blind, and they have already managed up to, while Mania, he has been taken down and he needs a revival as fast as possible.
Circle shifts, a center shift coming through. In the meantime, Blind charging up. God's Reign in trouble. They did get all their 4 players back after the fight they had with Celsius, but Blind, they were the Wolves waiting, looking forward to finishes, and now they've taken 2. Now they look forward to a lot more, and S-Power is ready and charged up. Mania in the meantime is getting a revive from his teammates, which will be done possibly soon, but this smoke screen, is it going to help Aquanox and Blaze to do something different? Because S-Power seems like he emptied his grenade wallet and he's thrown everything that he had, and now he's just dumping in Molotovs as well. Aquanox holding right at the edge of the smoke to wait for a player to move in. Same goes for his teammate Blaze as well. Puts down another couple of smokes, but I'm pretty sure Blind is not going to let God's Reign survive. They will eventually push up. A 6x on Blaze with the M4 that he has. Spots Ronnie, but unable to do the damage. In the meantime, now with Blaze's position known, Aquinox is the only one who's in disarray and they do not know about him. Yes, they know they're stuck inside a building. But how do they take this fight head on? Slowly, I like Blind. The 3-man barrier push that's happening from back and Ronnie to keep a check on that higher ridge is just brilliant.
Oh, that grenade. It could have been fatal. Blaze gets one down. Mania gets taken down, but Blaze, he goes down by the nade of Mania, which was done on a very early basis, and that will mark the end of God's reign. They had a good run, but not for too long. It is Team Blind who takes the entire advantage. We have to, Blind will be quite happy at this point, getting all those early 4 finish points in their favor. But also, we talk about the previous fights that God's Reign faced. First, it was Celsius Esports, against whom they had to face a fatal blows, 2 big knockouts. But then again, they were almost on the verge to recover from it. But it was Blind who came out of nowhere and completely crushed God's Reign, and they have sent them back in the lobby. As of now, we have got 54 players still remaining inside this map of Erangle, alongside 14 total teams.
I mean, Blind, this is what they needed. 1 map victory and you can see they're back in form. This is how we know, all of us know Blind. Whether it be with S-Power or without, with the lineup that they have had, we all knew it's a firepower heavy lineup. They look forward to taking fights head on. In the meantime, look at Godlike. 1 player towards Jojo Pool, that's Z-God, but the whole team going towards School, where there's Entity, where there's Big Brothers, there's Obey also on another end, and right at the heart or the center is also Revenant. I have no idea of what the shift and the players and the teams rotating are doing. You can see Clutch God, we just spoke about Godlike. Entity spots Shadow, damage being done to the vehicle as well as Shadow. Big beating as well, so Shadow has to stop, park his vehicle, get himself patched and move ahead. But Jonathan, he is moving in slowly, taking his time, looking forward to every position that a player or an opponent can hide.
This player can be a big monster if he is in form, as well as he gets the position where he wants to be. That's his speciality. We know Jonathan always plays a little bit in an off-angle position. He likes to play a little separate from the entirety of the team. But at this position where you have already got 1 player who is still not with the team, that is Z-God, they have to play it like a team, and any sort of mistakes will cost them the position as well as this map of Erangle. Just trying to be very, very strategic at this point. Though we can say Big Brother Esports, they do have an idea where Godlike is holding. Some pretty shots exchanged, while Shadow, he just got a good amount of damage previously by the side of Vikendi Gaming. Doesn't actually look like that Team Godlike. They're looking to aggress a lot in this map of Erangle.
Godlike, they need to understand they do have a split, so taking on a fight is not a good decision. If they do not convert the fight, then Z-God will be left all out in the open alone. Midwave right now looks like they have indulged in a fight with X-Spark. Blows coming in, 1 knock each. Jonathan with a 6x that he has on the M4, trying to spot a player. Spots Rishi, connects the shots, going for in a lot more, but Rishi immediately backs. Oh wait, okay, Rishi, like, wait, I can take a duel. Then he's like, no, it's Jonathan. Or I'm pretty sure he's not, doesn't know it's Jonathan yet, but easy peasy with the DP. He's ready. Has a 4x, spots Jonathan, tried to do the damage, but Jonathan immediately gets his position, and Jonathan also tries to do the damage, but it's going to be Jonathan right now, dished with the damage. Circle time, it's shift, and again a central shift. Keeps a lot of teams inside the circle, making it even more interesting, as we are going to see a lot more fights. One team who's still out is going to be Team Infinity this time, playing the role of Team TAMILAS. That Team TAMILAS were in Group A and they were always out of the circle or out of the map until we see the last few circles. And Team Infinity, a different strategy this time towards the North Georgia pool.
I can just say that Team Infinity will have a lot of privilege if they are rotating a little bit late. So there are many good things about taking low rotation, but meanwhile, if you talk about Team Insane, they have already started a fight with Team X-Spark, while Numan Savita will take Ronnie down, and Blind Esports are also engaging themselves with a lot of fights frequently, as Knuckle gets the trade. Aditya was also getting down, but it's Orangutan versus Team Obey on the potato hill.
Obey, they've not had a great time. Blind right now in a fight with Newman. Nakul, Ronnie gets taken down. Looks like Blind gets completely taken and finished off from Believe. Aka was just speaking about this player. Same player as we did see in Orangutan, right now playing in Newman, and he's done the damage. Blind is out and done for. Same seems to be the case for X-Pac, as Insane is jumping on top of them. Skips find one on Aditya. There are two more players right around the compound. He just needs to swing and he'll be able to find one. Gets another finish for himself. That's going to be two big ones for none other than Team Insane. Make it three, I guess. So it's only one last player now surviving, who we did see was at a dip. Midwave on the other end, I think they did have a casualty. I'm not too sure if they have all their 4 players surviving. Shadow, he gets spotted, needs to retreat, but he's in the open. His teammates are as well in the open, but needs to move towards the potato hill completely and cannot be towards the lower slopes.
Oh, this potato hill is going to be a big cluster. We see Gladiators popping off. AKOP gets taken down instantly by Shogun. Angry Ape, he's on low on HP. Finds Shogun down, but won't have a chance as Shogun. He's the better one. Ash is just the solo player surviving from the side. This gives a big loophole for the side of Team Obey Esports to push in and get those last frags as possible. But this head-on fight will grant 4 finish points towards the side of Team Gladiators, while Obey exactly in front of him, but instantly Spy gets knocked and finished off at this position, and Shogun, he's helpless and will be completely down by Team Obey. A big breather for them.
Gladiators just completed a fight. Looked like they wanted a lot more, but Obey, they kept themselves in a position where they could immediately fight with them, and it worked out for Obey. But yes, they have had a casualty. They do get 3 finishes of Gladiators, but that's all they do. And I don't think it's going to be a good exchange, but Godlike, it's been at least 5 minutes or so that has passed, and we still see them in the same position against Big Brothers. And it doesn't seem like either of them are budging. Both of them are like, we're going to stay here, we're going to pick a fight, and let's see who comes out on top. And I think Jonathan finally heard me, decides to make his move away, and he takes his buggy, maybe rejoining his teammates. But if he kept himself in that same position for a little bit more, there was Entity on the left flank who could have made a push. In the meantime, Infinity, we did speak about them, that they were in the Georgia pool. North Apartments have finally made the rotation to the main island of Erangle, and now are inside the circle as well, and this late rotation has gotten them easy access into the circle without any fights, and also a lot more loot.
So we can see probably like in the very third circle there are only 38 players remaining, so that actually shows us that how much of early fights the teams have taken. Maybe they have collided a lot. Frequent eliminations of many teams and many players have resulted to this situation. But as of now, the circle will be favoring Team Empire as well as Entity Gaming out there. Has to make a big move. MIDWAVE, you can see the rotation alongside Team Revenant. They're already tailing behind MIDWAVE Esports. Anybody who stops there will be brutally punished at that position, and MIDWAVE knows it. They know that Team Revenant, they are tailing behind them, so they have to make a quick rotation and grab a good spot inside the circle. Otherwise, it might be a little bit difficult for them, because Revenant, they are the big threat that MIDWAVE will be trying to avoid or maybe counter it as much as possible. But it's not just only Revenant, but also we can see that from the eastern side of the circle, Insane are also tailing behind Revenant. So it's like it seems like a complete Tom and Jerry race.
I don't think right now MIDWAVE have to be worried about Revenant. MIDWAVE have shown us better composure and fighting spirit compared to Revenant, so there is a chance that MIDWAVE can immediately jump 180 and take a head-on fight with Revenant as they're rotating. But yeah, there's just too many teams on the eastern edge of the circle who are rotating together. Understandable that the blue zone is also closing, and that is the reason this has happened. But X-Spark, one last player who is surviving, finally goes and greets the crates of his teammates and looking forward to some loot if possible, where Insane had taken them down. Infinity, a team which we did say had an easy entry towards the northwestern end of the circle, will also get themselves the entry again. But this time, as the circle is shrinking, they have a lot more teams around them, as we can see the cards coming through. MIDWAVE on the other end looks like they've strayed close to Insane. Exchanges have been done. Dark Cloud has already been lost. Atanki, he is down. So MIDWAVE have to be a little bit cautious when they indulge in a fight. But Adi, through the smokes itself, is cooking up the grenade. Can he connect anything on Aru? Throws the grenade, but I don't think it should be doing any damage. Aru is a little bit further away, but now Adi, he'll be smoking himself off. Will also be trying to patch himself and trying to buy some time with the fight, because Revenant is also right on the backlines of MIDWAVE. But MIDWAVE doesn't seem like they are waiting for any other team. They want to charge up to Insane. But the chances of them charging up, because of these smokes, they're worried. What if there are DBSs on their hands?
That's a weapon that everybody needs to fear a lot. DBS in close range, it's literally a death rate, but MIDWAVE, they're looking up to taking a fight against Team Insane as of now, but Insane, they also have to make move, because the next circuit shift will definitely not prevail over this barn houses. And Skips, it does seem like he's quite ready with those smokes and wants to take the charge. MIDWAVE, they're taking the time, they're taking and gathering as much as intel possible before just pushing inside. But that grenade of Adi, that did the damage, finds Zaru down. Skips is also preparing. MIDWAVE, they lose the numbers advantage at this point, but those nades, they're gonna cause a lot of trouble. Those are big disasters for MIDWAVE esports at this point.
Is there a chance? Vixie right now trying to save the day, puts Adi down. Two players are still surviving from Insane. They know right now they have a chance to finish this off, because MIDWAVE, they've made an issue. Dionysus in the meantime has spotted a player, wants to charge in. Aru is also still alive. Hirsch trying to spray through the doors, but Dionysus, they're not coming in, and Dionysus quickly switches weapon, tries to do the damage. Back on that DBS right now. Hirsch trying to charge up with Skips right behind him, finally pushes out. Dionysus gets taken down. It's all up to one last player, Vixie, but Hirsch immediately finishes off the player on the outside, and now Vixie is going in for a revive. Hirsch in the meantime is deciding to patch himself up, and if Vixie revives Atanki right now, it's going to be an opportunity, but Vixie, he spots the player, decides that the opportunity is too low right now, and I'm pretty sure he has to let go of Atanki. He's not going to survive for long. A grenade being cooked, but in the meantime, has he stepped out of the house already? Hirsch, I'm not too sure if he knows. Vixie in close quarters right now, but Vixie, he was... Wait, I think his player card disappeared as he went up. I thought he just got finished off, but finally Hirsch pushes at the right time, and that is going to be Hirsch clearing off MIDWAVE. Insane, not what they wanted, but MIDWAVE made big blunders in the fight where they had control of, and 7 finishes is what Insane were able to take away from, but yes, have only one last player surviving.
Revenant Fierce will also register some frags in his name, but Godlike, I've just got one, but also Z-God, who was tailing a lot behind of the entirety of the team, has been taken down and finished off by Dreams of X-Park. This does actually seems like, yes, Team Godlike, they are just surviving with 3 of their players, and now they have to enter the circle, which is also completely in open. That also gives a big opening, because we see X-Park, Dreams, obeys Afu, as well as Insane Hirsch. 3 of the players, solo players, are just outside of the circle. Probably you will be trying to go for those heal battles as of now, but Revenant, they are a big threat for Team God. Like, if they just go blindly, as what it seems, Clutch God, he's just going deep inside the circle, trying to find and secure a good rich spot for themselves. It is troubling as Shadow goes down, and this is going to be a big foul. While Clutch God, he's doing wonders out that position. Shadow will be confirmed, but Jonathan gets a follow down alongside Clutch God's support. There's a lot of damage that Team Revenant are dealing at this point.
Revenant, Fierce and MJ, last 2 players surviving, can be revived right now. Yes, they do have a team very close to them, and especially with Jonathan down, right, I think maybe Godlike might not decide to move up close, because they know Revenant have more players surviving, so it can be easier for Revenant to finish things off. That is the reason Clutch God is right now just holding Revenant. MJ spots, a big spray coming in. Jonathan gets cleaned off, but Clutch God immediately spams and gets MJ and Apollo down, and now Team Empire, they're taking down Entity. Clutch God, he decides that this is my chance. He moves in. He's the last player right now. Through the smoke, he needs to find the players. Now there is going to be him trying to push the vehicle, throw it on them, but Apollo nailed down to the land with the DBS will be able to finish him off, and Revenant survive the wrath of Godlike coming through, because they were all split, but Revenant, they played together.
That's how the game is turning out to be. Clutch God knew it. If he just stops in a distance and tries to, use the utils to finish off Revenant, this could have costed him. So he wanted to go exactly on a head-on fight, but MJ gets taken down. Gamla Boy with the brilliant nade. Entity Gaming just coming and popping off exactly in front of Revenant. Sensei as well as Apollo, they have to do the job, has to get the revival done of Fierce, who is exactly waiting inside the circle. But for Sensei and Apollo to reach inside the circle, it's going to be a big job. Big tough job for sure. Two of the players of Entity Gaming remaining. They have got the circle edge, where they will be waiting for Big Brother Esports to step in, because they are still outside of the circle. That will give a lot of room for Entity Gaming to find the frags and get a lot of points in their number.
Samraj and Gamla Boy, both of them still surviving, known for their improwess. They can do a lot more. Spots the player, Big Brother easy PC, he gets taken down. It's up to Arya. I think he'll also be taken down, if not for the 3. Look at how low Aryan is. It can be an easy one. Grenade being cooked up. Toss. Samraj should find the damage and the conversion. The grenade goes. Aryan, actually he'd also thrown a grenade before going down. It seems like it found a player from Team Empire. And Empire, they're pushing closer towards Entity. And this fight previously as well happened. Entity versus Team Empire. This time also it's happening. A Molotov was tossed towards the players of Team Empire, but I feel like it did not connect. Therefore Samraj and Gamla Boy still in trouble.
Oh, Empire. At this point, he needs to make the connection for sure. But moved it up. Entity Gaming, they're also trapped a little bit behind, but Empire knows and he reads it pretty well. This nade might just make a good connection, but Gamla Boy just moves at the right time. Samraj is still close and he's trying to find the frag, but how much longer can this only solo player hold?
How are Samraj and Gamla Boy running away from all the damage? Empire is, I think, going to empty his all grenades and now damages himself a self grenade. And he gets knocked down. Oh my god, I'm pretty sure that was just his mind losing it all. He threw so many grenades and he was unable to find any value. And now finally I think it was Samraj getting caught in that edge while he was trying to climb up, and now he gets knocked down. In the meantime, Team Empire losing their footing. Canary tried to push out and he gets cleaned off from Revenant, and Revenant, as we did speak about them, all of their players are standing. I think they will have a chance to get themselves a good winner chicken dinner. Not too sure if things change. It doesn't look like it changed. It's for Team Empire. Things are changing. Players are falling. It's up to Jadoo as well as Rockstar. Rockstar is a little bit further away from Jadoo. Jadoo trying to survive, takes Apollo down, and now it's still Jadoo surviving. So it's Fierce right now jumping up towards Jadoo, finally taking down Jadoo down. But Samraj in the meantime wants to find the players of Revenant, throwing his last bit of utils left. Gamla Boy also trying to assist him with the circle and the blue zone doing the blue zone doing the damage at the same time. Fierce right now in the smoke, and therefore Gamla Boy and Samraj no vision.
The Revenant can take this match away from the hands of Entity as well as Team Empire, but a good play, definitely. They have made it up. Rockstar has to make the decision. At this point, yes, they are walking at least away with 10 placement points, but Rockstar is just there to get as many finish points for his team, and he needs to make sure that he gets all the finishes that are exactly in front of his eyes, especially Entity Gaming. Both of them are lying in an open area which is completely exposed, but Fierce is there. A slide to pixel.
Oh wow!
Puts him down, and now the punishment has happened. Fierce goes down, and now this is going to be a big blow for the side of Revenant. They do have a little bit of height advantage, but is it enough? As Entity Gaming, they're inside the circle as of now.
It was a 2v2v1 and now it's become a 2v1v1. Sensei, he had a chance of reviving his teammate, but I think because he was in the blue zone did not go for the revive. Rockstar on the other end, counting in for a heal battle. He does have five first aids, but I'm pretty sure it's not going to be enough. He had a better chance in going and indulging in a fight maybe, but I'm not too sure what Sensei is doing because of this play, especially because of the play of Samraj and Gamla Boy, and especially Empire grenading himself. This is the reason we end up seeing maybe Entity getting this winner chicken dinner. Sensei finally pushes up, Rockstar spots him, Samraj goes down, Gamla Boy as well, maybe going down. No, it's going to be Sensei, and it is a chance for Rockstar here, but Rockstar fails, and it's going to be Entity getting themselves the winner chicken dinner here on the last second map of Erangle before we end the day. What a fight coming through. It was nail biting in between all these three teams. Rockstar had a chance, Sensei had a chance if not for Fierce going down, and it was Samraj and Gamla Boy, them running away from the grenades of Empire. That was the winning move that they did. That was the dodging winning move that they did. That survival move that they did got themselves this winner chicken dinner.
At that moment, it was definitely funny as well as frustrating. If you were in the shoes of Empire, you would have like, I am done. I am so done.
I think he grenaded them 5 to 6 times.
Exactly.
Once to Gamla Boy, once to Samraj. Once to Gamla Boy, once to Samraj. And none of them connected. Eventually, there's a grenade that does connect onto his own self.
That was the moment I would have thought, I don't want to. This is the time I am leaving this game. But no, this it's a funny thing. But I am still in a kind of delusion that how it's. If they just moved it by just predicting, yes, there's Nate coming, that's fine. But I definitely am sure that they're using kind of time stone to predict that, yes, this is the time the Nate is going to come down to this moment and just moved out.
Now,
but still,
BGMI is becoming a universe in itself that Necros is creating where there are going to be stones coming through. Eventually, you might even bring in characters, right? We already have the Dragon Ball Z skin, so I think eventually you will try to bring in the other skin soon, Necros. This can be something that the developers might listen to.
I mean, it can be, but still, if you can just think that if Rockstar, a solo player who went for the heal battle, also Sensei who got one player down, that was Somraj, Gamla Boy had the entirety of the game on his shoulders, did find a value, did find Sensei down, but Rockstar, he had the entire advantage, or maybe he had an entire chance. If it was not the play zone giving him that constant damage, I believe he could have pulled this game in the side of Team Empire, and this could have been the first chicken dinner for them. Alongside that, we have to say that Team Empire really did play a very good game. A bad luck for Team Celsius, because the way they started off the game was good, but they could not maintain that momentum. They made mistakes just by traveling in a single vehicle, and the entire team, that was a big blunder, I believe.
I think that decision of them all being in one vehicle, and also all of them getting down together of the vehicle, they could have dropped one, they could have done that door-to-door drop service where dropped one player towards a tree, draw one player near a bush, and then the last player keeps use of the vehicle. Mistakes being done, Ninja Dot stepped up over there, and then Blaze acting as a little bit of a distraction, and it worked out really well. However, God's Reign was still not able to keep themselves afloat, or I would say surviving themselves, not having a chance to survive further long, because eventually they were taken down from Revenant pushing up. But this was Erangle. We still have one more game and we still have a lot more to break down, but before we do that, we'll jump for a short break. Don't go anywhere.
After a very short break and a bombastic match, we are back again with the very last and the final match of Skyesports Championship 5.0 semi-finals, day number 1. And alongside me, it will be Arka joining me live on the desk. So Arka, what do you have to say about the previous match we saw in the map of Erangle?
I would call it a roller coaster map because every single game out there, or every single fight rather, was so close for comfort that I was at the edge of my seat, to be frank, because MIDWAVE eSports, even the way they were fighting with Insane on one corner, then we had Revenant and Godlike at a close range battle. The final circle itself, where Revenant eSports with a man advantage almost failing yet again, Sensei somehow survives until the final moment, but still fell short. You know, that was a bit of a shocker for me, because 2 Molotovs which Sensei was holding, he threw it right before the final circle formed up. Probably if I'd held on to that and in the final moment used it over the horizon, the story could have been a little different. But you have to give credits to the side of Team Entity to find that person behind the buggy, those small pixels prediction, and then going in for the spray to get that knock. That was the moment I believe Sensei could have rushed in, you know, when they were wanting to finish off Fierce. But I still feel that these speculations are good to be sitting on this desk over here and speaking, but rather in the game, in the heat of that moment, it's going to be so hard for us to see, or it's so hard for us to decide where to move next.
Talking about the entirety of the match ranking, yes, Entity Gaming, they've got the chicken dinner, but you can see the difference that the finishers have made. 1 point difference in total of Entity Gaming in a comparison with Entity Gaming and Team Empire. They have got 7 finishes as for Entity Gaming and 9 for Team Empire. It could have been 10 if I would say Rockstar had a little bit of more time to finish off Gumlaboy in the very end. The story could have turned out to be in a different way. But again, Revenant eSports, they played very nicely. Insane eSports were doing pretty good, but you know, at the very end they could not survive.
Agreed. Big Brother eSports on the other end, I would say that they were playing for position points rather than those finish points, right? As Gladiator eSports, again trying to find an average 3-man standing but still getting those 5 finishes, shows how strong they are when it comes to frontal battles. Blind eSports completely relying on those finish points. Those early finishes is somehow helping you out when it comes to the overall point standings, and Blind eSports are sticking to that as much as possible. But again, the shocker for us is going to be the side of Godlike. No matter how many finishes they got, they're still going to be placed at the 13th positions, or rather, no matter how much position points they got, they still fell short in a very, very long way.
In the overall ranking, there will be a sudden changes as we see Team Empire just bouncing on the top to the 5th position from hashtag 16 to hashtag 5. That's a big jump, and that too, they have still 1 more match left to go, which will be played in the map of Miramar. That actually gives them a big chance to manage it up to the top 3 if possible, if they can get these kind of performances in the next match as well. Same goes for Entity Gaming. But talking about Blind eSports, this match started off well for them. They got God's Reign out of the game, but after that, everything shattered into pieces for them.
God's Reign on the other end is trying to play for finish points, and that seems to be working out for them. Without any chicken dinners out there, they're still placing themselves in the 3rd or the 4th position, whereas now is the teams which need to be concerned, as we have Team TAMILAS always going in for those possession points. 19 possession points compared to 7 finish points shows that they have been as defensive as possible, whereas Orangutan are stepping up a bit more than Team TAMILAS with just 4 finishes and 24 placement points. They need to work a little bit on their firepower and convert those short-lived chicken dinners, or probably those short-lived dreams of getting those chicken dinners, to a complete chicken dinners which they are capable of.
We got to say one thing, Arka. At this point, the change in the point system has deeply affected many teams' play style. The teams we saw in the past that they were known for their aggression, they've changed this strategy and they have moved for they have changed it to getting more placement points for themselves. And from this chart we can see a lot of difference. Team Xpark, they have dropped down to 18, but still big names in the very bottom chart. Godlike eSports, OR eSports, Reckoning, Gladiators. We used to see these teams keeping themselves in the top 5 or top 6 or top 8 position, but now they are struggling a lot.
these struggles are going to lead to some success in coming days, because this semi-finals, or probably I would say that these are the teams just like Godlike, or let it be the side of Gladiators, who already got a invitation to the grand finals, if I'm not wrong. They'll be trying to experiment and see that how well they can play when they have different strategies coming in together, or trying to push themselves over the limit to try and see how challengingly they can play when it comes to frontal battle. So this is going to be the story of the overall standings, but the last map of the day is going to be the map of Miramar, where team B and team C are going to be playing around, and it's going to be a path of redemption for the teams who couldn't perform in the map of Erangel, as both these teams are going to be playing the map of Miramar.
This map, it has been a big challenging map for many teams. Like if you talk about OR Esports, when they were playing, we know that you have also mentioned earlier, back in today, that OR Esports, after this lineup was formed, they seem to struggle a lot in the map of Miramar, and that also goes for many other teams as well. We could not see them performing up to that mark as how they have performed, I would say, previously in the other maps, especially in Vikendi, Sanhok, or maybe in Erangel. Miramar has always been a challenging map for many other teams, but we have to see this Miramar, who is going to be fruitful, who will be the one to take this crown and finish the day off with a chicken dinner.
It's going to be hard for you to crack the code of how to rotate in a map of Miramar. I've explained this before. Either you go to the high grounds and try to get those finishes, and every time a team tries to do that, then there's a sudden shift in the circle where they are not able to rotate around and come back to the lower grounds not being shot. So these are the few things where teams need to understand, and probably try to crack that code, and they will be able to do some magic out there. But Gladiator Esports, yet again, just 3 men standing, they performed really well so far, and in case they end up with a chicken dinner by the end of the day, that confidence boost is going to allow them to perform much more better.
As by stating that, we move up with the final match of the day, number 1 of Skyesports Championship 5.0, powered by AMD, broadcast partner Loco. This is the map of Miramar. We can see the flight path starting from Campo Militar and will be ending in the southern side of Los Leones. But still now, there is not a single team taking drop on the northern side as far as we can see. But yes, hoping to see the teams taking their individual drops, where we might be seeing some good clashes. As Medley Esports, they won't be playing, so I would really want to see which team is going to go for the Monte Nuevo area, maybe Pecado, the clusters in Los Leones. There will be many, I would say, statements or maybe assumptions that we can make. But at this point, Godlike going with the usual drop on the Hacienda. There will be nobody to contest. But still, they need good matches. They need brilliant matches to make themselves come on the top.
This is a story which had to be complete, right? Hacienda del Petron and Godlike finally in the map of Miramar. The Mafias are going to be entering their houses, and that Golden Mirado is going to be driven by the Mafia himself. But somewhere far away, we can see the Torre Hamura region is going to be clustered up as Blind Esports, who eventually go towards the side of El Pozo and Creator Fields area, is now choosing to stay somewhere closer to the Torre Hamura region. Might be a little bit concerning. I do understand they're trying to probably experiment things over here and see how well they can rotate, or probably go in for those spawn locations, get the vehicles, and then travel faster. With the teams who have already gone to the ground or touched the ground, getting those guns and trying to get those early birds out of the sky.
If I just ask you one question at this point, Alka, what will be your thoughts that how Godlike can make a comeback, or maybe what kind of strategy should they actually use to, level up their game at this point?
The Lions need to look into the mirror and understand that they are the Lions of the lobby. It seems like they're feeling underconfident. When you have a player, like, just imagine what this squad was doing before. Imagine, I wouldn't call it that they've lost their prime. I wouldn't say that they're still not able to perform well. In the previous one as well, that was a small mistake which was done by Johnny, where he went in for the fight against the side of Team Revenant, where there were a lot of vehicles moving around, where Shadow, or probably I think it was Clutch God or someone, who had already taken a longer rotation to make it inside the circle. So I would still feel that they need to dare go take those fights and then end up getting those finishes when required.
That's for sure. I will agree to that point. But Celsius again indulging themselves with those early fights, finding down one of the players, and that's going to be the IGL for the side of NTT Gaming around the water treatment. That's the first frag, walking exactly in the hands of Team Celsius. We have seen them taking those early fights, involving themselves, but still, they're almost the first team, almost first and the second team to get eliminated from the map. So they need to focus on just staying alive till the very end circles and find as many placement points as well, because I believe if you can stay alive till the very end circles, you will be getting involved in many fights, and from which you can find out, or maybe you can get those finish points that you're seeking for.
Team Celsius seems to be on the path of revenge, because previously when we saw them get finished off in the map of Miramar with no points whatsoever, this time their drop location towards the side of water treatment seems to be favoring them a little more better. With that first knock, they'll be looking forward for some complete domination in this map. A little bit of a confidence boost is what I would like to add on to my statement. Whereas Big Brother Esports, yet again, with just 3 men coming out here, I think few teams are actually experimenting this, because Gladiator Esports were also doing the same, playing only with 3 men in their squad. Now I can see the Big Brothers are going to do the same as well. So probably these teams are trying to push their limit and see whether they can survive with 3 men standing, and with the 4th added advantage in the finals, they can do wonders.
Even in the circle also just stays in the southeastern corner, favoring the entirety of the Los Leones, which will give a lot of room. Imagine the end circle being in Los Leones. So many compounds, so many teams can actually survive. Rather in the open circles, we can see that players can be spotted down easy. But oh, Jonathan, he spots Dope down, and he is completely helpless at that point. His shadow finds him down, and that's the early casualty that I believe Celsius is going to face, because trying to go and revive Dope at that moment in that position can be a bad call for the side of Celsius if they want to go for it.
Agreed, but at the same time, what concerns me is how Johnny was not able to connect any shots to the opponents with such a close range. And Johnny is well known for his crosshair placement and the way he's able to spray down people no matter in what speed they're moving in a vehicle. But it seems like, he needs to build up that confidence within himself. Celsius, rather than moving away, looks at Blind moving around, and they're heading towards Blind Knuckle to take that finish, or probably try to get that knock, as well as Knuckle is going to be stationed for a brief period of time, will be coming into the crosshairs of Celsius. But ultimately, Celsius needs to understand that if they poke this bear, he's going to be coming back hard, and he's going to be coming back with the pack itself.
It has been that kind of a game from them as well. Celsius always just tries to go for those chasing games and all. In the previous match of Erangel also, it was completely justified. They went in, they got those 2 frags of God's Rain. They could have finished it up and they could have moved out. But they decided to just rotate in a very single vehicle, which actually, resulted them of getting eliminated by the space of Ninja Jor at that moment. Again, Blind, you mentioned earlier that yes, Knuckle, they were trying to poke him out, but the entirety of the Blind squad, they're rotating in a single UAZ, which I think that it can be a little bit challenging, because if any team or any player spots him down, at least 1 or 2 players might have a chance to fall down from that vehicle.
Obviously, right, if somebody sprays down the vehicle and you're popping your head out through the windows and the connection comes through, we need to understand a level 1 or a level 2 helmet can hardly take 5 to 6 bullets. So if somebody is able to trace it to perfection, you'll not only get 2 knocks but also easy finishes to follow it up. But at the same time, in the map of Miramar, we are able to see that Blind is also coming up with a little bit of an aggression, because the way they were placing the crosshairs of the 2 players from the windows were looking at Team Celsius itself. So if given a chance, they will push forward to take that fight and get those finishes as well, because they look well packed. I saw an M249, I saw an M4 from the 2 assaulters peeking out from the window. Probably if a fight takes place, they can get those finishes as quickly as possible.
Talking about Team Infinity, this team, we talk about Punk, he has got a great caliber. We talk about his past gameplays that he had, the amount of potential this player carries alongside Immortal as well as Clown, his ex-teammates, and the new surge that they have found, it's Hunter. Still now, I wouldn't say that Team Infinity haven't showcased us great performance, but yes, it's a new team. It is going to take a little bit of time. Talking about the synergy that three of them have, that is Punk, Immortal, and Clowny. It got it was paused for some time because when they had some changes in the lineup, they were in different teams. So I believe it is going to take a little bit of time for them to, gel up within themselves. And after that, when they will be set completely, I really think that this lineup is quite promising to give you good performances.
Now, Punk has always been that IGL who knows to rotate inside the circle and get that team to the very center if required. But ultimately, we were able to see that Punk himself, being an assaulter, has now restricted himself a lot after being an IGL. It's not about the controlled aggression I'm speaking, but it's about that the performance dip which has come to him as an IGL. The responsibility starting to weigh a little heavy over his shoulder. But Immortal trying to balance things out. They need two additional players like Hunter and Clowny who need to step up and be those assaulters or the opening fraggers, which can help them a lot. But as of now, with just the loss of Justin, Destro is relying on his other assaulter, that has to be Shogun, who's performed phenomenal in the previous maps as well. A 1v4 against a good team and then follow up with another finish with very low HP shows that right now Destro is trying to mold up really good team as Blaze comes into a crosshairs of another team, few shots taken.
Blaze tried to gather as much as info possible with that monster truck in his hand, but Destro, he gets taken down. He was a little afraid of that fact that yes, Clowny might be that one because that Gladiators might face many consequences, and that was the reason Shogun, all left alone, has got a 1v4 situation exactly in front of him. But gods, how are they going to mow him down, because the numbers advantage is there in their hands, and Shogun, though he is a good assaulter, but just surviving this situation might be a little bit tough. But we see Team Infinity taking a third party, and that gives a big breather for Shogun at this point, as Punk finds the first opening, and this time they will be trying to indulge themselves in a very successful fight.
Punk opening those windows, trying to make sure that he has a complete view of what's happening inside right now. Will be connecting a few shots, and Molotov will also be doing a bit of a damage. Clowny far away is going to be finishing off the two players off the side of God's Rain, making them a bit more weaker, as Aquanox will now be beating off Robin, completely surrounded with those four walls, will not have much to move around. But still, it's going to be Aquanox and Jinjajod who are slowly reviving themselves, waiting for others to come in and take advantage of the third party situation. Godlike from far away, that bird's eye view will be giving them enough information to understand that there's a fight taking place. But Shogun, you need to give this man a lot of credit for his patience. He's just waiting it out. He knows somebody's going to eventually come into this compound, and he's going to welcome them with a pour of bullets.
4 teams in a very single place. We see another team popping up in the very same area. Gods, they have their eyes on Jonathan as of now, but Numenawi comes up. Aquanox goes down by the nade of Jonathan. That was a precise nade, as Ninjajod, he's confused of what to do at this point. They've got Orangutan knocking on the doors alongside Team Infinity. God's Rain, they are in deep trouble, but also Team Infinity has to take care of Orangutan, as well as there will be Celsius, but those nades don't make certain connections as of now.
I mean, that was a very clever nade according to me. They thought that, probably the players might be in the small room going in for the revival, but since they've already understood they're not there, now the push is going to be inevitable coming in from the side of Godlike. And I just hope that they do so, because they'll be getting those true crucial finishes, which is going to be helping them come up, as OGs is going to be restricting them from far away, as Jonathan is going to be down on his knees. Now we'll have to see whether some revival will be coming through, which is going to be pretty easy. But after that, how will they take this fight forward, as several teams are going to be fighting it out? Immortal, through those smokes, will be doing a very good connection against Ash, but won't be getting the confirmation, as a good cover fire comes in from his teammates.
Shogun is patiently waiting. He knows if he makes a little small move, his position will be compromised. But indeed, he doesn't want to make that kind of move, as now God's Ninja spots down, gets Clowny down eventually. But yep, the Skarl goes for a reload, but Shogun decides to pop up, shuts down Immortal, and gets the finish in his name. He's just fighting for survival at that point. Being that solo player, he's got a big responsibility on his shoulders. But God's Rain, Ninjajod and Aquanox, they're just waiting for the right time to strike in, as of what they did. The damage towards the side of Team Infinity.
God's Reign, they get a shutdown with the grenade coming in from the side of OGs, but he has done the damage, I would believe, because he's got that finish in his name as well. So now it's important for us to see how well the rest of the teams are going to act here. I mean, God's taking that high ground advantage of slowly spreading around this area, trying to come in from different angles where they can take down an enemy, whereas far away Punk is going to be leading his teammates to be a little bit safer from all those actions. They split and they went into the crosshairs of Shogun, due to which they had to lose a player. Zigod now taking that rotation. Will he throw a grenade to change the game for the side of God's Reign?
Got like a quite close Equinox, Ninja Jord. I really wonder how much luck they do have, because in the last time also in the map of Erangle, they barely managed to survive by the attack of Blind and just flee towards the petrol pump. But though I can say that God's Reign were eliminated, but they had a little bit of luck to survive that kind of blow from the side of Team Blind. Once again, 3 teams in a single compound. Team Infinity, they will be taking a little bit of time, but Godlike, a lot of shots being taken from a different area, from a distant hill. Godlike, they don't want to. I don't think they will be just willing to stay outside in the open for too long, because there are other teams that will have their aim exactly pinned down on them. So they need to make a decision quite quick whether they want to engage or not, or they want to go inside the circle and gatekeep both of these teams. That I believe that can be a better decision.
If you check the backlines of Godlike right now, where we can see at the Labadetta area, not many teams are there, right? So with that high ground advantage as well, they would have seen that, okay, nobody's going to be backstabbing me anytime soon, so why don't I take my time to take this fight? And that's what Johnny is going to be trying to do. He's already got 0 finishes, or probably it was Shadow who's got that 1 finish in his name, and a little bit of change I can see in the lineup of Godlike at this point of time. And the push is going to be inevitable right now, as the grenades are going to be tossed in. As we can see, Z-God is going to be knocked out. He's trying to survive for the longest time possible, but Ninja Jor is going to be persistent in getting those finishes as well. Now it's important for the side of Godlike to decide and take that fight. I don't know why they're so scared. See, yet again, it's going to be Shadow running out in the open, being scared to rush inside and get the job done. And due to which, Clutch God will now be the next person to get taken down. Johnny will be the last man standing. The Lions do not understand this, but they need to realize that they are the aggressors and they need to rush in anytime soon.
Godlike completely got sandwiched between both the teams. Equinox will be trying to finish the things off, but Shadow, he barely survives, and he needs to give the preference for the revival, because Godlike, at this point, they need the numbers advantage. They never expected, but this Molotov, oh, this can be very deceiving, and now that's it. That's it for Team Godlike. God's Reign did what they wanted. Equinox will have 4 finishes in his name, while Ninja Jor will have 1. 5 total finishes for God's Reign as of now. But look at this condition. A fight between God's Reign and Team Infinity. Godlike came here for the third party, but eventually they became that team who got sandwiched between both the teams.
I would say do not extend your fight that long, right? When you know that you have good assaulter in your squad, when you know that you've already done the damage by putting up grenades, immediately rush. And that is how Godlike used to play before. And since they're trying to bring in new strategies out there, or probably trying to be having that controlled aggression, they're controlling way too much, and due to which they're paying a very hefty price. But you have to give credits to Equinox. He's stepping up lately. As I said, in the previous game as well, he was able to pull off a beautiful 1v2, 1v3. Now, yet again, he's able to pull off a 1v3 against the side of Godlike, giving a little bit of finish points to his team, but also a ray of hope that from here on, if they continue to play well, probably heal themselves whenever possible, they'll be able to get some more possession points in the game itself.
Even for now, the circle, it's completely clustered. Even before we just saw that there are many teams who prefer rotating a little late, trying to have a little bit of breather for them, but now this circle actually shows us that everybody is interested in involving themselves in fights. Over esports, they have started something against the Team Blind, as now Mania got taken down, and that's the first casualty that Team Blind will be releasing. First finish point for Team Obey, that's for sure. Team Blind, they're in a distant hill, could not manage to help Mania and get that revival done. So Blind might be just waiting patiently for the right time to strike in, because they know it. Some early engagements might just be problematic for them. And the controlled aggression we talk about, Blind is quite familiar with it.
Speaking about being familiar, I mean, look at what Ninja Jot is doing right now. He knew that that was the position for him to hold back. And I don't understand how the throwables are not being utilized against the side of the gods. If you put Molotov in two different windows, obviously you're going to lure them towards probably towards the stairs and then try to put them down, as Ninja Jot will continue his assault, put finishes after finishes and some more finishes in the finish feed going in his name, and probably he's also going to get finished off amongst all those things with the blue zone eating him up. But he has done the job for the team, as Celsius will be taking that clever rotation, avoiding all these fights, will now be coming in from the northern side of Impala, and probably from here on we'll have to see how OGs with that high ground advantage to the epicenter of the circle will be able to perform.
Team Insane, another team in question. I'm really looking forward to some dynamic performances from that team. They've got a good potential on coming up with Blind. Some few shots have been taken on their end, but you can see the amount of damage Team X-Park. They're exactly up front above the hill. We'll be waiting for something to come up, but Knuckle spots out Dreams. There will be some shots exchanged, but now the position of Team Blind will be compromised as X-Park. They will be waiting for Team Blind to just, come up the ridge, maybe try to take the fights, and now that will give a little bit of advantage for Team X-Park with that height advantage that they have to find out the frags that they're seeking for. But Team Blind, what are they going to do? X-Park, they are just standing exactly in front of them, and if they want to get inside the circle, they have to defeat them. That's the only way I believe Blind has an opportunity to get themselves inside the circle.
I would still believe to agree with you, but rather if you have to think of other options, probably they can rotate around those high ridges and come in from a different angle altogether, as Team X-Park will now be grabbing all the attention. See, if you're holding a high ground for yourself, there's got to be two disadvantages. One, you might have a view of all the teams out there, but since it's a map of Miramar, every other team will also have a view against you. So it's important for you to avoid coming over the horizon and then being shot at. So trying to fire and put some fear in the opponents and then try to take a rotation inside the circle, that one option is always there with the side of Team Blind.
Even for now, Obey Esports, they're also having one finish point. 43 team players are still remaining. This is just the fourth circle that is about to get shrinked completely, and we will be moving up with the fifth circle. But Team Blind, not a single finish point as of now, and they are also traveling in a just a single vehicle that can be risky. But MIDWAVE, they have started to engage with Team Insane as of now. They want to take up the fights, they want to take the risk, and they want to get those finish points to clear off Insane, as they've already secured one finish point and one casualty for Insane Esports simultaneously.
Team Insane versus the side of MIDWAVE, something which we have witnessed before. As Adi is already injured, now Aru will be looking forward to continue the domination, probably get those finishes, but Team Insane is looking forward to make it inside the circle first. A very wise decision, who's going to be caught off guard by the side of Aru, who has done a great job so far, not only leading his team but also trying to get as many finishes as possible.
Team X-Park involving in fights against Team Revenant. Blind, they've lost power as of now. Knuckle, being that solo player surviving, has got a big job to do that he's dealing good amount of damage. But yes, there are plenty amount of people charging against him, and that's Blind getting eliminated with 0 finishes as Insane. They're also trapped in that dip. MIDWAVE Esports, they have their eyes completely set. Darkcloud, he was knocked. Skips decided not to stay there for longer because he was trapped, and now the vehicle won't even give him any helping hand as Skips. He's completely trapped.
I love the position coming in from the side of MIDWAVE as well, as we can see all 4 players spread around. They've cleared their backlines, and that's the most crucial thing they've done. They not only have the high ground a little bit to work things around with, but also they have all the teams in their radar. So it's going to be easy for them, as Aru will be climbing up the hill to see how much more finishes can he rake up from that high ground for himself, as Gibbs is going to be the target for him right now, as Team Xbox will now cleverly make a rotation inside the circle, restricting not one player of Revenant Esports but also trying to eradicate the rest of them. Aditya will be the casualty for a good grenade coming in from the side of Team Xbox, but Sarang from far away is going to be giving the right kind of answer.
Oh, Sensei, he's doing wonders at this point. Pukari's barely surviving in a low HP, but Obey Shadow did a lot of damage, will give a lot of health to Pukar as Team Xbox wipes out Team Revenant. Sensei was doing so good, but Obey Shadow, those shots made the difference. But Aditya, you will have the privilege to get revived thanks to Obey Esports as of now, but I guess they have a little bit of idea that yes, there's still one player or maybe a team surviving. Obey Kalan not to go or not to overextend very much, slowly and gradually entering the circle and trying to clear out the backstabs if possible, the rotations that are coming along their way.
What's more important for teams right now is to count the first states they have, especially the teams trying to make it late inside the circle. The gatekeeping scenario which we were expecting from the side of MIDWAVE seems to have failed a little bit, and due to which all these teams are making inside the circle. Get ready to wrap, my friend, because a lot of fights are going to take place left, right and center. We can see Obey is taken off at one corner, and Celsius have also started to feel the wrath of Newman, as well as Entity versus OGs are going to take place to the eastern side of the map. Savitar will be cooking up a grenade to put an end for the side of Celsius, has done a lot of damage, and the fall-up grenade might end things for at least one player.
Celsius, they're trapped between Newman as well as Orangutan. What are they going to do? Venom, he's completely knocked and will be finished off. Altu, solo player surviving from the entirety of the team. Orangutan, he knows that if he just tries to go for any or either of the sides, let it be on the side of Newman or maybe Orangutan, he is just a free finish point for any other team in the lobby. He has to wait patiently for the right moment to make the entry inside the circle. Let Orangutan and Newman take the fight between themselves. That is the only good option. But Team Empire tries to come up from the backyards and do a backstab towards the side of Orangutan. But yes, Vizgod will be there to take care of it. And Spy, on the other hand, finds down Gil from the side of Newman Esports.
3 finishes already, and the OGs are looking pretty confident. We can see that each role has been taken care. Even though they had to rush in towards the side of Obey, or probably the side of IR, it was OGs who decided otherwise. They were like, you know what, I can take care of the teams in front of me. You guys concentrate on the team in the front. And due to which the confidence boost seems to be visible for the side of OGs. Newman far away. They are trying to do their best as well, welcoming every single player of OGs, so stepping right into their crosshairs. Spy will also be another finish for them, as 3 men standing will now have to make it inside the circle. I don't know how long can they hold off teams coming inside, but it's also important for them to make it inside the circle as well.
Outside the circle, loop completely clustered at this point. Celsius, they will take the exit at the 8th position in the map of Miramar, but we also see Xbox struggling a little bit. Wizbot gets taken down. MIDWAVE once again coming up with those beautiful frags from their end. They want to put a lot of pressure, but that's a precise need coming up from the side of AKOP. Will be troubling Newman down up there in that very small shack. But how longer can Newman survive in that position? The circle takes a centralized shift, gives a big privilege for MIDWAVE Esports to just get the circle entry, and from there they can just get all the frags that they want, because they're in the southern side and they have that complete access over the visuals of all the other teams, as Orangutan completely bids farewell to X-Park from this map of Miramar.
MIDWAVE injured. Now OGs will be looking forward to go to the center of the circle, or probably push in against the solo players, get those finishes and make sure that they survive for the longest time possible, as Rockstar is going to be coming into the crosshairs. He has done a great job to injure the side of OGs. Will be getting the confirmation as well, but the final nail in the coffin is also going to be placed. The damage being done. Dionysus is going to be putting a perfect Molotov to restrict the opponents from actually coming and picking up those vehicles. It's going to be just 20 seconds, and now OGs have to decide either to take this fight or make it inside the circle. And Dionysus is going to be playing with their minds, will be getting another knock probably. And then from there on, MIDWAVE Esports can continue the domination, as Vizgod now walks into the crosshairs of Akatanki. But Ash, the retaliation seems to be perfect.
I think Aru is in a very right spot, but he has to decide on which direction he wants to take the fight. But the attack of Midwave has completely been denied by Orangutan at this point. He will be moving upwards towards the circle, and there we can see Vikendi and Aru taking a good split around the corner, but the position of Aru is completely exposed. AKOP knows that, but he does not have the utils to actually throw in that direction. He just got 2 smokes. Skips with 2 Molotovs, trying to do some bit of damage, but Vikendi finds him down. That's the exit for the side of Team Insane in the 4th position. 3 teams, 6 players remains, while Orangutan, they are up for the fight. They are up for the fight at this position, and they need trades at this point. They don't have any utils to work out with at this position.
It's all about frontal battle, and that's what I would love to see in a final circle. Entity Secret waiting. Patience is the key for this slithering snake as he waits to strike. He can get that finish of Ash if he chooses to do so, but I don't know what's holding him back, as Aru is trying to peek over the horizon, will be getting shots, and finally Secret sits down. He sees Wizgod as well as Ash. The injury can be done, and this is the time for Secret to strike, and he looks forward for it. Does a lot of damage, but ultimately the trigger discipline didn't work out. Even though the damage is done, Vikendi will be looking forward to dominate out here. A 1v2 situation. Can Vikendi pull this off, as Wizgod will be going in for the healing, and AKOP will be getting the revival through as well.
Wizgod spots him down. Vikendi knows the position, but it's 1v3 after all, and Orangutan will walk away with this winner chicken. And what a game it turned out to be for this lads, and oh my god, that's a happy end for the side of Orangutan. They wanted a chicken so badly throughout the entire of the day, but still, in the very final game, they managed to just clinch it away from the hands of MIDWAVE ESPORTS. But I really thought that it was the game of MIDWAVE ESPORTS until and unless the 2 casualties happen against Team Orangutan, and they played so brilliantly.
I said right, as soon as I saw Orangutan Esports were able to split and take fights in 2 different fronts, and also say one another that you don't worry, I've got my back, you don't worry about what's going to be happening with me, just move on to make it inside the circle. At that point I understood that Orangutan have found that synergy, because they are one of the most gifted teams, or probably technically the strongest teams on paper when it comes to the 4-man standing. I do understand that they had a doubt who's going to be the playing 4 every single time, but with Believe out of the equation, it made it more clearer for them to go ahead with the team, and now we can see the domination coming up slowly. And these are the only few teams I've seen, right, when they make it inside the circle from one corner, slowly take fights and clear things off, and then make it inside the circle. There are going to be several teams which will be concentrating their firepower, but still to avoid all those things and clinically finish off one team at a time to get that chicken dinner. I believe only countable number of teams are able to pull that off in final circles like this.
Exactly, denying the fact of it, that there was an attack coming from the side of MIDWAVE ESPORTS from the higher ground. Orangutan played so brilliantly. They got those 2 frags, and that changed the entire storyline for the side of MIDWAVE ESPORTS. There is still a question in my mind that why Entity Secret was holding his back when he had the chance. I mean, yes, he was waiting for the right time to strike in, but I believe the timing was not perfect when he decided to charge it.
Exactly. It's just about getting that one finish at the final moment. If you're greedy to get more than one, that is when you get taken down. And that is what happened. When he thought that, he had enough space to connect against one person, or probably Wizgod, he thought that he got a knock, but rather he hadn't got the knock. And eventually the opponents were smart enough. I might have been confused with the 2 names which were in front of him. Nevertheless, he was not successful in taking down even one. So eventually, Entity Secret would have understood and learned a lot from this game. And let's see which other teams have learned a lesson over here. Obviously, one has to be the side of Obey, and the other one has to be the side of Godlike. By the way, they were having doubts of how to take this fight against the side of Team God's Ring.
Never expected Z-God at that position, but the way Gods actually handled the entirety of the situation, it was really, really promising. Ninja Jord Aquanox, after dealing 2 big blows, they've managed to wipe down Team Godlike. Another side team, they also managed to wipe down Team Infinity from that compounder team who were causing so much trouble. But MIDWAVE, that entire southern side control by eliminating one after the teams those were coming in their way, was really, really amazing to watch.
Pukhar as well. Sensei, he could have gone in for the pre-fire listening to the audio cues, but yet the audio cue seems to be not making its mark, or probably not doing its job, as Believe he also did his best, right? I love that spray of, somehow avoiding Obey to come a bit more closer. Spy was immediately finished off, and from then on, another grenade which was tossed in from his teammates finished things off. But after that, the way that, trembled down was a bit of a shocker for me.
At this point, even Rockstar did a lot of damage, tried to do a lot of damage, but yep, it was taken down. And this attack I was talking about from the higher ridge, they had the chance, but WizGod's pre-nades worked out so pretty well that MIDWAVE Atanki did not even had an idea. In secret, he was completely confused at this point that he thought that Ash was taken down, but no, it was not. It was a different scenario.
But he thought that Ash is going to be still stationed. He had to knock him out and finish him off when he was stationed. But rather, when Ash started to move out, that is when he started to press the trigger. It was way too late for them. But OGs will have to thank their stars for something like this to take place, as Orangutan would have got 12 finishes and a total of 27 points. And that boost in the overall point standing is going to take them probably into the top 3 position itself, as MIDWAVE is going to be following them up with 7 finishes and 19 points. Even they have paid phenomenal from the corners they had, clearing the backlines, concentrating on the teams from the front. I thought they would have put up some more finishes in their name, but it seems like they failed a little bit.
And also the same downfall continues for the side of Gladiators and Godlike. No big games as of now, 1 point each in the very last match of the day number 1. But Big Brothers, I am a little surprised by the performance that they are putting up in the very day number 1, because for the entirety of the day, Arka, I really didn't see that kind of aggression or the game that Big Brothers actually have within themselves.
Look at how much points most of these teams have taken, somewhere between 9 and 6. Right, Team Empire, Obey, God's Reign, Insane and X-Pac. It's all about getting that average 6 to 8 points in every single game, so that you'll have one good day and then you're on top of the table. So let's see whether these teams are actually looking forward to replicate that. Revenant Esports on the other side, just 2 points in total. Big Brother, Blind, Godlike and Gladiators, as you said, just 1 point each. A little bit of a disappointing map for all these big names out there, but I would still say that today was just the beginning, and there's a lot more to come, because we have 4 more days of the semifinals, and you guys know where you're going to catch all these things happen, as overall standings are coming on our screens. As I said, Orangutan Esports with that chicken dinner will be on the top of the table with 55 points for themselves. Following them up is going to be 2 different teams, one with 2 chicken dinners 50 points and another one with no chicken dinners 50 points.
This no chicken dinner game, it always gives you goosebumps. A team with no chicken dinner can also cause a lot of trouble, and that's MIDWAVE. As of now, it's Entity Gaming in the next spot in the 4th position with 1 chicken, along following WSB Gaming, while Godrin also managed to buckle themselves up and just jump up to the 6th position alongside like tailing behind of Team Empire. We can see this is probably the only underdog or undergod team that has qualified from the quarterfinals, and they have finished in the top 8 in the very day number 1 of the semifinals.
As I said, the story is still not done, or the story has still not come to an end. Team TAMILAS on the other side is going to be doing the same as that of Team Entity on the first page. Placement points is going to be the priority. 19 placement points against 7 finish points is what they've got so far. Marcus Gaming, trying to strike a balance between these two, will be having 29 points in total, as Team Insane, Obey, AUTOBOTZ and Metal Esports close proximity to one another, 26, 26, 26 and 24 respectively, as they have also trying to strike a balance between the placement points and finish points.
Looking forward to see the third chart teams, those who haven't had their day as of now, because yes, the teams in the third chart, they definitely could not figure out, or maybe could not put up the performance that they were looking forward to. But yeah, once again, have to say that teams like Revenant, Metal Esports, especially AUTOBOTZ and Obey, they have to bounce back as much as possible in the very next day. We know it, like 4 days are still left, and each day they will have 4 matches to play out of the 6 matches that will be broadcasted live. So in the round robin format, let's see which top 11 teams will be there to qualify for the LAN. But before that, the third chart teams, those are still in, I would say, in the danger zone. It's Celsius, Godlike, OR, Reckoning, Gladiators, Infinity, Big Brothers and X-Pac. It's very hard to see like teams like X-Pac, Big Brothers and Gladiators, as well as Godlike, OR in the very third chart of not putting a great performance on the very day number 1.
I mean, apart from the side of Team Infinity and Celsius, I don't think so any of these fans would have expected the teams to be over here. With numbers which is just crossing over 10. It's a little hard for us to digest as well, but ultimately we all know that these are the teams who are well known for their comeback. These are the teams who have got punched and again got back up on their feet and then taken the fight to their enemies, and that's why they've got such a big fan base as well. So tomorrow is going to be a very interesting day for us to see for these teams in the bottom. So let's see how things will turn out. But yes, a big congratulations for the team who have got a very good start from the get-go itself, especially for the side of OGs who actually needed a start like this.
Yeah, definitely a good start for Orangutan, good start for Seoul, Midwave as well.
Yeah.
Top 3 teams, those who have finished in the top 3 teams in the overall standing who have finished at day number 1 will be pretty happy, especially if you talk about Team Seoul's the new strategy that they have brought upon the table, as well as the amount of gameplay, the different kind of play style that they've showcased to their fans. After so many hard work or maybe so many discussions with the coach, they will be pretty happy. And at first, if you are a Seoul fan as an audience, you would be just imagining or wondering, is this the Seoul that we used to see back in few months ago? No, it's not.
Obviously, right? The strategy seems to be so different, trying to be very, very safe from the get-go, and then in the final moments, just opening all engines out, and I believe that Team Seoul can perform much more better. But again, as I said, there's going to be several favorite teams who will be looking forward to make a bounce back, as the several others will be trying to retain the top positions. That is all going to happen tomorrow right here at Loco. Let me remind you guys, if you guys want to enjoy the complete 6 maps, this is where you want to be. And if you want to just take your time, first 3 maps is just going to be on YouTube. You can just go watch it and see how interesting the games have been so far. But if you want to enjoy the complete stream, this is going to be one spot for complete entertainment.
Yeah, that's for sure. And that is going to be the end of day number 1 of Skyesports Championship 5.0 powered by AMD and broadcast partner Loco. This is me, Necros, alongside Orca, as well as Lucifer, who was there on the desk. We will be signing off for now, but we will catch you up tomorrow in the same time, same place. Till then, bye-bye, take care, see ya, good night.
true face. Take your own method, looking for the one who's trying to be perfect, yeah. You'll try to match it, don't be sad if you don't make it, You hope for wonders, living life means making blunders. It can make you shatter, you will try to fight the thunders. Trust me no matter what happens, because I will stay by your side in your heart. Whatever happens, remember that you can do anything you want. You can do anything you want. Follow the light if you're not sure. Listen to your gut. The right path will come when the time is right. Take your own method, looking for the one who's trying to be perfect, yeah. You'll try to match it, don't be sad if you don't make it, You hope for wonders, living life means making blunders. It can make you shatter, you will try to fight the thunders. Trust me no matter what happens, because I will stay by your side in your heart. Whatever happens, remember that you can do anything you want. You can do anything you want.
Eight rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah.
Look, I was passing aggression, passive aggressiveness. I left him hanging like loose ties is loose ties. Either not, he begging to go or not. Depends on the situation. He going up like inflation. Fuck all the haters that said that he couldn't make it. My brother drowned in the lake. How could all you people mistake it? He fought hard for what he had. Murderers holding guns. You worried about all the extra so water gets in your lungs, nigga. Hey, how could you do this shit? How could you do this when you know I'm going through this shit? Real shit, G shit, I really do this shit. I ain't about it, but you know I'm walking through this shit. Look,
8 rounds in the 45, it go down.
Look,
8 rounds in the 45, it go down.
Look,
8 rounds in the 45, it go down.
Yeah.
8 rounds in the 45, it go
Look,
down.
look.
8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah.
Fuck, I ran, I hit the dealer. Serving Coke 45 at the bleachers. About to follow for a follow, I'm the leader. Hit the bitch, then I pass, I don't need her. But don't call Peter. Like the Griffins with the lowest with the Peter. At the pops, he be smoking gasoline. I cannot fuck with these Ninas.
8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah.
Baby, I'm calling for you, and I'm stuck in a loop. For you. in a loop. Baby, I'm calling for you, and I'm stuck in a loop. Baby, I'm calling for you, and I'm stuck in a loop.
Hey desire, burning like a fire. What you gonna do when it crumbles down? Watch it get higher, down to the wire. Will you let it burn till we almost drown? Higher, goodbye, honey, where do we lie? Where you're headed, am I going there too? I don't wanna ask why, wanna give this a try with you. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone, 'cause it's a big pill to swallow, but you won't do it on your own. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone. I don't care what happens now, where we go, how far and how. If you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go. Gotta get your feet wet, gotta give what you get. I don't wanna finish where we started. Like the river flowing, tell me where we're going. Take me to a place that's brand new. Every second growing, time feels like it's slowing with you. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone. 'Cause it's a big pill to swallow, but you won't do it on your own. If you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't
you.